Rise of the European Emperor by Taishan Laonyo.
Chapter 1611, A Farming Miracle. Facts have proved that the means of encirclement and suppression used by these reactionaries are still very powerful. After all, ordinary guerrillas do not have a general man like Taizu who is open-minded as their leader. In the time and space of Marin's previous life, after Taizu was sidelined, no one helped to open the door, and the Rainbow Army was quickly suppressed by the bald man. Speaking of it, just like the lines in the movie Dash, it's not that our army is incompetent, but that the Gong army is too cunning. Jiang Guantou is also miserable. In fact, in terms of ability, his ability is still qualified. After all, being able to unify the fragmented warlords in China has reached the level of Song Taizu Zhao Kuanyin. However, his opponent is Taizu who is open-minded, and there is really no way. In Zhou Yu's words, since you was born, why was Liang born? Marin is far from the level of Taizu, but it is still possible to learn the tactics of Bald Chang. Obviously, the Northern Route Army of the Hungarian Peasant Uprising Army does not have an open-minded leader. Therefore, under Marin's joint move of closing the mountains, searching the mountains and setting fire to the mountains, in mid-July, the last team of the Northern Army of the Hungarian Peasant Uprising was burned to death in the mountains and forests. So far, the Northern Army of the Hungarian Peasant Uprising in 1514 was completely wiped out. Only a few fish escaped by chance, but they were also scared to hide their identities and dared not show up again. Subsequently, 30,000 Hungarian official troops ended the blockade of the northern mountainous areas, evacuated the northern mountainous areas, and went south to Kecskemét, a central city defended by the Hungarian Noble Coalition, seeking a decisive battle with the main force of the Peasant Uprising Army of Dora George. Before going south, as the frontline commander of the Hungarian official army, the nominal commander was Władysław II, but he did not come, so the front line was mainly composed of. Wagner discussed with General Uferusi of Bohemia and General Masinski of Poland, and deliberately publicly despised the combat effectiveness of Dora George's Peasant Uprising Army, believing that it was vulnerable. In fact, Wagner and others were just worried that Dora George would lead his men to retreat. Once the other side retreated, the coalition forces suppressing the uprising would not be able to catch up. Because the other side had a lot of light cavalry and marched very fast. Therefore, Wagner and others deliberately and publicly despised the combat effectiveness of the main force of Dora George's Peasant Uprising Army in order to anger the other side and lure the other side to stay for a decisive battle. When the news reached the rebel camp outside Kecskemét, some of the rebel generals were indignant, and some were worried that the enemy would cooperate internally and externally to catch them off guard. After thinking for a long time, Duo Rao George issued an order: send some people to capture some civilians and block the 4 gates of Kecskemét. At the same time, dig a few trenches outside the city gates. In this way, when we fight the main force of the enemy, we will not be afraid that the enemy will suddenly rush out and attack us from behind. Duo Rao George attached great importance to the destruction of the 30,000-man government army of the Northern Army, but because he had 30,000 cavalry and more than 20,000 infantry. Therefore, Duo Rao George did not think that if he went all out, he would be defeated by the opponent. The only worry was that the noble army in the city suddenly rushed out of the city and joined forces with the main force of the government army. Therefore, Duo Rao George decided to capture able-bodied men to block the enemy's city gates so that the enemy's war horses could not rush out. Without cavalry, the enemy could only be lowered down from the city wall with ropes. In this case, only infantry can come out, and the scale will not be large, and it is difficult to pose a fatal threat to their own army. However, Duo Rao George did not expect that the government troops who came to suppress them did not count on the noble army in Kecskemét city at all. Moreover, the noble army in the city was just a bait. At this time, a new crop of radishes was harvested in the North Sea. Then, a large number of large white radishes were sent to the sheep ranch, especially the dairy sheep ranch, cut into slices, and cooked with goat milk. After the goat milk was cooked, these radish slices with the smell of goat were used as feed to feed pigs. The goat milk without the smell of goat was either sent to children to drink, and most of the rest was sent to the processing center, either processed into milk powder or processed into cheese. Goat milk products without the smell of goat are more popular than cow milk products, because some people may not be able to drink cow milk, but there are almost no taboos on goat milk. But the radish production is too large, and the scale of the sheep milk industry in Beihai is not large at present. Therefore, there are still a lot of white radishes left. Some of these remaining white radishes are distributed as vegetables to many manners as side dishes for the people. In fact, white radishes can be eaten as fruits. Although they do not have the sweet taste of fruits, there is no problem eating white radishes raw. Many children in serf families cannot afford to eat fruits, but they have no problem eating white radishes. However, in the weather in July, things cannot be preserved. Despite the large-scale distribution, there are still a lot of white radishes left. These radishes were collected and salted into dried radishes as an important breakfast side dish. And in the fields, the land where radishes were originally planted began to be cultivated again. Because radishes can still be planted once. After all, radishes mature and are harvested in 2 or 3 months. It is July now, and there is no problem planting radishes and harvesting 1 or even 2 crops before winter comes. Of course, these are all small things. However, during this period, there was a big event that attracted Marin and several ministers of the North Sea Kingdom out of the city. "Dad, what's the matter? So many big figures are going to be dispatched." Caesar, who followed Marin out of the city to visit, was full of curiosity. In order to prevent Caesar from becoming a tyrant in the future, Marin has begun to deliberately cultivate Caesar. Marin began to take Caesar to some important occasions so that Caesar could gain more experience. Moreover, it was summer vacation now, so it was a good opportunity to take Caesar out, which was also a way to relax. After all, Marin had endless work every day and rarely had the opportunity to take his children out to play. If it weren't for the ministers following him, Marin would have planned to take Robert and others with him when he went out of the city this time. But Robert and little Ma Yun are illegitimate children. It's okay to take them out to play privately, but you can only take the legitimate son in public. As for the second legitimate son William, he is still in the stroller, and he can't be brought out to gain experience this time. Marin glanced at Caesar and replied, "Well, we are going to see a farming miracle." "Farming miracle?" Caesar was a little puzzled. "It's a plowing device that can cultivate 5 acres of land every day." Marin explained. "What? 5 acres of land per day? Are you kidding? That's 30 acres of land." Caesar was shocked. Caesar is not a complete novice. During the time when he mistakenly thought that Marin was dead, Caesar made up for a lot of basic knowledge of governing. In this farming era, some basic agricultural knowledge is something that rulers must master. Therefore, Caesar, who knows a little about farming, will find it incredible. Because, according to the current productivity level of the North Sea Kingdom, using oxen and curved plows, only 4 acres of land can be cultivated every day. It is faster to use horse plowing, generally 1 acre to 1.5 acres of land per day, depending on the strength of the horse, which is about 6 acres to 9 acres. And a single plowing device can cultivate 6 acres of land, that is, 30 acres, per day, which is simply scary. Because this speed is 7.5 times that of ox plowing. It can indeed be called a farming miracle. Chapter 16:12, 12 draft horses equals 12 horsepower. Occupy the pit. I'm typing, it's a bit too late, occupy the pit first, change it back in 15 minutes, sorry, continue typing first, please refresh in 15 minutes. Facts have proved that these reactionaries' special encirclement and suppression methods are still very powerful. After all, ordinary guerrillas don't have a man like Taizu who is open as a leader. And in the time and space of Ma Lin's previous life, after Taizu was sidelined, no one helped to open the trap, and the Rainbow Army was quickly suppressed by the bald head. Speaking of it, just like the lines in the movie, it's not that our army is incompetent, but that Gong Jun is too cunning. Jiang Guantou is also miserable. In fact, in terms of ability, his ability is still qualified. After all, being able to unify the fragmented warlords in China has reached the level of Song Taizu Zhao Kuanyin. However, his opponent is Taizu who is open, there is really no way. In Zhou Yu's words, since you was born, why was Liang born? Marin is far from the level of Taizu, but it is still possible to learn Bald Chang's tactics. Obviously, the northern army of the Hungarian Peasant Uprising Army did not have a leader who was good at cheating. Therefore, under Marin's combined trick of closing the mountains, searching the mountains and setting fire to the mountains, in mid-July, the last team of the northern army of the Hungarian Peasant Uprising Army was burned to death in the mountains and forests. So far, the vigorous northern army of the Hungarian Peasant Uprising in 1514 was completely wiped out. Only a few fish escaped by chance, but they were also scared to hide their identities and dared not show up again. Subsequently, 30,000 Hungarian official troops ended the blockade of the northern mountainous areas, evacuated the northern mountainous areas, and went south to Kecskemét, a central city defended by the Hungarian Noble Coalition, seeking a decisive battle with the main force of the Peasant Uprising Army led by Dora George. Before going south, as the frontline commander of the Hungarian official army, the nominal commander was Vladislas II, but he did not come, so the front line was mainly led by, Wagner discussed with General Uferusi of Bohemia and General Masinski of Poland, and deliberately publicly despised the combat effectiveness of Dora George's peasant uprising army, believing that it was vulnerable. In fact, Wagner and others were just worried that Dora George would lead his men to retreat. Once the other side retreated, the coalition forces suppressing the uprising would not be able to catch up. Because the other side had a lot of light cavalry and marched very fast. Therefore, Wagner and others deliberately publicly despised the combat effectiveness of the main force of Dora George's peasant uprising army in order to anger the other side and lure the other side to stay for a decisive battle. When the news reached the rebel camp outside the city of Kecskemét, some of the rebel generals were indignant, and some were worried that the enemy would cooperate internally and externally to catch their side off guard. After thinking for a long time, Duo Rao George issued an order: send some people to capture some civilians and block the 4 gates of Kecskemét. At the same time, dig a few trenches outside the city gates. In this way, when we fight the main force of the enemy, we will not be afraid that the enemy will suddenly rush out and attack us from behind. Duo Rao George attached great importance to the destruction of the 30,000-man government army of the Northern Army, but because he had 30,000 cavalry and more than 20,000 infantry. Therefore, Duo Rao George did not think that if he went all out, he would be defeated by the opponent. The only worry was that the noble army in the city suddenly rushed out of the city and joined forces with the main force of the government army. Therefore, Duo Rao George decided to capture able-bodied men to block the enemy's city gates so that the enemy's war horses could not rush out. Without cavalry, the enemy could only be lowered down from the city wall with ropes. In this case, only infantry can come out, and the scale will not be large, and it is difficult to pose a fatal threat to their own army. However, Duo Rao George did not expect that the government troops who came to suppress them did not count on the noble army in Kecskemét city at all. Moreover, the noble army in the city was just a bait. At this time, a new crop of radishes was harvested in the North Sea. Then, a large number of large white radishes were sent to the sheep ranch, especially the dairy sheep ranch, cut into slices, and cooked with goat milk. After the goat milk was cooked, these radish slices with the smell of goat were used as feed to feed pigs. The goat milk without the smell of goat was either sent to children to drink, and most of the rest was sent to the processing center, either processed into milk powder or processed into cheese. Goat milk products without the smell of goat are more popular than cow milk products, because some people may not be able to drink cow milk, but there are almost no taboos on goat milk. But the radish production is too large, and the scale of the sheep milk industry in Beihai is not large at present. Therefore, there are still a lot of white radishes left. Some of these remaining white radishes are distributed as vegetables to many manners as side dishes for the people. In fact, white radishes can be eaten as fruits. Although they do not have the sweet taste of fruits, there is no problem eating white radishes raw. Many children in serf families cannot afford to eat fruits, but they have no problem eating white radishes. However, in the weather in July, things cannot be preserved. Despite the large-scale distribution, there are still a lot of white radishes left. These radishes were collected and salted into dried radishes as an important breakfast side dish. And in the fields, the land where radishes were originally planted began to be cultivated again. Because radishes can still be planted once. After all, radishes mature and are harvested in 2 or 3 months. It is July now, and there is no problem planting radishes and harvesting 1 or even 2 crops before winter comes. Of course, these are all small things. However, during this period, there was a big event that attracted Marin and several ministers of the North Sea Kingdom out of the city. "Dad, what's the matter? So many big figures are going to be dispatched." Caesar, who followed Marin out of the city to visit, was full of curiosity. In order to prevent Caesar from becoming a tyrant in the future, Marin has begun to deliberately cultivate Caesar. Marin began to take Caesar to some important occasions so that Caesar could gain more experience. Moreover, it was summer vacation now, so it was a good opportunity to take Caesar out, which was also a way to relax. After all, Marin had endless work every day and rarely had the opportunity to take his children out to play. If it weren't for the ministers following him, Marin would have planned to take Robert and others with him when he went out of the city this time. But Robert and little Ma Yun are illegitimate children. It's okay to take them out to play privately, but you can only take the legitimate son in public. As for the second legitimate son William, he is still in the stroller, and he can't be brought out to gain experience this time. Marin glanced at Caesar and replied, "Well, we are going to see a farming miracle." Farming miracle? Caesar was a little puzzled. It's a plowing device that can cultivate 5 acres of land every day. Marin explained. What? 5 acres of land per day? Are you kidding? That's 30 acres of land. Caesar was shocked. Caesar is not a complete novice. During the time when he mistakenly thought that Marin was dead, Caesar made up for a lot of basic knowledge of governing. In this farming era, some basic agricultural knowledge is something that rulers must master. Therefore, Caesar, who knows a little about farming, will find it incredible. Because, according to the current productivity level of the North Sea Kingdom, using oxen and curved plows, only 4 acres of land can be cultivated every day. It is faster to use horse plowing, generally 1 acre to 1.5 acres of land per day, depending on the strength of the horse, which is about 6 acres to 9 acres. And a single plowing device can cultivate 6 acres of land, that is, 30 acres, per day, which is simply scary. Because this speed is 7.5 times that of ox plowing. It can indeed be called a farming miracle. Chapter 1613, Surrender Without Killing. After confirming that this new type of plow was valuable, Marin rewarded Prad with 1,000 gold coins. Then, together with Prad, he improved the plow. Of course, no other changes were needed. Marin just changed the wheels of the plow to wheels with caged ball bearings. In this way, the resistance will be smaller when the plow moves forward. After testing, this plow can plow 33 acres of land every day with 12 horsepower. The reason for only this little improvement is that the horsepower originally driven by the plow is very large, ignoring a lot of resistance. If it is pulled by a single horse, the improvement may be a little greater. But the curved plow used by a single horse does not need wheels at all. Then, Marin tried to use multiple oxen to drive this plow to plow the land. However, the effect of the experiment was not good. As a result, using 12 oxen to pull the plow can only plow 15 acres of land every day, which is about the same efficiency as a walk-behind tractor. But Marin can clearly see that this is not because the strength of the ox is not as great as that of the horse, but purely because the oxen are walking slowly when pulling the plow and the speed cannot be increased. Therefore, although 12 oxen were strong enough to pull the plow, the speed of the old oxen was just like that, and they could not speed up at all. However, after Prad reduced the number of oxen to 6, he found that these oxen still had no problem pulling the plow, and they could still plow 15 acres of land a day, which showed that oxen were indeed stronger than horses. However, considering efficiency, it is more cost-effective to use the draft horse type with Eastern European Mongolian horses to plow the land. Because Eastern European Mongolian horses, like oxen, usually eat grass, which is more cost-effective. However, in the paddy fields where rice is grown in the subtropics and tropics, horses are not good. Many horses are not very suitable for paddy fields. At this time, it is better to use oxen to plow. However, not all oxen are suitable for paddy fields. The most suitable for paddy field farming is still buffalo. Or, Indian humped cattle or something. Fortunately, the people of the North Sea Kingdom basically use wheat grains as their staple food, and there is not much demand for rice. Therefore, the humped cattle adapted to the tropical climate in the colonies of the North Sea Kingdom are enough for the time being. So, Marin started a large-scale plan to introduce horses from the steppes of East Europe. Marin found out that the most numerous livestock on the steppes of East Europe were sheep. And the second most numerous were not cattle, but horses. Because nomadic people prefer to eat mutton when eating meat. And when drinking milk, they are used to drinking horse milk, not cow milk. Therefore, there are far more horses than cattle on the steppes of East Europe. Even they raise cattle for trading with farming peoples, or some nobles like to eat beef. Just like the current Crimean Khanate, raising cattle was originally a small industry. But since they had Marin's order, they began to raise cattle on a large scale. But in terms of the number of livestock, they have more horses than cattle. Mongolian horses are cold-resistant and rough-feeding, even the mixed breeds of Eastern Europe are the same. Moreover, although the price sold by the Crimean Khanate to Marin was 20 gold coins per war horse, which was 2.5 times that of cattle. However, war horses stand out from a large group of ordinary horses. In Crimea, there are many more nags than war horses. The price of nags is about the same as that of cattle, not expensive at all. So Marin decided to import a large number of nag mares from the Crimean Khanate. Then, they were bred with draft horses from Western Europe to breed new draft horses that usually eat grass and are suitable for pulling carts. Even if they are not big in size, it is cost-effective just from the perspective of breeding costs. Besides, Marin didn't have to spend too much real money to buy horses in Crimea. As long as he made a lot of strong liquor, he could get enough Eastern European Mongolian horses from the Crimean Khanate, which was more convenient than buying cattle. In Kecskemét in the central part of the Kingdom of Hungary, after several days of preparation, the civilians forcibly recruited by Duréo George finally filled the 4 gates of Kecskemét with mud and stones, making it impossible for people in the city to leave the city. In addition, many trenches were dug outside the city. Even if the defenders in the city broke through the gates, they would be blocked by the trenches if they wanted to rush out. At this time, Dora George could finally face the Hungarian government troops from the north with confidence. Then, he received a declaration of war from the government troops. Our army will fight a decisive battle with your army at 9 a.m. on July 22, 4 leagues, about 19.3 kilometers, north of Kecskemét. Please be prepared for the battle. In addition, if you can surrender to His Majesty the King before the war, the entire army can be spared from death, and at most exiled. Once the war starts and then loses, those who surrender in time on the battlefield can also be spared from death. But some senior commanders may be difficult to pardon, so it is best for you to surrender before the war, and we will guarantee the safety of everyone in your army. This declaration of war has 2 main functions. One is to agree on the place and time of the war. The other is to tell the rebels that surrendering can be spared from death. Even if they surrender on the battlefield, most people will be spared from death. The reason for telling the other party this is that they are afraid that the other party will fight to the death. As a result, there were few prisoners of war after the war. In that case, where can they capture prisoners? You know, these captives are very valuable. In fact, this declaration of war has another purpose, which is to cover up the real trump card of the government army. What is the trump card of the government army? Of course, it is to drug the war horses of the rebel cavalry. If the war horses of the enemy cavalry have diarrhea, what's the point of fighting? The reason why the war was set at 9 a.m., not earlier, was to give the rebels time to feed their war horses in the morning. Otherwise, how could the rebels' war horses not eat the added feed? As expected, early in the morning of July 22, the rebel soldiers got up to make breakfast. At the same time, the person in charge of logistics, under the command of the quartermaster Benayoun, distributed the day's war horse feed to the cavalry, feed with croton powder. Seeing that the cavalry began to feed the horses with the added feed, the chubby Benayoun wiped the cold sweat from his head, and then quietly walked towards the south gate of the camp. Over there were several horses he had prepared, horses that had not eaten the added feed. When the rebel army began to take turns to the agreed battlefield from the north gate of the camp, Benayoun had already taken a few confidants and followed the spy Zahavi who had sneaked in, and took advantage of the chaos to ride away from the south gate. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, the rebel horses that had eaten the feed added with croton powder suddenly began to have diarrhea, which frightened the rebel leader Duréo George. Duréo George's horses and the horses of hundreds of his guards were not infected, because their horses were managed and fed by a confidant of Duréo George, and the feed supply was different from that of most horses. Unfortunately, their number of horses was too small, only more than 200. And more than half of the more than 40,000 horses of the 30,000 hussars were infected. Only a small number of horses were lucky enough not to be infected because there was not enough croton powder added. But it was useless. Because there were only 7,000 horses that survived the disaster. This was not the worst. The worst was that most of the horses had diarrhea, which seriously affected the morale of the rebels. Before the battle started, the morale of the rebels had fallen to the bottom. But the government troops responsible for suppressing the rebellion would not give the rebels a chance. Just when the rebels were in chaos because of the horses' diarrhea and loss of combat effectiveness, the government troops 5,000 Polish winged hussars and 5,000 Cossack cavalry launched a charge at 9 o'clock on time. Faced with the overwhelming force of tens of thousands of cavalrymen, the peasant uprising army, which had lost most of its cavalrymen and was demoralized, collapsed at the first blow. At the same time, tens of thousands of cavalrymen charging on the battlefield suddenly shouted in unison in not very fluent Hungarian, "Surrender and you won't be killed. Surrender and you won't be killed. Surrender and you won't be killed." Chapter 16:14 Easy Victory and Price Increase. After confirming that this new plough was valuable, Marin rewarded Prad with 1,000 gold coins. Then, together with Prad, he improved the plough. Of course, no other changes were needed. Marin just changed the wheels of the plough to wheels with caged ball bearings. In this way, the resistance will be smaller when the plough moves forward. After testing, this plough can plough 33 acres of land every day with 12 horsepower. The reason for only this little improvement is that the horsepower originally driven by this plough is very large, ignoring a lot of resistance. If it is a single horse, the improvement may be a little greater. But the curved plough used by a single horse does not need wheels at all. Later, Marin tried to use multiple oxen to drive this plough to plough the land. However, the effect of the experiment was not good. As a result, using the same 12 oxen to pull the plow, only 15 mu of land can be cultivated every day, which is about the same efficiency as a walk-behind tractor. But Marin can clearly see that this is not because the strength of the oxen is not as great as that of the horse, but purely because the oxen are slow when pulling the plow and cannot speed up. Therefore, although the 12 oxen are strong enough or even overflowing to pull the plow, the speed of the old ox is just like that, and it can't speed up. However, after Prad reduced the number of oxen to 6, he found that these oxen still had no problem pulling the plow, and they still cultivated 15 mu of land a day, which shows that the strength of oxen is indeed greater than that of horses. However, considering efficiency, it is more cost-effective to use the draft horse type with Eastern European Mongolian horses to cultivate the land. Because, like oxen, Eastern European Mongolian horses usually eat grass, which is more cost-effective. However, in the subtropical and tropical paddy fields where rice is grown, horses are not good. Many horses are not very suitable for paddy fields. At this time, it is better to plow with oxen. However, not all cattle are suitable for paddy fields. The most suitable for paddy field farming is still water buffalo. Or, India's humped cattle or something. Fortunately, the people of the North Sea Kingdom basically use wheat grains as their staple food, and the demand for rice is not great. Therefore, the humped cattle adapted to the tropical climate in the colonies of the North Sea Kingdom are enough for the time being. So, Marin started a large-scale plan to introduce horses from the East European steppes. Through understanding, Marin found that the most numerous livestock on the East European steppes are sheep. And the second most, it is not cattle, but horses. Because nomadic people prefer to eat mutton when eating meat. And when drinking milk, they are used to drinking mare's milk instead of cow's milk. Therefore, on the East European steppes, the number of horses is far more than cattle. Even, they raise cattle for trading with farming peoples, or some nobles like to eat beef. Just like the current Crimean Khanate, raising cattle was originally a small industry. But since they got Marin's order, they started to raise cattle on a large scale. But in terms of the number of livestock, they have more horses than cattle. Mongolian horses are cold-resistant and rough-feeding, even the mixed breeds from Eastern Europe are the same. Moreover, although the price sold to Marin by the Crimean Khanate was 20 gold coins per war horse, which is 2.5 times that of cattle. However, war horses stand out from a large group of ordinary horses. In Crimea, there are many more nags than war horses. And the price of nags is about the same as that of cattle, not expensive at all. So Marin decided to import a large number of nag mares from the Crimean Khanate. Then, they will be bred with draft horses and stallions from Western Europe to cultivate a new type of draft horse that usually eats grass and is suitable for pulling carts. Even if the size is not large, it is cost-effective just from the perspective of feeding costs. Besides, Marin doesn't have to spend too much real money to buy horses in Crimea. As long as he makes a lot of strong liquor, he can get enough Eastern European Mongolian horses from the Crimean Khanate, which is more convenient than buying cattle. In Kecskemét in the central part of the Kingdom of Hungary, after several days of preparation, the forced laborers of Dora George finally filled the 4 gates of Kecskemét with mud and stones, making it impossible for people in the city to leave. In addition, many trenches were dug outside the city. Even if the defenders in the city broke through the gates, they would be blocked by the trenches if they wanted to rush out. At this time, Dora George could finally face the Hungarian government troops from the north with confidence. Then, he received a declaration of war from the government army. Our army will fight a decisive battle with your army at 9 a.m. on July 22, 4 leagues north of Kecskemét. Please be prepared for the battle. In addition, if you can surrender to His Majesty the King before the war, the entire army can be spared from death, and at most exiled. Once the war starts and you are defeated, those who surrender on the battlefield in time can also be spared from death. But some senior commanders may be difficult to pardon, so it is best for you to lead your troops to surrender before the war, and we will guarantee the safety of everyone in your army. This declaration of war has 2 main functions. One is to arrange the place and time of the war. The other is to tell the rebels that surrendering can save their lives. Even if they surrender on the battlefield, most people will be spared from death. The reason for telling the other party this is that they are afraid that the other party will fight to the death. As a result, there were few prisoners of war after the war. In that case, where can they capture prisoners? You know, these captives are very valuable. In fact, this declaration of war has another purpose, which is to cover up the real trump card of the government army. What is the trump card of the government army? Of course, it is to drug the war horses of the rebel cavalry. If the war horses of the enemy cavalry have diarrhea, what's the point of fighting? The reason why the war was set at 9 a.m., not earlier, was to give the rebels time to feed their war horses in the morning. Otherwise, how could the rebels' war horses not eat the added feed? As expected, early in the morning of July 22, the rebel soldiers got up to make breakfast. At the same time, the person in charge of logistics, under the command of the quartermaster Benayoun, distributed the day's war horse feed to the cavalry, feed with croton powder. Seeing that the cavalry began to feed the horses with the added feed, the chubby Benayoun wiped the cold sweat from his head, and then quietly walked towards the south gate of the camp. Over there were several horses he had prepared, horses that had not eaten the added feed. When the rebel army began to take turns to the agreed battlefield from the north gate of the camp, Benayoun had already taken a few confidants and followed the spy Zahavi who had sneaked in, and took advantage of the chaos to ride away from the south gate. At about 8 o'clock in the morning, the rebel horses that had eaten the feed added with croton powder suddenly began to have diarrhea, which frightened the rebel leader Doreo George. Doreo George's horses and the horses of hundreds of his guards were not infected, because their horses were managed and fed by a confidant of Doreo George, and the feed supply was different from that of most horses. Unfortunately, their number of horses was too small, only more than 200. And more than half of the more than 40,000 horses of the 30,000 hussars were infected. Only a small number of horses were lucky enough not to be infected because there was not enough croton powder added. But it was useless. Because, the total number of horses that survived the disaster was only 7,000. Chapter 16:15. The transaction is finally completed. Vladislas II coughed, and seemed to feel embarrassed. Then, he glanced to the side. Count Uglage of Pécs of the Kingdom of Hungary cleared his throat and said, "It's like this, Grand Duke Marin, we heard that when you received prisoners of war from the Duchy of Württemberg, the price you offered was 30 gold coins per household. But why was it reduced to 10 gold coins per household here? Do you think Hungarians are inferior to Germans? The Lord teaches us that God loves the world and everyone is equal. Hungarians are also the Lord's people. How can you favor one over the other? I remembered it wrong in the previous chapter. The original price was 10 gold coins per household, and Marin lowered the price severely. Damn, in order to raise the price, even God was brought up." Marin was speechless, but he had to think carefully before saying this. In this era, you can't say anything about things related to God, otherwise you will be in trouble. Therefore, after thinking about it, Marin said, "It's not a question of who is nobler than who, but because these Hungarian Magyar prisoners of war can't speak German. In this way, after sending them to the wild continent, I will need to send a large number of teachers to teach them to speak German. In this way, my costs will rise, and the education funds spent by each household may be more than 10 gold coins." John Zapollo, the governor of Transylvania, the Kingdom of Hungary, asked curiously, "Grand Duke Marin, why do you want to teach those serfs to speak German? Do they need to know German to farm the land?" This remark immediately choked Marin. Logically speaking, in this era, a farmer really doesn't need to know any language. After all, as long as you can farm the land, it's fine. Marin's statement is indeed a bit non-mainstream in this era. Marin glanced at John Zapollo. This guy is a real powerhouse in the Kingdom of Hungary and a confidant of Vladislas II. He has led 20,000 troops to garrison the Transylvanian border all year round, and is on the front line against the Turkish invasion. Originally in history, it was John Zapoli who returned with 20,000 border troops to defeat the main force of Doreo George's peasant uprising army. Then, they joined 20,000 mercenaries in the north and completely wiped out the main force of the peasant uprising army. Of course, the Hungarians were also lucky. Because at this time, the Ottoman Turks were trying their best to invade Persia and had no energy to take care of things in Europe. Otherwise, Transylvania would be in danger. John Zapoli's army was a bit similar to the Liaodong border army in the late Ming dynasty. It was an elite domestic force. After all, it was an army that could resist the invasion of the Ottoman Turks, but it was generally difficult to leave the border. Fortunately, at this time, the Ottoman Turks were gathering troops in Asia to invade Persia and had no time to pay attention to this side, which gave John Zapoli the opportunity to lead the main force of the border army to eliminate the peasant uprising army. The Ming dynasty's Liaodong border army was in a more miserable situation. When the Liaodong border army sent its main force to attack the peasant army, it was about to succeed, but the later Jin began to attack the border fiercely, forcing the Liaodong border army back and giving Li Zicheng and other peasants a chance to survive. It can be said that the reason why the Ming dynasty perished was that it was exhausted after the tacit cooperation between the peasant uprising army and the later Jin. Li Zicheng made an indelible contribution to the Qin army's entry into the country and massacre of China. In response to John Zapoli's question, Marin thought for a moment and replied, Governor John, you know that these prisoners of war are the main force of the rebels. It is very risky to take them back, and they are prone to rebellion. Therefore, we need to educate them frequently, teach them to be good, and obey the rule of the government. After all, they are all criminals with criminal records. But if they don't even understand German, how can they understand the well-intentioned teachings of the people sent by the government? Therefore, I will have to spend a lot of energy and money to manage these captured mobs. The German peasants in Württemberg are different. I can educate them by sending a small official. But for these tens of thousands of Magyar mobs, I need to send someone to teach them German first, and then they can understand the education. Of course, I can also send officials who know Magyar to manage them. However, this will cost too much from generation to generation. Moreover, it is easy for those Magyar mobs to become disunited and gradually stop listening to the management of the North Sea. Therefore, it is better to teach them to speak German from the beginning, so that they can integrate into the German community in the North Sea in the future. To be honest, there are too many Magyar prisoners of war this time, so many that I am a little surprised. Originally, at the price of 10 gold coins per household, I would have a lot of financial pressure. If it rises to 30 gold coins per household, I can only give up and let you kill them. At the end, Marin began to cheat. After all, in this day and age, only you are willing to pay for people. If you don't buy it yourself, these people will either kill the prisoners of war or sell them to others as slaves at a very low price. The Hungarian nobles looked at each other in surprise. They were just dissatisfied after hearing that Marin gave the prisoners of war in Württemberg at a high price of 30 gold coins per household, and wanted to get the same price. Of course, if the price is raised by half, they can get a lot more. However, Marin did not accept it and put on a gesture of shirking the responsibility, so they panicked. After all, at this time, there was no second buyer willing to buy these people. In fact, Jacob Fugger, who came with Marin, had the intention to buy. After all, he planned to develop the Tyrol silver mine on a large scale. But the problem is that Jacob Fugger was not willing to offend Marin easily. So he stood by and said nothing, watching Marin and the Hungarian nobles arguing. The Hungarian nobles adopted a delaying tactic and gathered together to discuss it. However, the next day, the Hungarian nobles agreed to lower the price slightly, but not too much. Then, Marin and a group of Hungarian nobles began to fight with each other. The reception room of the Pest Palace became a battlefield for quarrels. Marin and this group of greedy Hungarian nobles quarreled for several days, and finally set a compromise price of 20 gold coins per household. It's not that Marin doesn't want to lower the price, but the Hungarian nobles also started to cheat. They claimed that if Marin wanted to lower the price again, they would not be dedicated to capturing the families of the prisoners of war. Especially, the children of the peasant army prisoners of war. In order to prevent the other party from being really inattentive, Marin had to give in and offered a price of 20 gold coins per household. But there were really a lot of prisoners of war this time. There were 47,800 prisoners of war in the main force of the peasant uprising army in the south alone. The 30,000 insurgents of the Northern Army had a higher casualty rate than the Southern Army because of the fierce fighting. A total of 25,000 people were captured, but there were only 22,000 healthy prisoners of war. This is because the battle in the north was a head-on collision, and no speculative means such as Croton powder were used. Therefore, the casualty rate is much higher. However, the Kingdom of Hungary decided to select 2,000 officers from these prisoners of war and publicly execute them to deter the people. In this way, the total number of healthy prisoners of war that can be sold to Marin is 67,800. Together with their families, there are 67,800 households. This number is a bit beyond Marin's expectations. Because Marin originally planned to purchase 50,000 households. Now there are 17,800 more households, and the price has increased by 10 gold coins per household, which makes Marin feel a little overwhelmed. According to the calculation of the Commission for 10,000 prisoners of war to replace the North Sea Kingdom's troops, the extra 57,800 households, 20 gold coins per household, means that Marin needs to pay 1.156 million gold coins to the Kingdom of Hungary. This amount of money is almost catching up with the annual fiscal revenue of the French royal family, and more than double the annual fiscal revenue of the Kingdom of Hungary. Fortunately, Marin has the help of the banker Jacob Fugger, otherwise, he really can't come up with this money. After the bill of exchange for this money was issued, Marin began to command the soldiers of the Second Corps and the Cossack Corps to collect prisoners of war. When the families of these prisoners of war were caught, they were escorted back to their country together. However, the Kingdom of Hungary began to fight internally because of this huge fortune of 1.156 million gold coins. After all, this is a huge sum of money equivalent to the fiscal revenue of the Kingdom of Hungary for more than 2 years. Just think about it, in the future, a country's fiscal revenue is tens of billions of dollars, and tens of billions of dollars are divided up by dozens of nobles. How exciting that is! So, in order to grab more shares, the Hungarian nobles staged a full-scale fight in the palace to compete for more allocations. Of course, no knife was used. However, many nobles had bruises on their faces. After seeing this, Marin felt very happy. I asked you to blackmail me, it would be better if a few of you were beaten to death. Chapter 16:16, The Zimbabweans leave the city. In any case, Marin made a profit on this trip. After all, that's 67,800 households. Even if we count a family of 3, there are 203,400 people. If we count a family of 5, that's 339,000 people. These days, more than 300,000 people in northern Germany are the population of a large county. However, considering the war, a family of 5 is unlikely, and a family of 3 is too few. So, in the end, it is estimated to be a family of 4, but there are more than 200,000 people. As for the doubling of the price, Marin is not a pity. Because he originally offered 10 gold coins per household, which was really unkind. Because the Crimean Khanate sold the Russians cheaply, and it had to be about this price. And 20 gold coins per household is not low, but it's not high either. If these laborers go to America and each household cultivates 100 acres of land, the rye produced from these 100 acres of land alone will be more than 40,000 pounds, calculated at 400 pounds per acre, which is worth more than 600 gold coins. So, in general, Marin still made a fortune. However, this is also a hidden danger. Because if these more than 200,000 people are sent to America all at once, in this way, the Hungarian population will occupy the majority of the colonial population. After all, even if the 26,500 households brought back from Württemberg and the 3,000 German immigrants who have been transported are added together, there are only 28,500 households, not even half of the number of Hungarian immigrants. Even if the tens of thousands of English immigrants and the original thousands of German immigrants are added, the number cannot be compared with that of Hungarian immigrants. If ethnic conflicts occur in the colony, then the Magyars, who have an absolute advantage in population, will definitely be able to take the initiative and gain control of the colony. For this reason, Marin was very troubled by the resettlement of these Hungarian prisoners of war. After thinking about it, Marin finally thought of a solution: don't rush to send Hungarian immigrants to America, but let tens of thousands of Hungarian prisoners of war go to the Ramelsberg silver mine in Goslar to work for a few years. With the addition of these tens of thousands of strong men, the development speed of the Goslar silver mine will be greatly improved. It just so happens that Marin still owes the Fugger family a large sum of money. The mine's silver is just used to pay off the debt. As for these Hungarian strong men who are unwilling to mine honestly, this is not a problem. Because Hinks's 6th Army is stationed in Goslar. With tens of thousands of soldiers of the 6th Army watching, there is no need to worry about these Hungarian prisoners of war being dishonest. Then, while mining the silver mines in Goslar, Marin will also arrange a large number of missionaries who know Magyar to teach these miners German. And stipulate that the salary of miners who can speak German will be doubled, otherwise the basic salary will be maintained. In this way, there is no need to worry that these Hungarian strong men will not actively learn German. As for the children, it was even simpler. They were sent to school and systematically taught to learn German. Those with good German grades were rewarded, and those with poor German grades were punished with corporal punishment. The elderly could give up, but middle-aged women also had to go to literacy classes to learn German. Similarly, those who learned well were given more food, and those who learned poorly were even deducted. After a few years, this group of Hungarian prisoners of war had become highly Germanized, and their edges and corners were smoothed, and then they were sent to North America to open up wasteland. At that time, it would be much easier to manage. For this reason, Marin had sent someone to Goslar to send a letter, asking the 6th Corps stationed there to cooperate with the local government to build a large fortress that could accommodate more than 200,000 people near the Goslar silver mine to accommodate those Hungarian prisoners of war. In addition, the 6th Corps was stationed nearby. Once there was a disturbance in the mine, it could be suppressed as soon as possible. To accommodate these Hungarian residents, ordinary grass-reinforced adobe houses would be enough. But in order to discipline these Hungarian prisoners of war, a large wall was definitely needed. And the construction of the wall must be strong. If it was stone, the speed would be too slow. Because there are not so many stonemasons to polish the stones. Therefore, in order to speed up the construction of the wall, Marin sent a pigeon to Kohler to arrange for the cement factory to start large-scale cement production for the construction of the wall of Goslar Miners City. As for bricks, it is not cost-effective to transport this stuff from other places. It is better to build a brick kiln locally to burn bricks. At most, some coal can be transported from the Ruhr area as fuel. Far away in the southeast of Africa, the stone city of Zimbabwe, this abandoned city, welcomed more than 2,000 Spanish colonial troops at this time. The leader of this colonial army is named Hernán Cortés. Yes, it is the Hernán Cortés who conquered the Aztec Empire of Mexico in history, the adventurous guy. This time, Cortés led 2 phalanxes with a total of 2,500 Spanish soldiers to the stone city of Zimbabwe. It was also this guy who acted on his own and took risks. At present, Cortés is only 29 years old and is a middle-level officer in the Spanish army. By chance, he was sent by the Spanish royal family to the New Spain colony at the mouth of the Save River in Mozambique. At this time, the governor of this colony named New Spain was González, who was transferred from India. He was the colonial official who proposed to introduce elephants from India and then wade a road in the tropical rainforest of Mozambique. Originally, González was just a low-level colonial official. But because of his contribution to opening up the road, he was promoted by the Spanish court to the new governor of New Spain, responsible for opening up the road to the great Zimbabwe Empire. When Cortés came to Mozambique and served as the deputy general of the colonial army, the road from Mozambique to the tropical rainforest of Zimbabwe had been almost opened. At this time, the outpost of the Spanish expedition had actually reached the junction of the tropical rainforest of Mozambique and the tropical savanna of Zimbabwe. According to the idea of Governor González, it was planned to let the expedition enter the grassland area on the Zimbabwe plateau to explore the way, and then contact Stone City, the capital of the Zimbabwe Empire. After getting in touch, he would find a way to send troops to capture it. But Cortés couldn't wait. Because he had received news that he might be transferred back to his country. Because his term of office was about to expire. However, he had been in Mozambique for more than 3 years and had not made any achievements, which made him very unhappy. You know, although he was a nobleman, he had no right of inheritance. If he could not make any achievements, he could not become a noble. It happened that Besides, the original commander of the Spanish garrison in Mozambique, died of illness, and the locals wanted to replace the commander, but they could not react for a while. Before the news was received in the mainland and a new commander was appointed, Cortés luckily became the acting commander of the garrison of the New Spain Viceroyalty in Mozambique. Then, Cortés' ambition burst out. Taking advantage of the opportunity when the governor was sailing along the African coast to find a new place suitable for colonization, Cortés used the military power in his hands to temporarily control the New Spain Viceroyalty, mobilized supplies, and carried out an adventurous expedition. Cortés left only a few hundred people to guard the New Spain fort at the mouth of the Save River, and he took the only 2 phalanxes that the colony could dispatch, totaling 2,500 people, all the way up the Save River, and directly rushed into the grassland area in eastern Zimbabwe. Fortunately, after entering the Zimbabwe plateau, the local environment has changed from the most complex tropical rainforest to an endless tropical grassland. There are far fewer dangerous animals in the savanna than in the rainforest. Cortés led his men and horses up the Save River, and then, under the guidance of the local blacks' gestures, he finally came to the legendary City of Gold, the stone city of the Zimbabwe Empire, after going through untold hardships. However, after arriving at the legendary stone city, Cortés couldn't help but swear, cursing Marin and calling him a big liar. Because, the stone city in front of Cortés was magnificent, but it had been abandoned for decades. Through gesture communication with the locals, he learned that the Zimbabwe Empire had moved to the north after mining gold decades ago. Hearing that the legendary Zimbabwe Empire's gold had been mined for decades, Cortés almost fainted after hearing it. It turned out that the Golden City he had gone through untold hardships and adventures to find was actually left with only an empty city. Puff! Finally, Cortés couldn't stand this heavy blow and spit out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 16-17 There is still gold. After waking up, Cortés hated Marin so much that he kept scolding him. In fact, Cortés had wrongly blamed Marin, because Marin really didn't intend to deceive the Spaniards, but the history textbooks in his previous life described the African part very inaccurately. Therefore, he didn't know the specific active years of the ancient Zimbabwe Empire. In fact, the ancient Zimbabwe Empire ran out of gold as early as 1430. Then, around 1450, the ancient Zimbabwe Empire abandoned the great Zimbabwe city and moved as a whole to the upper valley of the Zambezi River more than 350 kilometers northeast. The new capital was named Zvangam. The ancient Zimbabwe Empire was also renamed the Kingdom of Matapa. The distance of more than 350 kilometers is far, but not far. Although the southern Africans didn't have horses at this time, the black guys were also very good at walking. Haven't you seen that the marathon champions in later generations are all black guys? So, 350 kilometers is nothing, just more than 8 marathons. After Cortez had scolded Marin enough, he began to dig in the stone city, trying to find the remaining gold. During this period, he did dig up a lot of stone sculptures, and even some ancient porcelain. However, gold was not found. But he did not give up and continued to dig. While Cortez led people to dig 3 feet in the stone city to find gold, more than 350 kilometers away, in the new capital Zvangam, there was an old black man with good foot strength who reported the news that the old capital stone city was attacked by foreign enemies to the current King Chikuyo. King Chikuyo was shocked by the attack on the old capital, especially when he learned that the invaders actually dug 3 feet in the old capital stone city. He was immediately angry. After all, the old capital buried many remains of ancestors and could not be desecrated. Therefore, King Chikuyo beat the drums of war and summoned all the standing troops near the capital. The standing army of the Kingdom of Matapa was organized into combat groups. Each combat group had about 500 to 1,000 people, and there were also less than 500 people. At this time, there were a total of 8 battle groups near the capital of the Matapa Kingdom, with a total of 5,600 people. After King Chikuyo gathered all 8 battle groups, he recruited more than 2,000 tribal warriors from nearby tribes, gathered 8,000 people, and marched towards the abandoned old capital of Great Zimbabwe Stone City. More than 10 days later, when the army of the Matapa Kingdom arrived, the soldiers of the 2 phalanxes of Cortez were still happily digging graves. Fortunately, Cortez arranged guards. After discovering that a large group of people were coming from the northeast, the guards immediately blew the whistle to warn. Cortez hurriedly summoned all the soldiers and carried out a hasty resistance. However, the army of the Matapa Kingdom was really disappointing. Obviously, the number of people was absolutely superior, and they suddenly attacked, so they should have the advantage. However, after a hasty battle, the army of the Matapa Kingdom, which had an advantage in numbers, was defeated. How did they lose? Let's talk about the fighting style of the warriors of the Matapa Kingdom. The majority of the population of the Matapa Kingdom is the Kalanga people, a branch of the Shona people. The traditional fighting style of the Shona people is to use a light short spear as a javelin. When fighting, the Kalanga people take turns to fight in combat groups, throwing short spears and javelins at the enemy at a distance of 40 to 50 yards. The hit rate of the javelin is very touching, and it is about the same as the hit rate of the smoothbore gun after more than 70 yards. The Shona people, including the later Zulu people, all use this fate javelin tactic to fight each other. If one side is unlucky and too many people are hit by the javelin, they will collapse first and then flee. But if the fleeing side drops its weapons and flees, the other side cannot chase it according to convention. Then, the defeated tribe will send people to express their surrender. Or, leave the original territory and the whole tribe will go into exile elsewhere. When the war begins, King Chikuyo sends out combat groups according to tradition to throw javelins at the enemy. But at this time, the muskets of Cortez' 2 phalanxes also sounded. Moreover, although the smoothbore muskets focused on the enemy after more than 100 yards, God bless. However, at a distance of 40 to 50 yards where the enemy threw javelins, the hit rate of the smoothbore muskets was still very high, more than 50%. Then, the combat group that first came forward to throw javelins was unlucky, and more than 200 people were killed and injured by muskets. Moreover, this huge volley of gunfire frightened the warriors of the Matapa Kingdom who had little experience. They had never seen such a strange way of killing. Then, the survivors of the combat group that was first sent out were so scared that they turned around and ran away. King Chikuyo was also startled, but he was sitting in the rear and was not deeply affected by the casualties. So he chose to send another combat group to throw javelins. As a result, the 2nd Combat Regiment still suffered more than 200 casualties, and was so scared that it collapsed and ran away. Then, the other regiments of the Matapa Kingdom did not dare to move forward. Cortez was an adventurous guy. When he saw that the enemy was timid, he hurriedly let the army move forward. In front of the enemy camp, he asked the musketeers to fire 3 rounds of volleys at the Guards Combat Regiment where the King's Guard of Honor was, killing 500 or 600 people. At this time, Chikuyo was finally scared. Then, he turned around and ran away first, and the other combat regiments also ran away. The warriors of the Matapa Kingdom, who relied on fate to throw javelins to hurt the enemy, eventually lost to the more professional Spanish army. What's more, it was a colonial army using the Spanish phalanx. Cortez won a great victory, and then led his army to pursue, chasing for half a month, all the way to Zvangam, the capital of the Matapa Kingdom. Zvangam is not the great stone city of Zimbabwe, but just a village of strongholds in a river valley. After the valley was conquered by Cortés, King Chikuyo directly led the army, protected the royal family members and ministers, and fled into the mountains from another direction. Cortés did not want to chase, but led his troops directly into the palace of the Matapa kingdom, which was like a large mountain stronghold. Then, Cortés was dazzled by the gold in the mountain stronghold-like palace. In the simple palace, Cortés seized more than 150,000 ounces of gold, equivalent to 4.25 tons or 9,375 pounds. Cortés was very confused. Didn't they say that the gold in the stone city was mined out? How come there is still so much gold in the capital? Find a prophet elder of the Karana people who knows Arabic and has no time to run away. After asking through the Arabic interpreter who translators with the army, he learned that although the super gold mine near the stone city of Great Zimbabwe has dried up, there are still many small and medium-sized gold mines throughout the country of the Matapa kingdom. Relying on military force, the Matapa kingdom forcibly levied half of the gold as tribute from small tribes that discovered gold mines throughout the country. It is estimated that the gold tribute collected by the kingdom of Matapa from gold-producing tribes across the country each year is estimated to be as high as 35,000 ounces, equivalent to about 1 ton. At this time, the Portuguese engaged in gold sand trade along the coast of West Africa, and their annual gold income was only half a ton. In other words, the annual gold income of the Kingdom of Matapa was twice that of the Kingdom of Portugal in West Africa. And the 150,000 ounces of gold that Cortés found in the royal treasury was exactly the savings of the fiscal revenue of the Kingdom of Matapa in recent years. Of course, if it was a few months later, the kingdom might have to spend tens of thousands of ounces of gold. After all, the Kingdom of Matapa would have to spend a lot of money just to feed the thousands of standing troops. After getting so much gold, Cortés was no longer in a hurry to hunt down the king of the Matapa kingdom, because his army was not familiar with the local terrain. Moreover, despite the victory in the previous battle, the Spaniards also lost more than 200 people under the attack of the African brothers, fate-casting law enforcement tactics. In addition, many soldiers have begun to get sick because they are not adapted to the local climate. Fortunately, these soldiers can adapt to the tropical climate, otherwise, it will be worse. Seeing that things were impossible, Cortés led people to search the entire city of Zvangam and searched more than 20,000 ounces of gold from temples and the homes of dignitaries. He divided the more than 20,000 gold with his soldiers, and then took the 150,000 ounces of gold seized from the treasury and let the mules he brought carry them, and happily returned to Mozambique along the original route. Anyway, he already knew the specific location of the Matapa kingdom. At worst, I can bring more people to attack next time. Although it is still far from the legendary gold everywhere, these 150,000 ounces of gold are definitely enough to get the job done. Chapter 16:18, Occupation or Control. In fact, there is not only a large amount of gold in Zvangam, but also a lot of copper ore, piled up like mountains. After all, Zimbabwe is not only rich in gold, but also in copper. However, the Kalanga people do not know how to smelt copper. The reason why there is gold is that most of the gold mines are monomer gold, with few compounds. Otherwise, the Matapa kingdom would not have obtained so much gold. As for copper mines, although the Kalanga people do not know how to smelt them, their former trading partners, the Arab merchants, do. They take the copper ore back and hand it over to professional craftsmen to smelt it into copper, and the profit is also very high. However, the number of mules brought by Cortés' expedition this time is insufficient, and they can only carry away the gold mainly composed of gold sand, and can no longer take away the mountains of copper ore. Therefore, getting copper mines or something can only wait until next time. Once the news that the Matapa kingdom is rich in gold and copper mines is passed back to the mainland, Cortés believes that he will not be able to escape from a noble title. If he is lucky, he may be able to get a baron. After all, he opened up the colonial route and seized so much gold. When he returned to Fort New Spain at the mouth of the Save River, González had already returned. Hearing that Cortés had sent troops without authorization, González was furious and planned to order the arrest of Cortés. But when Cortés came back, he not only brought back the exact news and specific route of the Golden Kingdom of Zimbabwe, but also brought back so much gold. In this way, González could not blame him for anything. Then, González sent a speedboat to the country to report to the Spanish court the specific results of Cortés' action. At the same time, he also objectively reported the fact that Cortés had sent troops without authorization. As for how the Spanish court finally judged, it had nothing to do with him. At Fort New Spain, Cortés began to report the intelligence obtained this time, most of which were provided by the captured prophet elder. At this time, the northern border of the Kingdom of Matapa was the Zambezi River. The northeastern border was probably in the Tet area of Mozambique in later generations. And to the east of Tet was the control area of the Swahili people, who were mixed Arabs and blacks. Many of these Swahili people knew Arabic and were the best middlemen between Arab merchants and the Matapa kingdom. Many times, Swahili people also worked for Arab merchants and earned commissions. As for the southern border of the Matapa kingdom, it could even reach the Limpopo River. However, the southern border was unstable. Sometimes there were tribes willing to join the Matapa kingdom, and sometimes they would take the initiative to leave. However, the Matapa kingdom did not care. They only cared about the tribes that owned the gold mines. Extorting gold sands from small tribes that owned gold mines was the most important financial source for the Matapa kingdom, and it was also the most important reliance for the Matapa kingdom and Arab merchants to trade, more important than ivory and copper ore. However, according to Cortés, the information provided by Marin before was wrong. Because, at this time, the main trade route of the Matapa kingdom was not along the Save River, but along the Zambezi River. Going up the Save River, you can only find the great Zimbabwe stone city that has been abandoned for decades. Only by going up the Zambezi River can we find Zvangam, the capital of the current Matapa kingdom. Moreover, Arab merchants and Swahili people mostly moved along the Zambezi River and contacted the Matapa kingdom. If Spain wanted to drive away Arab merchants and monopolize the benefits of gold and copper mines in the Matapa kingdom, it must send troops to occupy the Zambezi River estuary and cut off the Arab trade routes. Unfortunately, the Zambezi River is a stepped river with two places with waterfalls with a huge drop, dividing the Zambezi River into three sections. Otherwise, the Spanish merchant ships could go upstream directly and arrive at Zvangam to do business. After much deliberation, Governor Gonzalez decided that the Spaniards would still take the old route when entering the inland. However, he would request the country to send a fleet to block the estuary of the Zambezi River to prevent Arab merchants from stealing business. The reason for this is that if Spain were to go up the Zambezi River to find the Matapa kingdom, it would have to start from scratch again. God knows how long it would take, so it would be better to use the route that has been opened up now. Of course, on the other side of the Zambezi River, another group of people can be sent up the river, using the same method of elephant transportation to open up the road. When the road on the other side of the Zambezi River is opened, the trade route on the Save River can be considered abandoned. But before that, the Spaniards can rely on this road to invade the Zimbabwe region. So, Governor, what should we do next? Cortés asked. Although the message was delivered by a fast ship, it still takes more than a year to go back and forth to the mainland. Therefore, next, Cortés had to listen to Governor Gonzalez. Gonzalez thought for a while and said, according to the elder, most of the gold of the Matapa kingdom must be exchanged with Arab merchants for goods such as cloth, glass and ironware. In this case, we might as well replace Arab merchants and assume the identity of traders. Cortés immediately said dissatisfiedly, why should we trade with them? Wouldn't it be better to send troops to occupy directly? In this way, we can get all the gold without spending any cost. This is a typical invader's thinking and the current mainstream colonial thinking. However, Governor Gonzalez did not think so, stupid. All they do is fight. Think about it, the Matapa kingdom is scattered all over the country. Such a large territory is larger than Spain. If we destroy the Matapa kingdom, then we have to manage those gold mines ourselves. Think about it, with such a large territory, how many troops do we need? If it was the big gold mine that was concentrated in Stone City before, we could just rob it. But now the gold mines in the Matapa kingdom are too scattered, inconvenient to manage, and the management cost is too high. Instead of that, we might as well keep the Matapa kingdom and let them manage those black tribes to continue mining gold. Then, we can exchange the gold for worthless cloth, glass and ironware. In this way, we can save a lot of management costs. It can be said that Governor Gonzalez's thinking is close to the colonial management concept of the 19th century. This is also the bloody lesson learned by European colonists in the previous 200 or 300 years. Because, if he personally went into battle, he would need a large army, and he would need to invest in gold mining, which would be very costly. It would be better to support a puppet regime to help him mine gold. However, this was also Gonzalez's idea. What would happen in the end would depend on how the Spanish court decided. However, the letter sent to the country by the second express ship sent by Gonzalez pointed out that if the total occupation method was adopted, Spain might need to send an army of more than 10,000 people to maintain the rule of the Matapa kingdom and protect so many people. At the same time, he would have to invest in gold mines. By controlling the Matapa kingdom, it would only be enough to maintain the current army of 2,000 to 3,000 people. Chapter 1619 The Tragic Portuguese. Occupation or control. It seems that control has prevailed since the 19th century. When the great powers divided Africa, including the Qing Empire, in the 19th century, they all adopted a more cost-effective control method. However, this also has prerequisites. The prerequisite is that the colonizers are only for profit, not land. If they just want to gain benefits from the colonies, then finding an agent is the most convenient and cost-effective way. Even in the 21st century, the old Americans are still fighting proxy wars. But Marin's colonization of America is different. Marin does not want profit but living space. Europe is too narrow. There are many countries in a small place. Even in the early 20th century, a world-class war broke out in order to compete for living space. It is precisely because Europe has a small territory and the great powers are competing for it, so the United States can pick up the bargain and rise later. Marin has a forward-looking vision and naturally does not want to be picked up by the old Americans in the future. Therefore, he simply opened a branch mine in North America. At that time, he will enfeoff his descendants in America, all over North and South America. In this way, even if someone takes advantage of the chaos in Europe in the future, it will be their descendants, not outsiders. Therefore, for those colonists who only want to find gold and profits, it is most cost-effective to control colonies and support agents. But for Marin, if he wants the future hundreds of years later, he really has to occupy it. However, Marin, who knows the future well, can choose to occupy the most essential places. As for unimportant places, it's up to you. Of course, in the early stage, Marin will still fight to protect the entire Americas and prevent people from getting involved. Try to delay the opponent's pace of marching into America as long as you can. If you let the opponent go to America too early, maybe the essence of the territory will be robbed. Only when the North Sea Kingdom controls the most essential areas and stands firm can it let the opponent go. And because of the fear that the opponent will frantically snatch the gold and silver-rich America from himself, Marin now dares not even send troops to destroy the Aztec Empire and the Inca Empire in Mexico. After all, if people know that there are mountains of gold and silver in America, it is estimated that all of Europe will unite to deal with him. Fortunately, America is a wonderful place. In this rich and vast continent, gold and silver are basically distributed in the Cordillera Mountains in the west near the Pacific Ocean. Even if ordinary explorers secretly sail to the eastern coast of America, they will not be able to find gold and silver mines. In the entire eastern coast of America, Marin only remembers that there are gold mines in the mountains over in Guyana. But in order to divert the attention of other European countries, Marin specifically threw out the two gold-rich centers of the Zimbabwe Empire and the Songhai Empire's Timbuktu to attract the two biggest competitors during the Age of Discovery, Spain and Portugal. Not to mention, these two countries were really strongly attracted. It's just that the Spaniards seemed to be a bit of a pit. Because Marin's memory was wrong, the Zimbabwe that the Spaniards got no longer had the super gold mine near the stone city of Great Zimbabwe. However, because the Mutapa Kingdom attaches great importance to gold mining, and the Zimbabwe region is a place with many gold mines. Therefore, the total income from large and small gold mines across the country is also a large number every year. However, compared with Timbuktu, which the Portuguese had booked, the gold output of the Mutapa Kingdom is a bit insufficient. After all, Timbuktu gathers most of the gold produced in the Gulf of Guinea in West Africa. For example, the Gold Coast, Ghana, and Guinea in later generations. In other words, Timbuktu is the distribution center of the gold trade in West Africa. At this time, in addition to the powerful Songhai Empire that controlled Timbuktu, West Africa also had the declining Mali Empire, as well as Ashanti, Hausa, Oyo, Benin and other countries. Although these small West African countries are not strong, they are very difficult to conquer because they are located in the tropical rainforest of West Africa. Otherwise, the powerful Songhai Empire would have moved them long ago. It can be said that Timbuktu is a big pit that Marin dug for Portugal. Because, with the strength of Portugal's army, it is difficult to fight against the Songhai Empire, let alone annex the entire West Africa. Until now, the Portuguese have not been able to open up the road to the inland. Moreover, Marin remembered that the size of Portugal's army in overseas colonies in later generations has always been small. For example, in Mozambique, they only have a few thousand garrisons, and can only have a small number of garrisons in a few cities such as Lourenço Marques, later Maputo, on the coast and Tete on the banks of the West River inland. Letting such a scum of the army to conquer the now powerful Songhai Empire is simply asking Portugal to hit a wall. At the beginning, Marin had thought about it: let Spain, with a strong army, go to the Zimbabwe Empire with less gold production, and let Portugal, with a scum of the army, go to Timbuktu, the gold city of West Africa. Because, if Spain is changed to go to Timbuktu, it may be right in the heart. After all, the Spanish army is much stronger than Portugal. If Spain occupies Timbuktu, Marin will personally send Spain to heaven. Although the current Matapa kingdom has a lot of gold, it is still not comparable to Timbuktu, the gold center of West Africa. However, this is based on the premise that Spain sent troops to capture the Matapa kingdom. Because if Spain sent troops to capture Zimbabwe, then a lot of troops would be needed to control the region in the future. Moreover, a lot of financial resources would be spent on developing the local gold mines. In short, it would take up a lot of Spanish troops, energy and financial resources. However, Marin didn't know that Spain had a visionary official named González, who actually knew that it would be more costly to capture the inland African country than to gain. If González's suggestion was really adopted, then Marin's plan to hold back Spain's energy would fail. Because if only the Matapa kingdom was controlled, the few people Spain had in Mozambique would be enough. At most, some warships would be needed to support the blockade of the Zambezi River estuary and prevent Arab merchants from stealing business. In comparison, the Portuguese were much more stupid. The ambitious Portuguese had long formulated a battle plan to capture Timbuktu, the capital of gold. Sadly, it had been several years before the Portuguese had just opened up a road across the Republic of Guinea in later generations. For this, the Portuguese paid the price of hundreds of deaths. It was not until 2 years ago that Marin's partner, Jorge de Rencaster, the Duke of Coimbra in Portugal, proposed an expedition team composed of a large number of black slaves, which greatly reduced the casualties of the Portuguese. After all, black people are more adapted to the climate of the tropical rainforests in West Africa. However, passing through the tropical rainforests of Guinea is just the beginning. Today, the Portuguese expedition has entered the southwestern mountainous area of the Republic of Mali in the future. And here is the territory of the Mali Empire, which has begun to decline. However, although the Mali Empire has declined and lost Timbuktu, the lean camel is bigger than the horse, and the military strength of the Mali Empire is still very strong. Moreover, there are a large number of cavalry. Therefore, the Portuguese let alone going to Timbuktu, let's settle the Mali Empire first. Moreover, even if the declining Mali Empire is settled, there is still a more powerful Songhai Empire ahead. In addition, what the Portuguese don't know is that the wicked Marin has bribed Arab merchants through spies in Egypt, and used camels to carry Turkish matchlock guns Rumi guns, to trade with the Songhai Empire. As long as the Songhai Empire bought muskets and saw the power of muskets, then when they fought against the Portuguese colonial army in the future, they would not be shocked because they had never seen muskets. Then, the outcome of the battle would be hard to predict. So, how miserable the Portuguese were. Although they got a seemingly biggest cake, it was a pity that it was too difficult to eat it. What's more, Marin, the sinister guy, secretly poisoned the cake. Chapter 1620, One pit is deeper than another. Whether Portugal is miserable or Spain is profitable. However, one thing is certain, the large influx of African gold into Europe can alleviate the problem of gold shortage to a large extent. At present, Marin has strongly supported the expansion of production of the Tyrol silver mine and the Saxony silver mine. At the same time, tens of thousands of Hungarian prisoners of war were sent to develop the Goslar silver mine. It can be foreseen that the silver production in Europe will definitely soar in the future. By then, if the silver production soars and the gold production remains the same, then it is almost inevitable that the gold-silver price ratio will fluctuate greatly. At present, the gold-silver price ratio is about 1 to 12. If the silver production increases greatly and the gold remains the same, the silver price will inevitably fall. Historically, starting from the 16th century, the gold-silver ratio fell to 1 to 15 and lasted until the 1870s. Then, the United States discovered the Nevada Super Silver Mine, which produced $645,000 worth of silver that year. The United States implemented a gold-silver bimetallic standard at the time, with $1 equals 24 grams of silver. 2 years later, the annual output of silver increased 25 times to a terrifying $16.125 million, equivalent to 387 tons, or 387,000 kilograms, which was 2.76 times the total annual output of the Tyrol and Saxony silver mines at their peak. In addition to the Nevada Super Silver Mine, the United States also discovered many new silver mines in the western region at that time. This directly led to a sharp drop in the price of silver in the 1870s and 1880s, with the gold-silver ratio falling from a stable 115 to about 120. Then, the sharp drop in the price of silver led to the collapse of the gold-silver bimetallic standard in the United States. At the same time, in the next 20 years, various developed countries in Europe and the United States abandoned the gold-silver bimetallic standard and chose to learn from the United Kingdom and adopt the gold standard. And they used gold as their currency and issued paper money. Afterwards, only the Qing dynasty in other eastern countries such as India still used silver as currency, while European and American countries entered the era of banknotes. Before, Marin had actually been worried that the explosion of silver production in the three major silver mines of Tyrol, Saxony and Goslar would lead to a drop in silver prices. But now, with the influx of African gold, the price of silver has been maintained to a certain extent. As for the increase in gold and silver causing price increases, it is not possible at present. Because Europe is already seriously short of gold and silver. These gold and silver just fill the huge gap before and will not cause a sharp rise in prices. Because Europe spends millions of gold coins worth of gold and silver every year to buy spices, silk and other Eastern products. Even if Marin's Goslar silver mine produces a large part of the silver, it will be taken to the Ming dynasty for trade. Therefore, there will be no hoarding of gold and silver in Europe, and prices will naturally be difficult to rise. But this is also limited. As in the original history, the large-scale production of silver in Mexico and Potosi, Peru, coupled with the large-scale development of Iwami silver mine in the Warring States period of Japan, led to a serious overproduction of gold and silver, which led to the crisis of skyrocketing prices. In fact, if the Ming dynasty had not digested so much silver for Europe, who knows how European prices would rise. The more gold and silver, the better. Only when it is used and bought with the required goods, it has its own value. Otherwise, it is just a metal lump. Therefore, Marin deliberately suppressed the development of gold and silver in the Americas to prevent excessive output of gold and silver from exceeding the value of the total social goods. Once this happens, the economic crisis will come. As for whether Japan's silver will cause prices to rise, Marin never worries. Because the market of the Ming Empire is too large, that little silver is not enough for the Ming Empire to absorb and digest. The Ming dynasty was a superpower with a population of over 100 million, and its grain production was far greater than that of Europe. Japan's silver production could not make waves in front of the huge Ming dynasty market. Unless the Potosi silver mine and other American silver mines are developed together with the Japanese silver mines to explode production, it is possible to cause huge fluctuations in world prices. To be honest, when Marin was still a loser in his previous life, he never thought that one day in the future he would worry about the excessive production of gold and silver. For ordinary people, this is a ridiculous idea. But as a national manager, he has to consider it. Otherwise, whether it is a shortage of gold and silver or an excess of gold and silver, it will cause turmoil in the country's economy. In modern times, the consequences of economic crises are that many people lose their jobs, but few people starve to death. Because the state will intervene. But in this era, once an economic crisis occurs, the feudal monarchs cannot control it at all. At that time, it is normal for starving people to be everywhere. And many immigrants in the Americas had to go to the Americas to make a living because of the economic crisis and famine in Europe. Otherwise, who would be willing to leave their homeland if they were living well? In order to maintain the stability of the gold-silver price ratio in Europe, Marin even sent troops to help Portugal capture Timbuktu when the time was right. Why? Only after Timbuktu is acquired can a large amount of gold flow into Europe. When the silver production in Europe explodes, only by introducing a large amount of gold can the gold-silver price ratio and the market be kept stable. Moreover, Marin will never work in vain. Because he had planned it long ago, to use the opportunity of sending troops to help Portugal seize Timbuktu and demand the colonial rights in South Africa as a reward. This is a very wretched and immoral request. The Portuguese probably don't know that there are tens of thousands of tons of gold reserves on the inland plateau of South Africa. The gold that can be obtained from Timbuktu alone is not even worthy of carrying shoes for the Rand region of South Africa. Of course, Marin will not develop the gold in South Africa immediately, but will deliberately hoard it. He even doesn't plan to develop the gold in South Africa while he is alive. Because if the gold in South Africa is really developed, the price of gold is estimated to fall miserably. After all, this is an era where gold and silver can be used directly as currency. If there is too much gold, the price of gold will definitely fall to death. How much gold is there in the Rand region of South Africa? That's more than 50,000 tons. Cast into a 3.56-gram gold coin, it is more than 14 billion gold coins. The question is, are there so many commodities in the world right now? Even if some gold is developed, the world market is somewhat unacceptable. Only in the 20th century when the gold mine was developed, the world's productivity was greatly improved, so that the gold in South Africa would not impact the world economy. Because the size of the world economy in the 20th century was too large. However, in the 16th century, this gold mine could not be developed. Because the world economy, which was still small at that time, could not withstand the impact of so much gold. Therefore, Marin planned to temporarily seal up the South African gold and occupy the land first. Otherwise, if the Spaniards crossed the Limpopo River to explore for gold mines in the south, it would be bad. Zimbabwe and South Africa are separated by a Limpopo River. If Spain occupied the entire territory of Zimbabwe, it would be easy to cross the Limpopo River to the south. Therefore, Marin must seize the South African region before the Spaniards go south, and station troops on the south bank of the Limpopo River to prevent the Spaniards from going south. Then, every generation of the Hoffman family will know the existence of the South African gold mine. When social productivity develops to a certain level, and the North Sea Kingdom is still strong at that time, the gold mine can be developed. Otherwise, it will either be social and economic turmoil, or it will be destroyed like the Transvaal Republic. The man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a treasure. Marin wrote down 8 vigorous and powerful Chinese characters, and sent someone to mount them and hang them in his study, and asked Caesar to comprehend them frequently. Caesar was confused, he was still a child, how could he comprehend any profound truths? Moreover, Marin did not tell him about the gold mine in South Africa. After figuring this out, Marin blushed a little. However, in order to maintain his image as a strict father, he pretended to know nothing and continued to let Caesar comprehend the 8 inexplicable Chinese characters. Of course, he was not so perverted as to strictly require Caesar to stare at the 8 words, but put a lot of novels in the study, deliberately placed there for Caesar to kill time. In short, the pit King Marin dug more than one pit for the Portuguese, but pits connected to pits, one deeper than the other. When the Portuguese look back on history hundreds of years later, they will find that they were deceived too badly by Marin. Chapter 1621 Agricultural Black Technology from Ming Dynasty. When Marin returned to Aurich, Wagner's 2nd Corps and Jürgen's Cossack Cavalry Corps were already escorting the first batch of Hungarian peasant uprising prisoners of war to Goslar, the silver mine city. There, a huge dormitory area prepared for Hungarian captive miners is also under construction in full swing. Now, there are still 2 months before the autumn harvest, and most serfs are very idle, so they are just requisitioned to build houses for the families of Hungarian peasant prisoners of war. These European farmers are really unreliable. After they plant the wheat in the ground, they basically don't care about it. Then, they will go to the fields to purchase it when the autumn harvest comes. And from spring plowing to autumn harvest, the serfs have nothing to do for a few long months. Generally, at this time, the manor owners either requisition them to do something else. Or, the monarchs take the opportunity to requisition the people to fight for territory. Marin recruited the serfs to work at this time, which is also common in this era. The only difference is that Marin will give food to work for Marin. This is not included in the rations distributed in the usual manner, but extra food. The conscripted serfs were not happy at first, because doing such heavy work consumes a lot of body energy and eats a lot. If they were conscripted for free, the serfs would lose a lot. Fortunately, Marin gave them extra food, and he managed enough to make them very happy. Because if they come to the construction site to eat, then their own rations at home can be saved. In this way, the children can eat more. Of course, only Marin can be so rich. After all, there is a lot of food in the North Sea Kingdom. Just when Marin was hesitating whether to tell Caesar the truth and cancel his requirement to go to the study regularly to comprehend the 8 Chinese characters, suddenly the guards came to report that another cargo ship had returned from Panama City. It was full of goods shipped back from China, as well as a letter from Conti, the governor of Dongfan Island. Marin took the letter and found that it was all written in Chinese characters. After opening it, this was also for the purpose of keeping it secret. In the letter, Conti happily told Marin that he had finally sent someone to find the plough cart that Marin had asked him to find in the central plains of the Ming dynasty. The plough is an ancient seed drill, invented by Zhao Gua during the reign of Emperor Wu of the Western Han dynasty. This thing is a bit like the plough that Marin had seen before, consisting of 3 ploughshares. But unlike the plough invented by Pratt before, the 3 ploughshares of the plough are parallel. Moreover, the ploughshare on the plough is very shallow. When it is pulled by an ox in the field, it can only make a very shallow furrow, just enough for sowing. Then, the funnel hanging behind the 3 ploughshares will pass through the hollow tube and sprinkle the seeds behind the plough. The farmer behind can take the opportunity to kick the turned soil back with his feet, step on it lightly, and it's done. Because the plough is shallow, it is easy for livestock to pull it, so dozens of acres can be sown every day. Isn't it more than 600 acres a day? Marin was a little confused. This is also because Marin is ignorant and misled by later novels. In fact, the number of acres of land that can be sown by the plough every day is 1 hectare, not 667 acres. This is a common sense question. The introduction of the plough cart on Baidu Encyclopedia must have been written by a fool who has no knowledge of agriculture. What is the concept of sowing 667 acres a day? Marin remembered that the seeder driven by the hand tractor in later generations could only sow 3 or 4 acres per hour, and only dozens of acres a day. Can ancient technology exceed the efficiency of tractors and sow more than 600 acres a day? It's nonsense. The actual situation is that the plow cart sows 1 hectare of land every day. In ancient times, 1 hectare of land was 50 acres. In other words, the real efficiency of the plow cart is at most 50 acres a day. This is still the mu of the Han dynasty, which is smaller than the mu of later generations. Therefore, the real efficiency of the plow cart is at most 40 to 50 mu of land a day. Of course, this is already amazing. Because, if you sow manually, if you dig a hole manually and bury the seeds, this method can sow 1 or 2 acres of land a day. And sowing, it's fast to scatter randomly, but manual sowing of seeds is definitely uneven. Sometimes, several seeds get together to compete for nutrients, and then no one grows well. After reading the introduction in Kongtai's letter, Marin was relieved this is right. To be honest, Marin was scared when he read those novels in his previous life that said the plow cart sowed 667 acres a day. After all, 667 acres is not a small area. He remembered that the land in his small village in his previous life was only 600 to 700 acres, excluding vegetable fields. The plow cart is so powerful, is it going to sow the farmland of a village in one day? Moreover, the seed drill driven by the hand tractor in Marin's family in his previous life only sowed dozens of acres a day. No matter how powerful the plow cart is, it is still pulled by oxen and horses, and it will not be better than a tractor. Because tractors do not need to rest, but oxen and horses do. Therefore, the plow cart sows at most 40 to 50 acres a day, which is the most decent data. However, this is already amazing. Moreover, with row sowing, the wheat in the wheat field grows more orderly, and will not be crowded together to rob nutrients, which helps to increase yields. Of course, this only applies to dry land in the north. When people in the south plant rice, they plant rice manually, without the need for a seed drill. Because when planting rice, the seedlings are manually adjusted into rows. Moreover, there is no need to worry that some seeds will not grow due to poor development. After all, when planting rice, you must choose seedlings with good growth to plant them in the ground. The bad seedlings are thrown away directly. However, dry land cannot be done this way. Because the seedlings grow in paddy fields, it is easier to pull them out and plant them in. After all, the fields are softened by water. If it is dry and hard dry land, pulling out wheat seedlings casually will probably hurt the roots of the wheat seedlings. Therefore, wheat can only be planted in rows in the dry land in the north. Sometimes, wheat seeds will grow together, and there will be several wheat plants growing together. But it doesn't matter. Because Chinese farmers often go to the fields to pull out weeds during the period from sowing to harvesting. If you encounter several wheat plants growing together, you can also adjust them manually. Or, simply pull out the worst of the several wheat plants growing together as a weed. In this way, the good wheat will be left with enough space and fertilizer for growth and development. And this point, the European farmers of this era obviously did not realize, nor did they understand. Therefore, the wheat yield in Europe has always been very low. Fortunately, the northern part of Germany mainly grows rye, which is as tenacious as weeds, so there is no need to worry about these. Otherwise, God knows how much can be harvested. For now, wheat planting in the North Sea is mainly based on broadcasting and whole sowing, which is very inefficient and unscientific. Therefore, although there is a complete fertilizer technology of 3 fertilizers in later generations, the yield is still not high, only 400 or 500 pounds. If the row sowing technology is adopted, the yield is estimated to increase. Of course, the practice of pulling out weeds in the field and pulling out the weakest one among the competing wheat plants still needs guidance from Chinese farmers. Even if Marin knows the principle, the specifics still need to be taught by farming experts. After all, Ma Lin is a ruler, and it is more likely that he will go to the fields and teach the serfs how to work. The first 2 pieces of letter paper mainly introduce the plow cart. According to Kongtai, the South has never used the plow cart because of the rice planting process. Therefore, Kongtai's people still sent people to the central plains in the north of the Ming dynasty to find the plow cart. However, the Ming dynasty prohibited the barbarians from walking freely in the inland of the Ming dynasty. Therefore, Kongtai hired local people from the Ming dynasty to go north to find the plow cart. Moreover, Kongtai hired a scholar from the Ming dynasty. Because ordinary people have no right to walk freely around the Ming dynasty. Only scholars have the privilege of studying freely all over the country. Of course, the cost of hiring scholars is not low. After all, they are people of status. As for the Juren and Jinsher, forget it, they are already officials of the Ming dynasty and are not short of money. The income from the land alone is enough for them to fly. Only the scholar class is not qualified to be an official, and many people are willing to accept employment because they are short of money. I have only heard of poor scholars, but never heard of poor Juren or poor Jinsher. However, Kong Tai hired a scholar who went to the north to find a plough cart. In the great Dutch province of the Central Plains, he not only found a plough cart, but also discovered a harvesting artifact wheat saddle. It is said that this harvesting artifact called wheat saddle can harvest 6 or 7 acres of wheat every day. If 2 men cooperate, up to 20 acres of wheat can be harvested a day. Ma, what kind of black technology is this? Marin was shocked. Harvesting 20 acres a day is simply too scary, okay? You know, if you harvest wheat manually, you can only harvest more than 1 acre a day. A more skilled master can only harvest about 2 acres. Therefore, every autumn harvest, in order to rush to harvest wheat, Marin will send troops to help. Otherwise, if it takes too long and it rains, the wheat will rot in the field. And this legendary, black technology, that can harvest 6 or 7 acres of wheat a day, or even 2 people working together to harvest 20 acres a day, simply shocked Marin. Chapter 1622, Modernization of Agriculture. Is it true? Marin was a little unconvinced. If the wheat scepter is so good, why didn't his family use it when harvesting wheat in the 1990s in his previous life? There was no such thing in his childhood memory. In fact, Marin didn't know that this thing was generally popular in the Central Plains area north of the Huai River. Marin's hometown in his previous life was in the Jianghuai area. In ancient times, rice was the main crop, so naturally this kind of wheat harvesting artifact was not popular. But for Europe, which basically grows wheat, the significance of the wheat scepter is too great. There are no tractors these days, and the role of the wheat scepter is equivalent to that of a harvester. Moreover, Marin remembered that in the 19th century, the horse-drawn harvester invented by American inventor McCormick was only 3 times more efficient than that of an ordinary person, not as good as the wheat scepter. It seems that Conti also guessed that Marin might not believe it, so at the end of the letter, Conti mentioned that he not only asked people to bring back samples of the SAM, but also brought back several poor farmers recruited from the Central Plains of the Netherlands, who would show Marin how to use the SAM in person. Conti emphasized that although the SAM is efficient, ordinary people may not be able to handle it. Because it is very heavy, the 1-meter-long SAM alone is very heavy. Therefore, the general SAM needs a strong man to operate, and it requires a lot of skills. If you don't know how to operate it, the SAM may cut yourself. Hearing that someone can perform on the spot, Marin went to Emden Port with great interest and called several farmers from the Central Plains of the Netherlands to let them perform wheat harvesting with the SAM. Because he wanted to see the effect too much, Marin even wasted several acres of rye fields that were about to mature to let a few people perform wheat harvesting with the SAM. The performing farmer first introduced Marin. The wheat SAM, also called wheat chowsy, they used, which consisted of 3 parts, wheat SAM, wheat chow and wheat cage, supplemented by wooden handles, sliding frames, pull ropes and other accessories. The so-called wheat SAM is actually a SAM knife, commonly known as a SAM blade. A sharp and thin blade more than 2 feet long is embedded in the wheat chow and can be freely disassembled. The wheat chow, also called wheat chowsy, commonly known as a chicken coop cage, is round on the top, with thin bamboo strips or old vines woven into a mesh in the middle. It is shaped like a winnowing basket but slightly larger, about 3 feet high, and serves to collect wheat straw. The lower part is about 2 feet wide, flush with the ends, and a thin wooden board is used to install the SAM knife at the mouth of the winnowing basket. The SAM knife is a bit like the blade of a manual razor in later generations. It is very sharp and thin, which is conducive to rapid harvesting. But at the same time, if you are injured by the blade, it is also very scary. There is a wooden handle at one end of the winnowing basket, and a rope at the other end. The wooden handle is about 1 meter long, and the rope is a little shorter. There is a horizontal bar at the end of the wooden handle for easy grip. There is a ring at the end of the rope for easy pulling. The outer side of the wheat scythe should bulge inwards, so that the cut wheat can be gathered in the chicken coop when swinging the knife to cut wheat. When harvesting, the farmer bends his right leg forward, bends his left leg slightly, holds the wooden handle with his right hand, and pulls the rope with his left hand. First, the wheat scythe is thrown behind a patch of wheat in front through the wooden handle, and the sickle falls to the root of the wheat. Then, the farmer exerts force with both hands and pulls the wheat scythe back. The sharp sickle cuts through the root of the wheat, and the wheat is cut off at the root and falls into the wheat scythe cage. Then, the wheat plants in the cage are gathered together as a bundle, and the women or children who follow up will tie it up and prepare to transport it back for threshing. Because the full set of wheat scythes is heavy, most women cannot handle it. Even men with less strength find it difficult to be promoted. Of course, adult men who are used to farm work generally have no problem. Only those noble children or scholars do not have enough strength to control the mace. But even if you have enough strength, you have to be careful. Because when the mace is pulled back to harvest wheat, it is also taboo to use too much force. If the mace continues to move back after cutting off the wheat root, it may cut the leg, and that's it. Therefore, Son Heir, a farmer from the Great Netherlands who demonstrated to Marin, emphasized that young people who have never touched this thing must practice for several months before they can use it. How to practice? Of course, practice after removing the sharp mace. Only when you practice well without a blade can you get started. Moreover, you have to be careful at the beginning. Otherwise, if you cut your leg, you will be disabled. If you cut the artery, you will die directly. Marin looked at Son Heir's dazzling performance and felt that he had a good foundation in Kung Fu. Could it be that this is the so-called farming style? In fact, Marin's guess was not wrong. Farmers who are skilled in using mace have very stable lower body. Holding the scythe for a long time, the hand strength is not small. Moreover, the Greater Holland area has been a Kung Fu hometown since ancient times. Just like Son Heir, he has a few tricks in farming. Of course, there are only a few tricks. After all, he is not professional and cannot compare with professional martial artists. Moreover, ordinary farmers do not have enough meat to supply the nutrition needed for martial arts. But in terms of the stability of the lower body center of gravity of these farmers who are good at using the scythe is very stable, and it is not easy to overturn. In fact, there is another way to use the scythe. That is, two people operate the scythe, one person pulls on one side. The person on the right pulls the wooden handle, and the person on the left pulls the rope. Of course, the scythe also needs to be modified. At least, the wooden handle and the rope should be made longer, suitable for two people to pull with both hands. Moreover, the width can be appropriately increased to improve the harvesting efficiency. If two people pull with both hands, one person stands on one side, and can also avoid being hurt by the scythe. After all, when two people cooperate, they stand on the side of the scythe. Moreover, if two people work together, pulling with both hands is more powerful than pulling with one hand, and the total weight of the sledgehammer will further reduce the impact on people. After all, two people share the weight of the sledgehammer. In this way, the two people's endurance is also stronger when working. Unlike one person operating the sledgehammer alone, the weight of the entire sledgehammer is borne by one person, and it is inevitable that they need to rest when they are tired. For two people, the rest interval is much longer. Then, in a manner under the name of Marin outside the city of Emden, several farmers from the Great Netherlands showed Marin how to use the sledgehammer alone and how to use it with two people. Among them, the sledgehammer used by two people is wider and has a larger width for harvesting. Although harvesting wheat is boring, Marin still watched them harvesting wheat with great interest. Of course, he ordered people to bring tables and stools and sit at the head of the field to watch the use of the sledgehammer. He even had a parasol over his head. After a day, when several Dutch farmers couldn't do anything, Marin sent someone to count. Wow! It was true. The one who worked alone harvested more than 6 mu a day, more than an acre. And the one who worked with two people was even better, harvesting 20 mu. What a magical tool! Marin stood up excitedly. If the scythe can be promoted, then there is no need to worry about the slow autumn harvest and rain. What is the concept of 20 mu a day? 100 mu can be harvested in 5 days. According to the autumn harvest lasting more than half a month in this era, 2 strong men can handle the harvest of 300 mu of land. Then, on average, each household can grow 150 mu of land. With a little effort, 200 mu can be solved. Why did the ancient Chinese say 30 mu of land, a cow, a wife and children, a warm bed? Isn't it because they are too busy? If only 1 or 2 mu can be harvested a day, the couple can harvest more than 3 mu a day. Then, 30 acres of land can be harvested in 10 days. If there are more, it will be a bit too much. But it is different with the wheat shackle. With a double wheat shackle, 200 acres can be harvested in 10 days. Even if there is only one male in a household, it is okay. At most, you can help each other with your neighbors and cooperate in harvesting. In this way, it is not a problem for a family to harvest 100 acres. Previously, due to insufficient labor force in the autumn harvest of Beihai Kingdom, Marin had to send troops to help with the harvest. Otherwise, it would be easy to delay the autumn harvest. But now, with the wheat shackle, a magical artifact for harvesting wheat, Marin no longer worries about the problem of delaying the autumn harvest. Marin was so happy no matter how he thought about it. Prad's 3-plow parallel plowing cart, plus the fast sowing harrow, and the wheat cutting artifact, the threshing machine. This is a complete set of agricultural modernization machinery. No, it's still missing a thresher. Without a thresher, people would smash the harvested wheat on stones to separate the grains, which was very hard and inefficient. However, the principle of the thresher seems to be very simple. Marin had seen many people design foot-operated threshers in his previous life, which obviously had the lowest technical content. Moreover, Marin did not need to design it himself, but he had a group of craftsmen under him. It would be too easy for those craftsmen who could make clocks to design a foot-operated thresher. So, Marin felt that the modernization of agriculture in the North Sea had already arrived. Chapter 1623, Liquor for Population. There are Prad plows that can cultivate 30 mu of land per day, there are plows that can sow 40 to 50 mu of land per day, there are sledgehammers that can harvest 20 mu of land per day, and there are pedal threshers for threshing. These are all 19th century level technologies. It is very appropriate to say that it is agricultural modernization. The North Sea Kingdom already has more than 300,000 farmers, excluding herders and fishermen. If everyone cultivates more than 100 mu of land, then the North Sea Kingdom can cultivate 30 million mu of land. Even if the average yield per mu is 200 pounds, the annual grain output is 6 billion pounds. If the average yield per mu is 400 pounds, that is more than 12 billion pounds. So much grain can directly reduce the grain price in the European market by half. In fact, this is more than that. Because this time, Marin also brought 26,500 farmers from Württemberg, 3,000 farmers from Breisgau, and 67,800 Hungarian men from Hungary. Even if only 50,000 of the 29,500 German farmers and 67,800 Hungarian farmers, a total of 93,700 people, are busy farming, and if each family farms 100 acres of land, 5 million acres of land can be planted. In short, the North Sea Kingdom will inevitably usher in an agricultural explosion, and there will be a lot of food. What to do after having food? Naturally, it is to encourage childbirth. Human fertility potential is very large. If you let go of the next life, 1 birth per year is not a problem. But the problem is that poor families generally dare not let go of the next life. Because they can't support it even if they give birth. Think about it, if a farmer has only a few acres of land, he can only produce 1,000 or a few hundred kilograms of grain a year. This is the level of ancient China. So, do you dare to have so many children? After paying taxes on 1,000 or a few hundred kilograms of grain, only a few hundred kilograms are left. If there were few children, the couple could be frugal and dig more wild vegetables to make ends meet. If there were many children, they would starve to death, or be sold to wealthy families as slaves. Otherwise, they would starve to death if they stayed at home. The reason why the Chinese population soared to hundreds of millions in the Qing dynasty was because the Qing dynasty promoted high-yield sweet potatoes and exempted the head tax during the Yongjing period. Sweet potatoes produce more than 2,000 kilograms per mu, and planting 2 mu of sweet potatoes can feed several children. Then, everyone started to have children with confidence, and the population soared. The same is true in Ireland. Before the introduction of potatoes, Ireland had a population of less than 2 million. After the introduction of potatoes in the 18th century, the population of Ireland grew explosively in just over 100 years because of sufficient food. By 1841, it had reached 8.2 million people. However, potatoes made it, and potatoes also ruined it. The Irish famine from 1845 to 1850 was not caused by natural disasters, but because Irish potatoes were generally infected with late blight and spread. The originally high-yield potatoes failed to produce, and the Irish naturally lost their sufficient food source. Then, a terrible famine broke out in human history. This famine caused millions of people in Ireland to starve to death, and another million people crossed the ocean to the United States to find a way to survive, allowing the United States to reap the demographic dividend. In addition, the reason why poor Prussia dared to launch wars frequently in the 18th century was because Prussia widely planted potatoes, resulting in no shortage of food. Then, they had the confidence to launch a war. Without potatoes, Prussia could not afford to fight at all. The food gap alone could force poor Prussia to collapse. It can be seen that whether food is sufficient is a prerequisite for whether the population can grow. Otherwise, regardless of whether the people are willing to have more children, even if they are born, if there is not enough food, they will starve to death. Therefore, food means not only wealth to Marin, but also population. However, the exchange of food for population in Marin's place is still a long way off, but in Kiev, Ukraine, in the north of the Eastern European steppe, Simon has felt the charm of food for population. No, it's not food for population, but the byproduct of food, strong liquor, for population. In this era, there are about 3 million Ukrainians on the Eastern European steppe. Most of them gather in the northern region and are protected by the powerful Grand Duchy of Lithuania. But there are also many who are not afraid of death, who become Cossacks and wander on the steppes in central Ukraine. What, you ask, why not wander on the southern steppes? Sorry, those who dare to wander on the southern Ukrainian steppes were captured by the cavalry of the Crimean Khanate and sold as slaves. So, most of the Ukrainian Cossacks dare only wander on the central Ukrainian steppes. Sometimes, they would take their grazing livestock to the northern region to exchange goods with merchants from Lithuania and Poland. Among them, the rye ergoto produced by the North Sea Kingdom is a very popular commodity among Ukrainian Cossacks. Even a small bottle of rye ergoto can be exchanged for a fat sheep. After Simon became the Count of Ukraine, he built a large outer city in the south of Kiev under the guidance and funding of Marin. There is a supermarket in the outer city, which is dedicated to various trades for Ukrainians. In this Kiev supermarket, spirits and ironware are the most popular commodities, followed by horses, cattle and sheep. In order to attract population, Marin gave Simon a trick. Simon announced that all Ukrainians who surrendered to the Ukrainian earldom could buy spirits whiskey, rye ergoto, at a 30% discount. Those who did not surrender would buy it at the original price. This trick is naturally not attractive to the rich. However, for the poor Ukrainian Cossacks, it is too attractive. Because they don't have so much money. Reducing the cost of buying spirits by 30% at once is too attractive to the poor Cossacks. It's not that they didn't think about being arrogant, but Simon had already prepared a large army to guard this supermarket day and night. Even if someone wants to use force, they have to ask those powerful guards whether they agree or not. In addition, for the benefit of a small bottle, 250 milliliters, of whiskey every day, Simon has already recruited 3,000 Cossacks with strong martial arts. With them in charge of the supermarket, ordinary people dare not make trouble. However, Eastern Europeans are addicted to alcohol. Many Cossacks can't stand it, and in order to save 30% of the alcohol money, they simply come to Simon with their families. Anyway, there are large tracts of wasteland near Kiev where Simon is located. Moreover, they are all top-quality black soil. Then, the population on the grassland south of Simon's territory keeps increasing. In order to save 30% of the alcohol money, more and more Cossack drunkards come to live in the village prepared by Simon for them. However, exchanging horses, cattle and sheep for strong liquor has almost made those drunkards exchange their own livestock. When many people came to Simon, they didn't have many livestock at home. But Simon didn't mind, because he didn't lack that little money. Or, Marin didn't lack that little money. Under Marin's instruction, Simon sent people to divide those Cossack families who came to surrender to the fertile black land near the river. Then tell them want to drink more liquor. Sure, farm. What? Don't want to farm? Let me tell you, the rye produced by farming can be exchanged for liquor, and it has priority. It has a higher priority than cattle and sheep. Then, many drunk Cossacks immediately surrendered. Big brother, tell me, how to grow rye. So, Simon brought agricultural experts from the North Sea Kingdom to instruct those alcoholic Cossacks on how to grow rye. No need to apply fertilizer, because the black soil in Ukraine is very fertile. Moreover, Marin didn't want agricultural secrets to be leaked. So, if these Cossacks want to grow rye, just do it directly on the black soil. The purchase price Simon set for them was 6 pounds of rye for 1 pound of whiskey, rye ergoto. This price was very black, because, to brew rye ergoto, more than 2 pounds of rye can produce 1 pound of whiskey. However, the cost of transporting whiskey from the North Sea Kingdom to Ukraine is also quite high. Therefore, 6 pounds of rye for 1 pound of whiskey is not particularly profitable. Of course, it is also a lot of money. And for those Cossacks who defected to Simon, this is also very good. Because, even if an acre of rye yields only 120 pounds per acre, it can be exchanged for 20 bottles of spirits. If 20 acres of land are cultivated, the rye produced can be exchanged for 401 pound bottles of spirits. On average, they can drink more than 1 bottle a day. What? You said they need to eat food themselves. Sorry. These Cossacks who are accustomed to nomadic life are similar to the Crimeans. Their usual food is sheep milk products and horse milk products, or milk products, not grain. For them, growing rye is to exchange for wine. In this way, by giving discounts on spirits and planting rye in exchange for drinking, Simon's Ukrainian earldom has recruited tens of thousands of Cossacks in just a few months, and there is a trend of increase. These simple-minded Cossacks were tempted by the beautiful prospect of being able to drink spirits freely, and came directly to Simon. Then, they were fooled into farming. Although these people may still be more accustomed to nomadic life, as long as they settle down and get used to farming, even if they are still not used to being farmers in this life, their next generation will get used to being farmers. By then, Simon's Ukrainian earldom will have enough people to farm and pay taxes. Even if the population is large, Marin can get a lot. This is what Marin called the spirits for population plan, using spirits to attract Cossacks, and then fooling them into farming, exchanging food for spirits. In the end, they were trained to be farmers suitable for ruling. Chapter 1624, Inducement. Who are the Cossacks? Many of them were Russian serfs who escaped from the farm. Because they were unwilling to be an oppressed serf, they escaped from the manor, rode on war horses, and rushed to the vast East European steppe. At that time, because the East European steppe was not well developed, the Cossacks had a lot of living space. Therefore, many Ruthenians, including Ukrainians and Belarusians, and Russians, and even some Poles, Lithuanians, and Tatars, became Cossacks. In fact, the earliest Cossack tribes were mainly Tatars. Because among the Cossacks, only the Tatars were the earliest nomads. And nomads have a habit of accepting strong men to strengthen the strength of the tribe. In order to increase the population, the nomads not only robbed the women of the farming people, but also robbed the children of the farming people, and trained those boys as warriors of the tribe to enhance the tribal force. Similarly, they were also happy to accept the scattered strong men from outside who came to them. Therefore, strictly speaking, the Cossack tribe was first established on the basis of the Tatars. After the 15th century, because the size of Cossacks of other nationalities expanded rapidly, Cossacks became Slavicized, and Tatars became a small part. Most of these Cossacks are nomads now, and they are not willing to do very hard agriculture. Moreover, they originally escaped from the manor. If you want to force them to farm, you will probably force them to rebel. But, how wretched is Marin? You don't want to farm, right? It's okay, I won't force you. But I will use the trade model of grain for liquor to lure you to farm. As long as you plant 20 acres of rye and the wheat produced, you can exchange for liquor that you can't drink for a year. Are you a Cossack tempted? In addition, Marin will also order the gradual contraction of the trade of sheep for liquor, forcing the Cossacks to farm for liquor. Of course, if you use cattle or excellent horses in exchange, they will naturally not refuse. In this way, through the Cossacks' favorite liquor, Marin gradually transformed them from herders into farmers who are adapted to farming by means of inducement. In fact, in later generations, during the Tsarist period, the Cossacks were transformed by the Tsarist government from pure herdsmen into a semi-agricultural and semi-pastoral group. Shalakov's Quiet Flows the Don describes the grievances and hatreds of the Cossack villages. However, that was a change forced by the environment. At the beginning, the Tsar ordered the Cossack tribes to go to the distant Siberia and the Far East to cultivate. When they arrived there, no one produced food for them. In desperation, in addition to nomadism and hunting, they also began to try to farm themselves. By the beginning of the 20th century, the originally nomadic Cossacks had become accustomed to a semi-agricultural and semi-pastoral life. However, this change took a long time. After all, it takes a long time to change ideas. Marin was simple and crude. He seized the weakness of the Cossacks' love of drinking strong liquor and lured them to farm and harvest grain in exchange for strong liquor. When they got used to farming, they found a way to make them adapt to eating bread or something, and the Cossacks would be able to adapt to a semi-agricultural and semi-pastoral life. Then, Marin might be able to use these Cossacks to help him colonize America. You know, in this era, there are 2 to 3 million Ruthenians, and nearly half of them live in the Ukrainian steppes, which is a few 100,000. If these people are used, Marin can directly have an extra 200,000 or 300,000 cavalry. In fact, Marin is not so greedy. Not to mention 200,000 or 300,000 Cossack cavalry, even 20,000 or 30,000 is enough for him. After all, the Indians don't even have metal weapons, so they don't need too many soldiers. The only threat is probably that the North American Indians are very powerful in the jungle. How to say it, according to the news from South America, the hundreds of Cossack cavalry sent to South America have already frightened the Indian natives on the Pampas. If they were not too few in manpower, it is estimated that the Indians on the Pampas would have been extinct at this time. Moreover, although the number of Cossacks is small, it is impossible to clear the Indians on the grassland. However, no one dares to approach the colony at the mouth of the La Platte River. This is the deterrent power of cavalry in open terrain. However, Marin would not rashly send the Cossacks directly to America. Because the unmodified Eastern European Cossacks are wild and difficult to tame, and it is difficult to control them. If they are rashly sent to the American grasslands, it is estimated that they will let the tiger return to the mountain. Therefore, the Cossacks sent by Marin to America are mixed with many German Cossacks, and the German Cossacks are commanders. Only in this way can we rest assured that the Cossacks are in America. Otherwise, if they are all Eastern European Cossacks, they have not been educated, maybe these guys will build a chiefdom by themselves. In fact, while luring those Ukrainian Cossacks to farm near Kiev, Marin will also send a large number of missionaries to encourage those Cossacks to convert to Catholicism, and teach them to speak German and teach them to be loyal to the Hoffman family. Of course, there are benefits for them to convert to Catholicism, such as distributing strong liquor on holidays. Going to the Catholic Church to worship can also get lottery tickets. The reward is similar to the reward of another bottle of drinks in later generations. Of course, it was not another bottle, but a reward of a bottle of whiskey. This kind of reward not only suits the Cossacks' preferences, but also has a low cost, which is very helpful in fooling the Cossacks. Similarly, when the missionaries taught them German, whoever learned faster could also be rewarded with a small bottle of ergotu. In his previous life, Marin had seen literacy classes in rural areas when he was a child. If administrative orders are used to force illiterate farmers to receive literacy, the effect is not good. Many people were forced to go to literacy classes and slack off in various ways. Sleeping in class is just basic operation. Women often pretend to listen to the class while knitting sweaters or sewing shawls. There are even teachers teaching at the top, and farmers taking off their shoes and picking their feet below. It is a mess and a smoky mess. However, if there are some rewards, it will be different immediately. Rural people like to take advantage of small things. If there are rewards for literacy, even if they are just some worthless gadgets, their enthusiasm will be different immediately. Especially those country ladies who love to take advantage of small opportunities, when they see there is a bargain to be made, they are so active, and when they see the reward, they can learn to read faster than the men. What's more, the Cossacks are addicted to strong liquor, and even women like to drink. It is definitely effective to use strong liquor to lure them to learn German and convert to Catholicism. As for the children, candy is effective. Anyway, Cuba has begun to mass-produce sugar, so there is no shortage of candy to lure children to study. Wait until Kiev fully Germanizes the Cossacks, and then introduce some of them and send them to America, then it will be useful. Of course, the North Sea Kingdom can also recruit them. For example, those Cossacks can be sent to the Jutland Peninsula to farm and herd. Marin built many Cossack villages there. Now, many Cossacks have been transferred to the Lüneburg steppe, and many Cossack villages there are just empty, which can accommodate Cossacks. The Kiev region and the Jutland Peninsula work together to recruit Cossacks and use strong liquor to lure them into Germanization and conversion to Catholicism. They could be tamed as quickly as possible to become qualified thugs for the North Sea Kingdom and serve as pioneers for Marin's conquest of America, just like they helped Tsarist Russia conquer Siberia and the Far East in history. Chapter 1625, Battle of Erzurum. Of course, only Marin had the conditions to use benefits to induce the Cossacks to Germanize and convert to Catholicism. If it were a poor German prince, where would he get strong liquor to lure the Cossacks? It was the literacy class in Marin's previous life. At the beginning, because the country had no money in the 1990s and could not give rewards, it could only use administrative orders to enforce literacy. But the effect was not good. In the new century, when there was money in the finances, some local governments intercepted taxes and bought some worthless gadgets to lure everyone to learn to read. The effect was much better. So, even if there is a good way, you have to have enough resources to do it. If you have nothing in your hands, even if you have a good idea, it's useless. In fact, it's not just Ukrainian Cossacks that can be induced by benefits. For the 67,800 Hungarian Magyars who are about to arrive in Goslar, Marin can also use benefits to guide them to Germanize and then accept his rule. The Magyars are also nomadic people and love to drink. Maybe they are not as fond of strong liquor as Eastern Europeans, but it doesn't matter. Marin not only has plenty of rye ergotu, but also a lot of dark beer brewed from rye. If it doesn't work, you can also mix the strong liquor with boiled water to reduce the strength to suit the tastes of different people. In short, Marin will set up a large tavern in Goslar, specializing in providing various strengths of alcohol to meet the needs of Hungarians' Germanization. In short, those who learn German well will be rewarded with a glass of wine, which can be dark beer or rye whiskey, just choose. The missionary in the church who is responsible for teaching literacy will give Hungarians who learn German well a reward wine ticket, so that they can go to the big tavern opened by Marin in Goslar to redeem it for wine. As for the candy rewarded to the children, Marin has also ordered Cuba to start production. To this end, Marin plans to send a ship to transport a batch of oil paper produced on Cape Breton Island as packaging for Cuban candy. Cuba is responsible for producing the candy, cutting it into the required shape, and then packing it and shipping it back to the mainland. Then, these candies will be transported to Goslar, and the missionaries who are responsible for teaching Hungarian children will reward candies according to the children's German grades, little friends, misai. In this era when noble children can't eat candies often, the power of candies is amazing. Moreover, there seems to be no salty party in Europe, and they all seem to like sweets. These guys, even drinking tea, have to add a lot of sugar. Time has entered August, and August of this year is also a very important moment in history. Because the Ottoman Turkish army invaded Persia. As mentioned earlier, the Ottoman Turkish Sultan Selim I had long coveted the Erzurum region in eastern Anatolia occupied by the Persians, as well as the more fertile Mesopotamian basin. Therefore, the ambitious Turkish Sultan Selim I, in order to attack Persia, had no time to care about what happened in Europe during this period, and also let the Kingdom of Hungary escape. In fact, before Selim I launched an attack on Persia, Persia was the one that looked stronger. After all, Ismail I has never lost a war since he ascended the throne, which is a bit like a myth. Moreover, the territory of the Safavid Empire of Persia is larger than that of Turkey at this time. In particular, the rich Mesopotamian region also belongs to the Safavid Empire of Persia. If the cavalry is compared alone, the Safavid Empire of Persia is even stronger than Turkey. Even Ismail I has the idea of continuing to expand westward and annexing Turkey. And the Turkish Sultan Selim I is not a good person. He knows Ismail I's plan and does not intend to sit and wait for death. Therefore, before sending troops, Selim I first formed an alliance with the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt, agreeing to help each other and resist the westward expansion of Persia. After the alliance was formed, Selim I was relieved to raise the army and took the initiative to attack Persia. In fact, the current situation in the Middle East is very complicated, a bit like the Three Kingdoms period. In terms of strength, Persia at this time is a bit like Chow Wei, Turkey at this time is a bit like an enhanced version of Shu, and the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt was actually very strong. But because the maritime trade on which they depended for survival was cut off by the Portuguese and the Spanish, their current strength has been greatly damaged. They are a bit like the Eastern Wu during the Three Kingdoms period. They are not weak, but they have no ability to take the initiative to cause trouble. The main reason is that they don't have enough money to fight. At this moment, Persia looks strong, and both Turkey and the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt are very afraid of Persia. Therefore, when they heard that Turkey was going to fight Persia, the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt was eager to do so. Moreover, the Egyptians also had the idea of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. In the eyes of the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt, Persia is stronger, and if the Turks go to fight Persia alone, both sides will definitely suffer losses. At that time, their chance will come. However, the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt did not expect that the real powerful one was actually Turkey, not Persia. Their mistake directly led to the strong rise of Turkey and the decline of Persia. Then, in the original history, the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt, seeing that something was wrong, wanted to remedy it and planned to prevent Turkey from attacking Persia for the second time. However, they did not expect that the Turks would burst forth and directly wipe out the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt in one go. In the final analysis, both Persia and the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt ignored the power of the Turkish army's guns and artillery. Persia is a fool without guns and bubbles. Before this, the Portuguese wanted to give them artillery. As a result, Ismail I refused directly and looked down on artillery. The Mamluk dynasty of Egypt was better, but they only valued artillery and ignored muskets, and then lost to Turkey in the Battle of Dabik Steppe. In fact, Marin had previously sent spies to detour from the Caucasus region to the Persian capital of Tabriz to inform Ismail I of the impending Turkish invasion. Moreover, he warned Ismail I of the power of the Turkish army's artillery. However, as Marin expected, Ismail I had been too self-confident over the years because of his smooth sailing, and he was a little reluctant to listen to advice. He thanked the spy sent by Marin to report the news and rewarded the spy with 20 Persian horses, but was indifferent to the problem of the Turkish army's artillery. As for the matchlock gun brought by the spy, Ismail I tried it himself and didn't think much of it. Why? Because the matchlock gun had no hit rate beyond 100 yards. Ismail I, who was used to crossbows, believed that crossbows were more accurate than matchlock guns at 100 yards. Moreover, it was too troublesome to load the matchlock gun. The spy was speechless and sent the news back to the North Sea Kingdom by pigeon. Marin was speechless when he saw the news. But he had no choice. After all, Ismail I was the master of Persia and had a firm mind. How could he be easily persuaded? To put it bluntly, those successful people believed in their own judgment more and would not be easily influenced by others. Unless they failed, they would admit their mistakes. But by then, it was a little late. Marin knew that Persia's defeat was inevitable, so he sent someone to send a message to the spy, asking him to advise Ismail I to transfer the personnel and materials into Tabriz after the defeat and to clear the fields along the way, not giving the Turkish army a chance to resupply on the spot. However, because the carrier pigeons were not familiar with the situation in Persia, they could only be released back, not to Persia. Therefore, the spy could use carrier pigeons to report the situation to Marin, but Marin sent someone to deliver the message to the spy, but he could only take the land route around the Caucasus Mountains again, which was very time-consuming. And just as the messenger was on his way, in August 1514, a fierce clash between the two Muslim empires broke out in the Erzurum area in eastern Anatolia. Outside Erzurum, the capital of the Erzurum region, Ismail I personally led 80,000 elite Persian red-headed cavalrymen to fight against the 120,000 Turkish troops. Turkey has come out in full force this time. After all, before occupying Egypt and the Mesopotamian region, the Turks could only dispatch hundreds of thousands of troops. Only by annexing Egypt and the Mesopotamian region, where agriculture is well developed, can Turkey have enough food to maintain the food needs of hundreds of thousands of troops. Outside Erzurum, 300 artillery pieces of the Turkish army were lined up. Moreover, in order to prevent the brave Persian cavalry from breaking into the artillery positions, the Turks tied iron chains between each cannon to block the enemy cavalry rushing over. At the same time, between the artillery pieces, there were heavy infantrymen holding large shields with both hands to protect the artillery from being hurt by enemy bows and arrows. Behind the large shield formation were thousands of matchlock gunners recruited from the Balkan Peninsula. After the battle began, the proud Ismail I took the lead in launching an attack. However, before ordering the attack, Ismail I finally remembered the warning of the spy sent by Marin. So, he temporarily changed the attacking team. Instead of sending his direct troops to lead the charge, he sent the local cavalry to test it first. Then, as expected, the problem was found. Although the Turks did not have shotguns, all their stone bullets and iron ball shells were also very lethal. In particular, the Turks brought a full 300 cannons this time, which was more than twice the size of the more than 100 cannons that the French often dispatched. When thousands of Persian scimitar cavalry launched a charge, the Turkish general gave an order and 300 cannons roared together. Suddenly, the Persian charge formation was paused. Afterwards, hundreds of Persian cavalrymen either had their horses pierced on the spot, or the cavalrymen themselves were smashed by iron balls or stone bullets. In addition, the huge roar of the artillery also frightened the Persian horses. These Persian horses had never seen firearms and did not wear earmuffs. Being suddenly attacked by 300 cannons, they were naturally frightened. Then, many horses lost control and began to run wildly, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. Until then, Ismail I woke up. It turned out that he was really wrong before. But he was unwilling to fail, and then sent more troops to attack together. Moreover, he divided the cavalry into two groups. After the front cavalry was defeated by the artillery, the second wave of Persian cavalry finally rushed to the front of the Turkish army while the artillery was loading. However, the ruthless iron chain blocked the progress of the Persian cavalry. At the same time, the matchlock guns extending from behind the big shield made the brave and fearless Persian cavalry taste what despair is. The continuous failures caused Persia to lose thousands of elite cavalry and also frightened Ismail I. Seeing that the attack was fruitless, Ismail I ordered his troops to retreat and retreated to the city of Erzurum. The Turkish army was unable to catch up in time because of the obstruction of the artillery array in front. Of course, if the cavalry caught up alone, it might not be a good thing. After all, in terms of cavalry strength, Persia is still one step ahead. Chapter 1626, Fortify the wall and clear the fields. Am I not the Persian god of war? How could I fail? Doesn't the true God protect me? How could I fail? In the city of Erzurum, the Persian Shah Ismail I fell into deep self-doubt. Over the years, he has been too smooth and invincible in battles. The Persians flattered him and made him a god of war. Gradually, even he himself believed that he was a god of war. But the failure of this battle woke him up and made him doubt his life. Not only Ismail I fell into self-doubt, but the morale of the entire Persian army was low. Because the myth of Ismail I as a god of war was shattered in their hearts, and now some people in the Persian army were panicked. If Ismail I had not had a group of loyal uncles and elder ministers to help suppress the rebellion, perhaps some people in the Persian army would have fled. Faith is sometimes a good thing, which can fully stimulate people's potential. But if faith collapses, the consequences will be very serious. Most of the night, Ismail I fell into deep self-doubt and couldn't sleep. But at about 3 o'clock in the morning, Ismail I suddenly shouted, "Not good," and sat up from the bed with cold sweat. Then, he shouted anxiously, "Quick, gather all the generals. Quick!" Then, the Persian generals who were originally resting in the city were reluctantly called up and gathered in the mosque in Erzurum to meet Ismail I. "Everyone quickly wake up all the soldiers, gather the troops and horses before dawn, take the food and grass that can be taken away, and prepare to leave the city. Quick!" 2 hours later, at about 6 o'clock in the morning, all more than 70,000 Persian cavalry had completed the assembly, and each person carried a bag of food and a bag of horse feed, ready to set off. Then, Ismail I waved his hand and ordered, "Open the east gate, and the whole army will leave the city." Then, the east gate was slowly opened, and the Persian cavalry filed out of the city. After leaving the city, they retreated eastward without stopping. Why was Ismail I so anxious to retreat? Because he suddenly thought that the Turks had so many artillery pieces, and the gates of Erzurum might not be able to withstand the bombardment. Once the city was broken, the Persian army trapped in the city would inevitably be doomed. Therefore, Ismail I decisively led his troops to evacuate the city before the Turkish army had time to surround the city of Erzurum. And just 2 hours after the Persian army withdrew, at about 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning, the Turkish army sent troops to the east of the city, intending to dig trenches, build new camps, and besiege the city of Erzurum. Unfortunately, they were a step late, and Ismail I had already reacted in the middle of the night and evacuated in time. After hearing the news, the Turkish Sultan Selim I was so angry that he beat his chest and stamped his feet. A difference of one thought. After the battle ended yesterday, Selim I did not divide his troops because he was worried that the Persian cavalry would attack at night, but instead built a temporary camp in the west of the city. The original plan was to surround the city the next morning and then set up a new camp to surround Erzurum. Unexpectedly, the enemy took the opportunity to break out in just half a day. This is the best opportunity to destroy Persia. At this time, the Shah of Persia and the corps generals are all in Erzurum. As long as the city is surrounded and the Persian army inside is destroyed, the Safavid Empire of Persia will be finished. What a pity. Looking at the opened east gate, even though Selim I easily got the city of Erzurum, he was not happy at all. And dozens of kilometers to the east, in the Persian army, Ismail I's personal guard Bagari also said regretfully, "What a pity. We only brought so little food out, most of the food in the city was sold to the damned Turks." At this time, Ismail I, who was riding a horse nearby, suddenly reined in his horse, turned back and asked, "What did you say just now?" Bagari was shocked and stammered, "Shah. I didn't say anything, it's a pity that the food in Erzurum." "Yes, food." Ismail I slapped his head and finally grasped the point. Then, he suddenly ordered the army to stop advancing. In addition, he ordered the army to split up and take away the food in the villages, towns and cities along the way within one day. Those that could not be taken away were all burned. Even cattle, sheep and camels were not spared and were all driven away. As for the horses, they were also requisitioned. Simply put, Ismail I planned to fortify the city and clear the countryside. Why fortify the city and clear the countryside? Because he didn't plan to give the Turks a chance to resupply on the spot. The Turks dispatched an army of 120,000 this time, and there were tens of thousands of militiamen. The entire team was about 200,000 people. For such a large team, the consumption of food is also a very terrifying number. Moreover, there are tens of thousands of cavalry in the Turkish army, and the food consumption of war horses is also quite large. Although everyone is a nomadic people, horses mainly eat grass. But in combat, war horses can't stand eating grass alone, and they also need to eat food. Only when they are kept at home can they eat grass as the main food and food as the supplement. "Shah, if we divide our troops to collect food, will it give the Turks a chance to catch up?" General Rashid said worriedly. Ismail I said confidently, "No, the Turks have so many artillery and infantry, and their marching speed must be slow. Although the cavalry marches fast, they dare not rashly leave their camp to chase us. After all, the Turkish cavalry has no ability to beat us. Therefore, if they march with the infantry and artillery, the Turkish army's marching speed is very slow, and it is impossible to catch up with us. So, we have plenty of time to build strong walls and clear the fields. Although Ismail I was young, he had fought many battles and was very familiar with these military common sense. In these days, when the army marches, the infantry rarely marches more than 30 kilometers a day. The infantry that can march more than 30 kilometers a day is either elite or marching in an emergency. Therefore, although the Turkish army is powerful, it is impossible for it to catch up with the Persian army that is all cavalry. And the tens of thousands of Turkish cavalry did not dare to leave their camp to pursue alone. After all, the main body of the Persian army did not suffer too much loss. If they rashly chased after them, they might be wiped out. Without the protection of the cavalry, the infantry could do whatever the Persian cavalry did. Cutting off the supply line alone would be enough to kill the Turks. In the days that followed, the Persian army retreated in front while clearing the fields. The Turkish army had to keep up slowly because of its slow marching speed. However, the Turks' goal was very clear, to go straight to the Persian capital of Tabriz. At that time, the capital of Persia was not Tehran in later generations, but Tabriz in the northwest of Persia. Tabriz is not very far from Erzurum, only about 500 or 600 kilometers. Therefore, while Ismail I was clearing the fields, he was also very anxious. Chapter 1627, Moving the Capital. When the Persians retreated to a small town called Maku, Bader, a spy from the North Sea Kingdom who had been staying in Tabriz, finally arrived and offered his second advice. Spy Bader had stayed in Tabriz waiting for instructions. When the Battle of Erzurum broke out, another spy sent by Marin to deliver the message finally arrived and informed Marin of his second suggestion. So Bader hurried to the Tabriz palace to get a pass, and hurried to Erzurum to meet Ismail I. In the local mosque in the town of Maku, Ismail I met Bader again. As soon as they met, Ismail I apologized very sincerely and admitted that he had underestimated the power of artillery. Of course, Ismail I's apology was also for a purpose. His purpose was to introduce artillery for Marin. Bader had long known that Marin would support Persia, so he naturally agreed. Then, he presented the new strategy that Marin had ordered. What, you want this Shah to give up the capital Tabriz? This is impossible. If the capital is destroyed, where is the dignity of the country? Obviously, in the eyes of the Persians, losing the capital is a great shame. Moreover, it is easy to shake the rule. But Bader was not in a hurry and said according to Marin's instructions, our master said that he once heard a very great military strategist say, if you keep the land and lose the people, you will lose both the people and the land. If you keep the people and lose the land, you will keep both the people and the land. If you, Shah, stubbornly defend Tabriz, many soldiers may die, including the generals of your closest uncles and brothers. But if you are willing to temporarily avoid the Turks' edge and insist on clearing the fields, the 120,000 Turkish troops will definitely not be able to keep up with the supply. At that time, no matter how good the Turks are, they must retreat. At that time, will Tabriz be back in your hands soon? You know, Persia has a vast territory. Even if the Turks occupy Tabriz temporarily, what can they do? Can they keep the army with them? Can Selim I stay here forever? As long as they retreat, Tabriz will still be yours, Shah. Now, as long as you temporarily move the Persian court to the Khorasan area in the east, can the Turks chase them all the way to Khorasan? If they dare to chase, their supplies will definitely not keep up. Then, you can take the well-preserved main force and kill them all. Ismail I was not a fool, on the contrary, he was a military genius. When the words of Marin Shanjai from Taizu, if you save the land but lose the people, you will lose both the land and the people, if you save the people but lose the land, both the land and the people will be saved, were said through Bader's mouth, Ismail I was immediately fascinated. If you save the land but lose the people, both the land and the people will be lost, if you save the people but lose the land, both the land and the people will be saved. If you save the land but lose the people, both the land and the people will be lost, if you save the people but lose the land, both the land and the people will be saved. After repeating it several times in a row, Ismail I's eyes suddenly lit up. He also saw the weakness of the Turks, they relied too much on artillery and infantry. Unfortunately, these two types of troops are very dependent on supplies. If the battle line is extended, and the walls are fortified and the fields are cleared, at the same time, harassing the enemy's supply lines, there is no need to worry about the enemy's collapse. So, Ismail I summoned all the generals and ordered the Safavid Empire court to temporarily withdraw from Tabriz and move to the central city of Isfahan in the southeast. Ismail I did not dare to move the capital to the easternmost Khorasan region after all, because in the northeast of Khorasan, there are two Uzbek countries, the Khanate of Khiva and the Khanate of Shaybani. Although these Central Asian Khanates are all poor, in this era dominated by cold weapons, the combat effectiveness of the Central Asian nomadic people is strong. If the court is placed in Khorasan, it is easy to be attacked by the Uzbeks near the Khorasan region. If the court ministers and royal family members are killed, it will be a lot of fun. Therefore, although the Khorasan region is farther away, for safety reasons, Ismail I changed the destination of the Safavid Empire's transfer to Isfahan, the capital of the Seljuk Empire. Isfahan is located in the central part of the Persian region, far enough away from Tabriz, and the safety level is relatively high, which meets the requirements of the transfer. Moreover, Isfahan is currently also a very prosperous city. In this way, Ismail I sent a trusted general with his own handwritten letter and 10,000 cavalrymen back to Tabriz to move the capital. He himself, with more than 60,000 Persian cavalrymen, continued to deal with the Turks and cleared the fields along the way. In order to buy time for the relocation of the capital, Ismail I kept harassing the Turks on the march and attacking the supply lines of the Turks, which made Selim I overwhelmed, but there was no better way. While clearing the fields, Ismail I simply conscripted the herdsmen directly, let them ride on war horses, and pick up scimitars to pretend. In this way, Ismail I gathered a 100,000-man army, and that battle also scared Selim I. In fact, about 30,000 to 40,000 people were ordinary herdsmen with poor combat effectiveness. But Selim I didn't know, and thought that the Persians had mobilized troops from all over the country to encircle them. Then, the Turks became more cautious and marched more slowly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the generals under Ismail I successfully moved all the taxes and valuables in Tabriz out of Tabriz. The officials and families of the soldiers in the city also followed the team, letting camels and horses carry all kinds of property and moving to Isfahan in the southeast. And Ismail I also brought 100,000 troops and frequently frightened the Turks, repeatedly posing a decisive battle posture, which frightened the Turks. When they arrived near Tabriz, Selim I thought to himself, this time you should have a decisive battle, right? If you don't fight a decisive battle, I will break your nest. At this time, both Europeans and Middle Easterners attached great importance to the nest. If the nest is lost, it symbolizes destruction. Just like the French, once they lost Paris, they were ready to surrender. But Selim I didn't know that 500 years later, there was a god-level leader in the East China who dared to lose his base, and he said such a philosophical saying: if you keep the land but lose the people, both the people and the land will be lost. If you keep the people but lose the land, both the people and the land will be saved. The most annoying thing is that a time traveler named Marin came to this time and space and taught this sentence to his mortal enemy Ismail I. Then, near Tabriz, Selim I was ready for battle, expecting the Persian cavalry to rush over and fight them to the death. Then, they fell under the sharp guns of the Turks. But, to Selim I's disappointment, the Persians did move. Ismail I led his 100,000-man army and showed a desperate posture, but he refused to really attack, but circled outside. Since you are unwilling to fight, don't blame me for breaking into your nest. Then, Selim I commanded the Turkish army and slowly approached Tabriz. However, when the Turks opened fire to bombard the gate of Tabriz, they found that the gate of Tabriz was ajar. Then, the Turks swarmed into Tabriz, but found that Tabriz was an empty city. There was no one, no food, and no gold, silver, or treasures. In other words, the Persians moved everything in the capital away, leaving only an empty city for the Turks. Chapter 1628, Reluctant Withdrawal. Asshole, asshole. This Ismail is so shameless. Such a big capital, he just moved away, did he think it was moving house? In the empty Tabriz palace, Selim I was so angry that he jumped up and down. Selim I had to be angry, because he brought 120,000 troops and nearly 200,000 people, including tens of thousands of civilians, hoping to get sufficient supplies after breaking the city of Tabriz. As a result, Tabriz was taken, but all the edible things in the city were moved away. 200,000 people can only rely on supplies shipped from the mainland, which is very dangerous. If the supply line is cut off, it will be over. In fact, the Persians have sent people to attack the Turkish supply line. Although the scale is not large, it also makes the Turks very nervous. Because if the food and grass are cut off, the 210,000 mouths, including more than 100,000 horses and camels, will be finished. Horses and camels are still needed, at least they can eat grass. But people can't eat grass, right? Therefore, Selim I is now in a state of panic. He has doubts about whether to continue the march. In fact, Ismail I's courage is still a little small. If Marin commanded this battle, the focus might be directly on attacking the supply line of the Turks. As for clearing the fields, 10,000 cavalry can do it. If tens of thousands of herdsmen join in the fun, the battle will definitely be enough. Ismail I was a little worried about the tens of thousands of Turkish cavalry, so he only sent a few thousand cavalry to harass the supply line of the Turks, and he took the main force to monitor the Turkish army. The main purpose is to prevent the Turkish cavalry from leaving the main camp and chasing the capital relocation team. After all, the capital relocation team has not yet reached Isfahan. If they are caught up by the Turkish cavalry on the way, it will be a one-sided massacre. Of course, it cannot be said that Ismail I was wrong. This is a safe choice. Marin is more likely to take risks. Because he is used to using tricks and is good at disguising the miscellaneous army as a regular army to confuse the enemy. Ismail I was obviously not that cunning. He could only think of the limit of tens of thousands of herdsmen to follow the army. But if the capital relocation team successfully arrived in Isfahan, with the support of the strong city, Ismail I could let go and send the main force to cut off the supply line of the Turks. And Selim I was not a fool. As a contemporary, he also realized this, so he felt the danger. However, he had no way to crack it. Because his army moved too slowly. With the encumbered by artillery and infantry, the army's marching speed was only more than 20 kilometers a day, and it was simply unable to pursue the Persians for a long distance. If the Persians stabilized in the rear and mobilized the army to cut off the supply line and retreat of Turkey, then this army might be finished. After a fierce ideological struggle and consultation with his men, Selim I finally decided to withdraw his troops. However, unlike the original history, although the Turks also conquered Tabriz this time, they got nothing. Originally in history, Selim I also captured Ismail I's 2 wives as prisoners of war. But now, let alone the uniforms, even property and food are not taken. If he returns empty-handed, Selim I's prestige will decline. At this time, a general named Said gave an idea. Sultan, I heard that Ismail only carried out fortification and clearing the fields in front of our marching route, but not on both sides. You mean, attack on both sides? But there are no important cities on both sides. Without important cities, we can't get enough supplies. Said shook his head and said, Sultan, what we need now is to find a way out, not to find supplies. Moreover, even if we want to find supplies, the enemy cavalry is faster than us and will destroy them first. Therefore, we can only find a way out now. I heard that Ismail's hometown is Ardabil, east of Tabriz. Moreover, it seems that there are not many people stationed there. How about this, we send a few thousand cavalry to raid Ardabil and capture a few of Ismail's fellow countrymen in Ardabil, saying that they are his clansmen. In this way, we can have an explanation when we bring them back to the country. Moreover, it is said that there are indeed many Ismail's clansmen in Ardabil. Although the relationship is a little distant, they are also clansmen. As long as we catch his clansmen, even if they are distant relatives, we can bring them back to save face. Okay, let's do it. Selim I is in urgent need of finding a way out now, so he needs a few decent prisoners of war to save face. In order to cover the cavalry's raid on Ardabil, Selim I even dispatched a large army and set a posture of chasing in the southeast direction, attracting the attention of the Persians. However, in the chaos, they secretly sent out several thousand cavalrymen and headed straight to Ardabil overnight. In order to scare the Persians, the Turks even dispatched 20,000 cavalrymen, pretending to leave the team to chase the Persian capital relocation team. Sure enough, in order to protect the Persian court that moved the capital, most of the Persian soldiers and horses were used to stop the 20,000 Turkish cavalrymen. But these 20,000 cavalrymen were just pretending, and when they saw that the resistance was too great, they retreated. The cavalrymen who went to Ardabil came back in a few days. They found the Turkmen tribe where Ismail I was originally located. At this time, this once unknown Turkmen tribe had become the famous Longshin place of Persia. Although most of Ismail I's relatives moved to Tabriz, some distant relatives stayed here to be local emperors. They did not have a high status among Ismail I's relatives, but they were all uncles in their rural hometown in Ardabil. After the Turkish cavalry arrived, it was easy to find out where they lived without much trouble. Then, in a surprise attack, more than a dozen of Ismail I's distant relatives were captured. When they joined Selim I's army with their troops, Selim I decisively withdrew his troops. However, when withdrawing, the Turkish army did not return along the original route, but went north from Tabriz and headed straight for the nearby Armenian region. Because, in the Armenian region, the Turkish army could grab food supplies nearby. Then, the Turkish army went straight to Rize and Trabzon on the coast. Because, at the seaside, it was easy for the Turkish army to supply. After all, the cost of transporting food by ship from Istanbul is lower than on land. When withdrawing troops, Selim I realized the importance of the supply line. So he left tens of thousands of troops to garrison the newly captured Erzurum area and decided to stabilize this place first. Then, fortresses were built along the way to Tabriz to ensure the safety of the supply line. When the safety of the supply line is guaranteed next time, they will send troops to attack Persia again. However, because the Turkish army had burned, killed and looted in the local area before, it had aroused strong resentment from the people in the Erzurum region and the Armenian region. Therefore, in order to ensure a safe transportation line, Selim I decided to send people to win over the Kurdish tribes south of the Erzurum region. The Kurdish-controlled area is closer to Tabriz. If the Kurds become Turkey's allies, when the Turkish army passes through the Kurdish area next time, there will be no need to worry about the supply line being harassed. After all, the Kurds are not bad in terms of military strength. As long as the Kurds stand on their side, others who want to send troops into the area to harass the supply lines of the Turkish army must ask the Kurdish scimitars whether they agree or not. Chapter 1629 Opening the Persian route. The Turks retreated in a hurry, but Persia couldn't be happy either. After all, the Persians also suffered heavy losses because of the strong defense. In order to prevent the Turks from having an easy time, the Persians took away all the edible food and livestock in the direction of the Turkish army's advance, and destroyed or killed those that could not be taken away. It was easy to destroy at the time, but after the calculation, it was a big loss. Moreover, the Turks did it very well before leaving. They demolished the palace of Tabriz. The palace of Tabriz was built by Ismail I with many skilled craftsmen, and the construction cost was very high. The Turks directly and violently demolished the palace, causing Persia to suffer heavy losses. Because it costs a lot to rebuild the palace. Therefore, although the Turks did not get much benefit from this war, the Persians also suffered great losses. In order not to leave good things for the Turks, the Persians demolished more than a dozen cities themselves. Fortunately, the cities of this era were not large in scale and the infrastructure was very simple. Otherwise, the loss of each city alone would be at the level of tens of billions. Even so, the Persians also lost hundreds of thousands of gold coins worth of property this time, and many people starved to death. These people died of starvation after the strongholds were cleared because there was not enough food. Of course, in this era, not many people would care about the lives of a few civilians. Therefore, these unfortunate civilians starved to death, and no one avenged them. Moreover, how to avenge them? The order to confiscate food was issued by the Persian monarch Ismail I himself. And this defeat also reminded the previously extremely confident Ismail I that there is always someone better, and he is not the best. Therefore, under the pressure of the powerful Turkey, Ismail I thought of joining forces with others for the first time to fight against the more powerful Turkey. Unlike the original history, Ismail I did not lose the loyal ministers who invaded his uncle and brother in this war. Moreover, his two wives were not captured by Selim I. Therefore, Ismail I in this time and space did not lose heart, but planned to compete with the Turks. Then, Ismail I thought of trading with Europeans. In particular, importing artillery and muskets used by the Turks from Europe. This time, although there was only a direct fight, Ismail I also saw the great power of guns and cannons. Therefore, he was eager to have such powerful weapons to fight against the Turks. Therefore, Ismail I sent someone to inform the Portuguese who occupied the Strait of Hormuz and agreed to trade with the Portuguese on a large scale. At the same time, Ismail I also called Badr, a spy from the North Sea Kingdom, to express his willingness to trade with the North Sea Kingdom and hope to import guns and cannons from the North Sea Kingdom. Badr naturally agreed and sent the message back to the North Sea Kingdom by pigeon. After receiving the news, Marin decided to form a fleet immediately to prepare to open up the Persian route. In addition to wanting to support Persian artillery and muskets, Marin was also very interested in some Persian goods. According to the information sent back by Badr, the Persian Safavid Empire was rich in products, and the more famous ones were Persian carpets, silk and textiles. Yes, Persia also has silk. After all, Persia has had close trade relations with China since ancient times. Before the Muslims occupied Persia, the Persian Empire had very close trade relations with the Tang Empire. However, during the Song dynasty, the Muslims occupied the western regions and destroyed the local Buddhist temples, and the land Silk Road between Persia and China was also cut off. The western regions under the control of the Muslims were not as gentle as the western regions during the Buddhist period. Moreover, they were not as close to the central plains as the western regions under Buddhist culture. Therefore, after the Muslims occupied the western regions, the land Silk Road was officially abandoned. The western regions, which was once prosperous because of the Silk Road, became a poor and barbaric place. Ancient civilizations such as Lulan were also abandoned because of this. After that, the trade between Persia and the Central Plains could only be carried out through Arab merchants on the sea. But during the previous trade, some Persian merchants brought back heavy goods and mulberry seedlings, and developed the silk industry in Persia. Although not as professional as the Chinese region, the technology can barely be compared with European silk. When Chinese silk was out of stock, Persian silk was also very popular. In addition, Persia also exported horses, wool, pearls and almonds that Indians liked as condiments. The Persians like to import coins. Persia lacks metals and precious metals, textiles, spices, metals, coffee and sugar. Marin has read in history books that after the Dutch colonized Taiwan, they planted sugarcane and squeezed sugar there. In addition to selling the sugar to Japan, Persia is also an important market for sugar. Of course, the Netherlands has not yet risen. Moreover, Marin deliberately pointed out his talent and made it a furniture production center. At present, it is the Portuguese who occupy the Strait of Hormuz. The Portuguese have no talent for farming. They are pure commercial colonists and have no talent for farming. Marin is actually not interested in carpets, silk, wool and pearls produced in Persia. What he is really interested in is Persian war horses. After all, Persia was once a part of the Arab Empire, and the local horses were mixed with Arabian horse bloodlines, which are excellent war horses. Moreover, even if they are not mixed with Arabian horse bloodlines, Persian horses themselves are also very good. Moreover, as a country dominated by nomadic peoples, local horses do not need to be fed too much food. This is much better than the grain-eating horse breeds in Europe. At least, it is very cost-effective. Therefore, Marin planned to use artillery to exchange war horses in Persia. Even if it is not a war horse, a draft horse will do. In short, as long as the quality is acceptable and the horse mainly eats grass, Marin wants it. In addition, Marin also needs another hidden commodity in Persia: oil. Marin does not want the oil in the Persian Gulf region. In this year, the oil in the Persian Gulf has not yet emerged. The only place that really started to produce oil in this era is Baku, Azerbaijan. Today, the Azerbaijan region is still under the rule of the Persian Safavid Empire. If Marin wants to obtain Baku's oil, he must trade with the Persian Safavid Empire. It is said that the local oil production in Baku can currently load hundreds of ships annually. Marin plans to take advantage of the opportunity of trade with Persia to import oil from Persia. Then, refine gasoline and make powerful incendiary bombs specifically for dealing with enemy cities and warships. Therefore, whether for war horses or for oil, Marin has reasons to open up Persian routes. It's just that Ismail I used to be high above and look down on Europe. Now that they have suffered a loss, they know that they have to join forces with Europe before opening up the market to Europeans. In the past, even if Marin wanted to open a Persian route, the proud Ismail I might not have allowed it. Chapter 1630, The Portuguese Permission. However, before opening up the Persian route, Marin must first do one thing: negotiate with Portugal to obtain the other party's permission. Why? Because from the arrangement of the Holy See, Persia belongs to Portugal's sphere of influence. Moreover, the warships of Portugal and Spain are still wandering in the Arabian Sea. Of course, Marin is not afraid of the Portuguese. Rather, he does not want to break the rules. Why does Marin want to maintain this rule? Because he is the biggest vested interest in this rule. For example, if the rules are followed in America, Marin will naturally occupy it all. But if the rules set by the Holy See are broken, not to mention that the Holy See will lose face, others will have a reason to covet America. You don't follow the rules yourself, we will learn from you. Therefore, in order to prevent others from breaking the rules and thinking about America, Marin must take the initiative to maintain this nonsense rule set by the Holy See. In this case, even if Marin looks down on Portugal, he must say hello to the Portuguese first. Moreover, Marin is not worried that the Portuguese will disagree. Because, Marin would say it clearly: I don't buy Persian hot-selling carpets and silk and other commodities, I only buy livestock, and black oil for treating livestock skin diseases. Well, this black oil is naturally oil. Of course, no one has noticed the value of oil now. In addition to being burned as fuel, the biggest role of oil is to apply it to the surface of livestock with skin diseases to treat livestock skin diseases. There are many hydrocarbon organic substances in oil, some of which are toxic and have a bactericidal effect. Therefore, oil can be used to treat livestock skin diseases. Most of the hundreds of ships of oil produced in Baku, Azerbaijan, are sold to herders to treat livestock skin diseases. After all, the Middle East is mostly nomadic, and there are not many other things, but there are many livestock and a large market. The Portuguese have been in contact with Persia for some time, so they naturally know that oil can treat livestock skin diseases. Marin used treating livestock skin diseases as an excuse to import a large amount of oil from Baku, Persia, and the Portuguese would not suspect anything. Speaking of which, the Baku oil field is probably the earliest oil-producing area in the world. The local oil reserves are extremely rich, and oil seedlings have long appeared. In the area where the local oil seedlings appear, you can dig a few meters deep well and oil will gush out. And Bud has also been to Baku and saw that there are hundreds of small oil wells like water wells dug by local herdsmen. The output of each oil well is not high, but when added up, the total output is hundreds of ships per year. Marin plans to establish a good relationship with the Persian Safavid Empire by providing guns, weapons, swords, and armor. Then, send the Chamber of Commerce to settle in, and then control the oil wells in Baku, and send people to dig deeper oil wells to expand production. In this way, the North Sea Kingdom will not lack gasoline in the future. When fighting with others, incendiary bombs can be thrown as much as you want. Especially for burning the opponent's warships, it must be very cool. Marin sent Kohler as an envoy to Lisbon, Portugal, and expressed his intention. The Portuguese didn't know what was happening in Persia at this time, and they were still very unhappy. But after Kohler told the Portuguese king that Persia had lost to Turkey and was stunned by artillery, Manuel I urgently summoned ministers to discuss countermeasures. Because if Turkey annexed Persia, then the entire world pattern would usher in major changes. In order to keep Persia, a potential ally that could contain Turkey, the Portuguese officials finally agreed to trade between the North Sea Kingdom and Persia. But in the treaty, the Portuguese harshly stipulated that the North Sea Kingdom could only sell weapons to Persia and not involve other things. At the same time, the goods purchased from Persia could only be livestock and black oil. Moreover, in the waters near Persia, North Sea merchant ships must be subject to spot checks by Portuguese warships at any time to prevent North Sea merchant ships from carrying illegal goods. This condition is very harsh and even a bit embarrassing. But after Kohler asked Marin with a pigeon, Marin agreed without hesitation. Because he had never thought of buying anything else from Persia. So, this condition looks harsh, but it's nothing. However, the clause of accepting inspections by Portuguese warships at any time at sea was too much and too embarrassing. Therefore, Marin proposed an alternative plan. When merchant ships of the North Sea Kingdom pass through the Strait of Hormuz, they must stop at the Portuguese colony of Hormuz Island for replenishment. Then, the Portuguese personnel will be invited to board the ship for a visit. In this way, it sounds much better. Although both are subject to inspections, one is a mandatory inspection without giving face, and the other is an invitation to board the ship for a visit. Although the actual situation of the two is the same, it sounds much better. After discussion, the Portuguese also agreed to this plan. After all, it is indeed insulting to let merchant ships of another country be inspected by warships at any time. Anyway, the purpose has been achieved, so there is no need to be too faceless. In this way, Marin obtained permission from the Portuguese to trade limited varieties of goods in Persia in a peaceful way. After the agreement was reached, Marin immediately sent a ship to the shipyard in Long Island, New York, and ordered the shipyard to develop a merchant ship specifically for loading livestock. Moreover, the requirement is 500 tons. The reason why the people of the New York shipyard were asked to develop this kind of ship is that the New York shipyard has treasure ship craftsmen dug from the Longjiang treasure shipyard in Nanjing, Daming. Among the treasure ships, there are horse ships specially used to load horses. Marin hopes to combine the experience of the craftsmen of the Longjiang treasure shipyard in manufacturing horse ships with the European keel shipbuilding method to manufacture a European-style 500-ton horse ship for the transportation of Persian war horses. Moreover, Marin hopes that this horse ship is preferably double-decker. In this way, more horses or Persian cattle and sheep can be loaded. Persia is a major animal husbandry country, and livestock cannot be sold in the Middle East, which is full of animal husbandry countries. Probably only Marin, the sucker, is willing to buy it. Therefore, the price will definitely not be expensive at that time. It's quite sad to say that Persia is located in Central Asia, and the surrounding countries, except India, are almost all animal husbandry-based countries. Therefore, even if Persia has a large number of livestock, it can't be sold. Even in India, an agricultural country, the western states are also important horse-producing areas, and Marwari horses are exported to Egypt. In addition, because Persia is the only Shiite country in the entire Middle East, and its relations with the surrounding Sunni countries are very bad, they may not be willing to trade with them. Only the Portuguese are eager to trade with Persia. However, the Portuguese are obviously very European in their thinking, and they don't think much of Persian medium-sized horses. Because medium-sized horses are only suitable for light cavalry riding, not for plate knights riding. Portugal is a typical European country, and its thinking is also European, so it naturally looks down on Persian ponies. Therefore, the Portuguese did not feel anything about Marin's desire to buy horses from Persia, and even felt that Marin was full. How could they know that after the complete decline of the European knight class, medium-sized horses such as Arabian horses would become the object of all European pursuits? Many famous horses in later generations have mixed Arabian horse bloodlines. And Persian horses, because Persia was ruled by the Arab Empire for a long time, have long been mixed with Arabian horse bloodlines, and are very excellent light cavalry war horses. Of course, there is another important reason: the horses of nomadic peoples are cheap, and they mainly eat grass, so the cost of raising them is low. In addition to horses, there are also many Persian cattle and sheep. There were many sheep in particular. The famous Persian carpets were made from Persian sheep wool. Moreover, the famous Dorper sheep breed in later generations was bred from Persian black-headed sheep and imported from the UK. Although the wool of this kind of sheep is coarse, it grows fast and has good meat quality, which is top-grade mutton. Therefore, Marin does not mind developing the Dorper sheep as a meat sheep breed in advance. Chapter 1631, Egypt and Persia Alliance. The news of Persia's defeat soon spread to neighboring Egypt. The Egyptian Mamluk dynasty controlled the Syrian region at this time, and the Syrian region bordered Persia. Naturally, the news of Persia's defeat naturally spread to Egypt very quickly. Then, the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty immediately re-evaluated the power comparison between Turkey and Persia. Originally, the Egyptians thought that the Persians had a slight advantage. But they didn't expect that after a war, Persia even lost its capital Tabriz. During the war, the Persians' description of artillery also shocked the Egyptians. Therefore, Sultan Gerigol of the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt stepped up the construction of firearms forces. At this time, Guts, the trade representative of the North Sea Kingdom who had been selling firearms to the Cairo court, asked for an interview again. This time, Sultan Gerigol, who had not paid much attention to Guts before, finally agreed to negotiate with Guts. Guts negotiated with Egypt on behalf of Malin and offered very generous conditions. On behalf of the North Sea Kingdom, Guts agreed to sell artillery and Rumi gun matchlock guns at the most favorable price. What Egypt needs to pay is not cash, but just ordinary agricultural products in Egypt, or even worthless things like camels. In addition, Guts also suggested on behalf of Marin that Gerigol reconcile with Persia and join forces. Because the Portuguese and Spanish have cut off Egypt's maritime trade routes with India. At this time, the Egyptians want to contact India only by land. But the land route is all under the control of the Safavid Empire of Persia, but Egypt and the Safavid Empire have always been at odds because of sectarian differences. You know, Egypt controls the Hijaz region including Mecca, and also controls the puppet caliph, claiming to be protected by the Sunnis, and has a high prestige in the Middle East. Persia, on the other hand, is the only Shiite country, and naturally it can't pee in the same pot with the Mamluk dynasty. If Guts dared to make this suggestion before, he would probably be hacked to death by the Egyptians. But now it's different. The defeat of Persia has made Egypt re-recognize the situation in the Middle East. And Egypt has financial difficulties because the Portuguese and Spanish blocked the maritime trade routes. Gerigol listened to Guts's suggestion. So, while agreeing to purchase a large number of artillery and Rumi guns from the North Sea Kingdom, Gerigol also began to send envoys to Persia on a trial basis. In the past, due to the mutual hatred between sects, it is estimated that the Persian side would either chop the Egyptian envoys or drive them away. But this time, Ismail I, the Shah of Persia, who realized that he was not as good as Turkey, calmly received the Egyptian envoys. The Egyptians came for spices. Now that the sea trade line has been cut off by the Portuguese and the Spanish, the only hope is the land route. Although the cost of land transportation is much higher than that of sea transportation, the spice trade is very profitable. Before, Marin's fleet calculated that if spices were transported directly from India to Europe, there would be a huge profit of up to 60 times. If it is by land, even if the transportation cost is increased several times, there are still many huge profits. Although a lot of profits have to be made by Venice, the middleman, the Egyptians also make a lot of profits. Moreover, if the spice trade is by land, Persia can also collect taxes from it. Therefore, the two countries that were originally hostile to each other came together quietly for the sake of interests, but they did not make it public. The two sides agreed that Egypt would send a camel team from Syria, passing through Baghdad, then turning to Isfahan in the southeast, and then continuing to the southeast of Balochistan, and then passing through the Sindh region of Pakistan. In the future, it entered Gujarat in northwest India, which is also a very important trade center on the west coast of India. Before, Egyptian merchant ships often came here to buy. Now, the sea route has been cut off by the Portuguese and Spanish. If the Persians allow it, the Egyptians can still contact here by land. although a camel can only carry about 300 pounds of spices. However, if there are enough camels, the cargo capacity is not small. For example, if 100 camels are sent, more than 30,000 pounds of spices can be carried back, and the profit is also considerable. Send more camel teams, and the profit will come up. Although Portugal and Spain are very arrogant at sea, they really have no way on land. Facing large-scale scimitar cavalry, the Portuguese and Spanish would be more timid. Although Spain could win, the problem was that they could not ship a large number of troops to Central Asia to fight. Therefore, they had no way to deal with the Egyptians going by land. Of course, the Portuguese and Spanish could threaten the coastal Indian states and prohibit them from trading spices with the Egyptians. But spices were not only produced in the coastal states of India, but also in the inland states. At most, they could not buy cinnamon from Ceylon and cloves and nutmeg from the Spice Islands, but the Egyptians still had to buy pepper produced in India. In fact, even if Guts did not make a suggestion, the Egyptians would have chosen to ally with the Persians in the original history. Because, by cooperating with Persia, not only could they buy spices by land, but they could also purchase cheap Persian war horses from Persia. However, the Egyptians in the original history were very unlucky. After they formed an alliance with the Persians, before they began to enjoy the benefits, the Battle of the Dabak Steppe broke out with Turkey. In that battle, the Egyptian Sultan Gerigal was killed on the spot. The next year, Turkey destroyed the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt. But this time and space are different. Under the advice of Guts, the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt contacted Persia earlier and purchased a large number of guns and cannons from the North Sea Kingdom at a low price. History has obviously been greatly changed. But Marin suspects that the Egyptians may still not be able to beat Turkey. Because the Egyptians' changes were forced, not proactive. Guns and cannons are still new things for the Egyptian army. They want to adapt, and they probably have a long way to go. You know, the most difficult thing to change is people's concepts. The Turkish army blasted Constantinople with cannons a long time ago and is very familiar with firearms. The army of the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt has only been in contact with firearms for a short time. However, fortunately, due to Marin's intervention, the army of the Safavid Empire of Persia did not suffer too much loss. As long as the Egyptian army and the Persian army join forces, even Turkey has no better way. And with the containment of Persia and Egypt behind it, Turkey can't concentrate on invading Europe. After all, they were also afraid that Persia and Egypt would take advantage of their emptiness to stab them in the back. The Persians agreed with the Egyptians' proposal to purchase war horses from Persia. After all, Persian war horses had no market. The surrounding countries were all horse-raising countries, so who would they sell them to? Only Egypt, a country with many deserts, was somewhat short of horses. Before, Egypt imported Marwari horses from India as war horses for the imperial army. Now, being able to purchase war horses from Persia, not to mention whether they were better than Indian Marwari horses, could increase the freight alone by a large sum of money. Moreover, the price was also cheaper than that of India. After all, Persia bordered Egypt, and large groups of horses could be driven directly into Syria from land. Finally, the Egyptians and Persia talked about the issue of slave trade. Slave trade has always been the core issue of the Mamluk dynasty in Egypt. The word Mamluk means slave. The most elite Mamluk cavalry of the Mamluk dynasty were mostly Circassian slaves. Circassian slaves had always been transported from the Black Sea region to Egypt by Venetian and Genoese merchants for sale. But starting in the 1470s, in order to weaken the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt, Turkey banned Italians from selling Circassian slaves from the Black Sea region to Egypt. In this way, the largest source of soldiers for the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt was cut off by the Turks for decades. The current Mamluk cavalry can only be selected locally, and the scale is not as large as it used to be. The Mamluk dynasty of Egypt urgently needed to add new Circassian slave soldiers, but the road to introduce Circassian slaves by sea was strangled by the Turks, and the Egyptians had no choice. However, the Black Sea coastal area in the west of the Caucasus where the Circassians lived happened to border the Safavid Empire of Persia. If the Persians agreed, the Egyptians could still introduce young Circassian slaves by land, and then continue to train elite Mamluk cavalry through brutal training. Therefore, for Egypt it was more important to continue to buy young Circassian slaves than to buy war horses from Persia. Ismail I thought about it for a long time and finally agreed to the Egyptians' request. However, he limited the number of Circassian slaves purchased by the Egyptians and stipulated that only a certain number of trades could be made each year. In this way, Persia could also control the expansion of the power of the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt. At the same time, Ismail I also had the idea of establishing a Mamluk cavalry guard unit. After all, Persia was close to the Circassian settlement, and it was more convenient to form Mamluk cavalry. Chapter 1632 News about the Suez Canal. The news of the alliance between Egypt and Persia was quickly passed back by Guts through carrier pigeons. Guts's carrier pigeons flew to Italy, and then the North Sea Intelligence Station in Italy passed the information back to the mainland by carrier pigeons. After receiving the information, Marin was half happy and half depressed. Why depressed? Because the Egyptians competed with him for Persian war horses. It is true that there are many Persian horses, but the demand for Egypt is very large. They have tens of thousands of Mamluk cavalry, and there is a great demand for horses. With the large-scale purchases by the Egyptians, it is not easy for Marin to lower the price to purchase the Persian war horses, and it will cost a lot more money. Of course, this price is definitely much cheaper than the price of European war horses. You know, a good European knight war horse costs about 100 gold coins. This price is really too expensive. Therefore, it is good to be a knight. Not to mention the knight's martial arts, even if it is to prepare war horses and weapons and armor, ordinary people do not have the conditions. You must have a manor as a backing to support a knight. At present, Marin can buy a large number of war horses from the Crimean Khanate. However, the Eastern European Mongolian horses, similar to the Don horses of later generations, of the Crimean Khanate are slightly smaller in size. Moreover, except for the Mongolian horse's super endurance and ability to endure hardships, other advantages are not outstanding. The Persian horse is different. Although the Persian horse is not very famous in later generations, it is because the religious Persia has cut off contact with the outside world, which has led to their war horse breeds not being valued. In fact, the Persian horse is not only mixed with a large number of Arabian horse bloodlines, but also mixed with the bloodlines of the Central Asian Fergana horses. In terms of bloodlines, although the Persian horse is a little mixed, it is very good. Although this mixed blood horse is also a medium-sized horse, it is larger than the Eastern European Mongolian horse. Moreover, with the advantages of the Arabian horse, they are faster than the Eastern European Mongolian horse. After all, the Mongolian horse series has never been good at speed, but only good at endurance. For Marin, the best choice of war horse is actually the Arabian horse. But the climate conditions in the production area of pure Arabian horses are very bad, with deserts everywhere, which is not suitable for livestock survival. Therefore, the number has not increased. Even if Marin wanted to buy, there were not so many. Therefore, he could only settle for the second best and buy a large number of mixed-blood Persian horses produced in Persia with more Arabian horse bloodlines. Even the Marwari horses, which are a specialty of India, have a lot of Arabian horse bloodlines. Because the people in the northwest of India are basically Muslim conquerors from Persia and Afghanistan. When they conquered India, they also brought the Arabian horse bloodlines to India. Originally, Marin had a chance to bargain down desperately. After all, no one bought Persian war horses in the past. But with the addition of Egypt, an agricultural power, it would be tricky. With the Egyptians making samples there, it would be difficult for Marin to bargain down. At least, he couldn't offer a lower price than the Egyptians. But Marin couldn't say anything, because the Egyptian army was strong, and Marin was only happy. After all, it would be bad if Turkey annexed Egypt, which had developed agriculture. Don't think that Egypt can only do agriculture in the Nile River Basin, and other areas are deserts. But the land in the Nile River Basin is fertile and sunny. In later generations, Egypt relied on the agricultural areas in the Nile River Basin to feed more than 100 million people, which is very scary. Of course, that was because Egypt's population exceeded the limit. However, under normal circumstances, it is not a problem for the agricultural areas in the Nile River Basin in Egypt to feed tens of millions of people. But now, the population of Egypt is only about 4.5 million, which is far from reaching the upper limit. What's more, the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt also controls Syria, a traditional agricultural area in the Middle East. It was precisely because of the annexation of a large number of agricultural areas in Egypt that Turkey in history started a terrifying era of hundreds of thousands of troops. Without Egypt's agricultural areas, Turkey would have to send out at most tens of thousands of people with the little food produced by half-baked European farmers in the Balkan Peninsula. More than that, it can't be supported. What's more, Egypt also controls Mecca in the Hijaz region on the east coast of the Red Sea, and controls the Caliph, the supreme leader of the Muslim religion. If Egypt is finished, Turkey will not only be able to control the Muslim holy city of Mecca, but also seize the position of Caliph and become the undisputed leader of the Muslim world. Originally in history, after conquering Cairo, the Turkish Sultan snatched the title of Caliph and became the leader of the Muslim world. How big an impact does this have? In later generations, Turkey has become a hanger, and it still thinks it is the leader of the Muslim world. Even more, they support the terrorist forces in Hwashiadomtu, and regard themselves as the boss of the Muslim world. And their theoretical basis is that the Turkish Sultan has been the caliph for hundreds of years. Therefore, they believe that Muslims all over the world should listen to the chicken. Therefore, Marin is unwilling to allow Turkey to occupy Egypt and the Hijaz region where Mecca is located. If Turkey really marches to Egypt, Marin even plans to send troops to rescue Egypt directly. Of course, this is when Egypt is in danger. If only Syria is lost, Marin will not bother to care. I almost forgot that Marin still has the title of Duke of Egypt of the Byzantine Empire on his head. It's just that Egypt and the North Sea Kingdom are too far apart, and Marin can't really take care of it. Otherwise, he wanted to take over this region with developed agriculture and important geographical location. In Gutz's letter, not only the alliance between Egypt and Persia was mentioned, but also the development of the Suez Canal. At the beginning, in order to regain the right to trade in Indian spices, under the advice of Marin, the Venetians joined hands with the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt to start digging the Suez Canal in the Sinai Peninsula. But how difficult is it to dig a canal that can accommodate large ships without engineering machinery? Although the Sui dynasty dug a grand canal that shocked the world, it lost the hearts of the people and drained the treasury. Then, this grand canal was cheap for the Tang dynasty and created the prosperity of the Tang and Song dynasties. In short, in this era when canal digging was purely manual, the process of canal digging was definitely not beautiful, but full of blood and brutality. As far as Marin knows, this Suez Canal was funded by the Venetians, and the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt mobilized manpower to dig a canal regardless of casualties. At present, about 100 kilometers of the 190-kilometer-long Suez Canal have been dug. However, in order to dig this river, 100,000 Egyptian laborers have died. On average, the death toll per kilometer is as high as thousands, which is higher than the death rate during the excavation in the 19th century. Because the death rate is too high, the Egyptian people are very reluctant to participate in the digging of the canal. Even in some places, armed riots have occurred to prevent the conscription of civilians to dig the canal. Therefore, the excavation of the Egyptian canal has been forced to be suspended. According to Gutz, the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt is also overwhelmed by this. If it is not handled properly, it may trigger a popular uprising. Marin does not want to see Egypt give Turkey an opportunity to eliminate Egypt because of civil strife. After thinking about it, Marin finally decided to help the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt come up with an idea. What idea? Start a war to capture foreigners to dig the canal. The Egyptians themselves are unwilling to die, so they will directly send out the Mamluk cavalry to plunder the population around Egypt and capture strong men to dig the canal. For example, the Tripoli region in the west, which is Libya in later generations, although the population is not large, sending cavalry to sweep it can still capture tens of thousands of strong men. Moreover, it can also take the opportunity to annex the area. Apart from anything else, it is no problem to get more war horses. After all, this place once belonged to the Arab Empire, and there are many Arabian horses. Although the local tribes also have cavalry, facing the powerful Mamluk cavalry, the opponent is bound to be vulnerable. If there are still not enough people, you can also send troops to the Fungi Kingdom in the south to capture people. The Fungi Kingdom is located in the later Republic of Sudan and is a black country. The characteristic of black people is that they can reproduce, so the population must be large. Moreover, the Sudan region is located in the middle reaches of the Nile River, with excellent natural conditions, and the population must be much larger than Libya. After all, Libya is just a dry and barren land, and the Egyptians are not willing to seize it. Chapter 1633 Discovery of the Timbuktu Trade Route. Marin wrote the proposal, tied it to the leg of a carrier pigeon, and sent it to Italy. Then, it was transferred by the intelligence station in Italy and another carrier pigeon was sent to Egypt. After receiving it, the special envoy Gutz immediately offered advice to the Egyptian Sultan Geriger. Geriger was immediately interested when he heard it, and then he hurried to discuss it with the ministers. The Mamluk nobles all agreed. Indeed, it was much better to use the lives of foreigners to fill the canal than to use their own people. It's not that they cherished the lives of their own people, but they found that the Egyptian people had serious opposition to digging the canal. If it's not good, a rebellion will break out. If it were normal times, they would naturally not be afraid of rebellion. However, now that the Turks have shown their fangs, the Egyptian court is restless. It would be best if there is no chaos. After discussion, the Egyptian Mamluk nobles unanimously decided to send troops to attack the Fungi Kingdom in the south. The reason why Tripoli was not chosen was because everyone looked down on the Libyan region, which was seriously short of water. Although the Libyan region is located on the Mediterranean Sea, there is no stable river in the country, only seasonal small rivers, which dry up in the dry season, and there is a serious shortage of water. Locals can only graze near a few oases where springs emerge from the ground, and the population is very sparse. Such a remote and poor place is not favored by the Egyptian Mamluk nobles. However, the Fungi Kingdom, which later became Sudan, has very good agricultural and animal husbandry conditions on both sides of the Nile River. Before, the Egyptians thought the climate in the south was too hot, so they let the Fungi blacks control there. However, now there is a shortage of people to dig canals, and the Mamluk nobles thought of there. Attacking the Fungi Kingdom can not only capture a large number of Fungi blacks to dig canals, but also occupy a large area of fertile land suitable for agriculture and animal husbandry in the upper reaches of the Nile. Moreover, it can also grab a wave from the Fungi Kingdom, which can be said to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Therefore, the Cairo court quickly ordered to recruit 20,000 Mamluk cavalry to attack the Fungi Kingdom. This number of troops is enough to deal with the Fungi Kingdom. Even the Cairo court believed that there was no need for so many people to participate in the attack. The reason why so many people were sent was that a large number of people were needed to escort prisoners of war to the Sinai Peninsula to dig the Suez Canal. The unfortunate kingdom of Fungi didn't know that they had not done anything to offend Egypt, and there was no treasure for people to think about. They were actually targeted by the Egyptians because of their abundant population. Marin didn't care about these, but was busy training the strong men in the country on how to use the harvesting artifact Maishan. Marin had 20,000 sets of Maishan for 2 people made, and then selected 40,000 strong men from all over the North Sea Kingdom and concentrated them on the Lunenburg Prairie. Then, several farmers from the Greater Netherlands taught them how to use Maishan to harvest in pairs. Of course, Marin would not let them blindly experiment with immature wheat. Therefore, they were taken to the Lunenburg Prairie of more than 7,000 square kilometers, and used the weeds on the grassland as targets to test how to use Maishan. At the beginning, all Maishans were not equipped with scythes to avoid accidentally injuring unskilled users. When everyone was proficient in cooperating with the force, they were equipped with blades. For 2 consecutive months, 40,000 strong men practiced how to use the sledgehammer on the Lunenburg grassland. Then, the good Lunenburg grassland was ruined beyond recognition. But Marin thought it was worth it, because, with the double sledgehammer, 2 strong men could harvest 20 acres of land a day, and one person harvested 10 acres on average, which was 6 or 7 times more efficient than ordinary people. In fact, these 40,000 strong men were only a part of the strong men of the North Sea Kingdom. However, Marin considered that it was not realistic to summon all the strong men in the country, and the expenses were also high, so he only selected a few people from each manor as representatives. After these people learned how to use the sledgehammer as representatives, they could go back and teach the farmers in the same manner how to use the sledgehammer. Therefore, when summoning strong men, Marin required each manor to recommend smarter ones. Smart people learn quickly and know how to express themselves. At that time, they were expected to teach the farmers in the same manner how to use the wheat sam. While they were practicing using the wheat sam, the factories in the North Sea Kingdom were also working hard to make wheat sams and thin sam blades. Wooden frames are easy to make, and there are many carpenters in the North Sea Kingdom. The sam is a bit troublesome, because there are not many blacksmiths in the folk, and the factory needs to stop making weapons and tools to make way for the sam. But it is worth it, so Marin ordered the whole country to concentrate on making wheat sams. After all, in this agricultural era, the autumn harvest is a top priority. In addition to the mainland, Marin also ordered the creation of extra wheat sams and sent them to the New York colony. After all, the wheat in the New York colony is more valuable than the rye in the mainland. However, this year is a bit special, because the wheat in the New York colony has been harvested long ago, and it did not wait until the autumn harvest. Why? Because this year the New York colony planted the Ming variety of winter wheat, and it began to be harvested in the summer. Just when Marin went to Hungary to negotiate the purchase of Hungarian prisoners of war, the winter wheat in the New York colony was harvested. At present, the New York colony is planning to start plowing the land and preparing to plant next year's winter wheat. The real harvest in autumn is soybeans. However, soybean straw is much thicker than wheat straw, and the saddle is not easy to use. So, it's still the same. Just when the whole country of the North Sea was preparing for the autumn harvest, suddenly a shocking news came from the Laon colony. The merchants in the Laon colony contacted Timbuktu of the Songhai Empire. Moreover, they used salt to exchange dozens of pounds of gold from Timbuktu. Marin was shocked and quickly summoned the messenger sent back by Laon to learn the details from him. It turned out that although Marin's colony in Leon, Western Sahara, mainly mined local apatite mines, it also ran a sheep industry in the Leon oasis. At the beginning, the hundreds of merino sheep that Marin got from Spain were raised in Leon. At the same time, the Leon colony also traded with the Moroccans in the north to exchange Moroccan barb horses as military horses. At the same time, it promoted salt, cloth, sugar and other commodities to the Moroccan herders. The means of transportation used for trade between the two sides was naturally the ship of the desert, the camel. Speaking of which, it was also a coincidence. Once, the Leon colony sent a camel team, headed by Mozingen, the regional manager of the North Sea Chamber of Commerce, to carry the salt shipped by the North Sea ships to Smara, an important religious city in the northeast of Western Sahara, to trade. When they met a merchant from the Songhai Empire. This merchant liked the salt without bitterness brought by Mozingen's camel team very much, but he had no extra money to exchange. In desperation, he proposed to use the black slaves brought by the Songhai Empire to pay off the debt. Mozingen thought that it seemed that the North Sea's American colonies did need black slaves, so he agreed. Then, the merchant of the Songhai Empire exchanged 5 sacks of salt with Mozingen using the 5 black slaves accompanying the team. When leaving, the Songhai merchant smiled cunningly, as if he had gotten a huge bargain. Then, the doubtful Mozingen communicated with the 5 Songhai slaves he had exchanged. Through difficult exchanges such as hand gestures and, guess what, Mozingen was shocked to learn that in the Timbuktu market of the Songhai Empire, salt slabs of equal weight could be exchanged for gold of similar weight. Mozingen was almost scared silly, thinking that these old blacks were bragging. But they really weren't bragging. In order to prove that what he said was true, a black man named Yahya volunteered to lead Mozingen's camel team to Timbuktu as a guide to trade salt and gold. The only requirement was that he could be given freedom in the future. Mozingen agreed immediately. Compared with the huge profits from the salt-gold trade, the freedom of a mere black slave was nothing. Then, Mozingen led the camel team directly eastward from Smara and entered the territory of Algeria in later generations. Then, under the guidance of Yahya, he passed through several oases in the desert, crossed the Sahara Desert with great difficulty, and arrived at Timbuktu, the first trading city in West Africa south of the desert. At this time, Mozingen had not brought much salt. However, to his surprise, the locals preferred salt plates rather than bulk salt. As for why this was the case, Mozingen could not figure it out. But the sea salt he brought was of good quality and had no bitterness, and eventually won the favor of the locals with its quality. Then, he exchanged the remaining 100 weight, 112 pounds, of salt for 100 pounds of gold sand with local merchants. However, when he left Timbuktu, he was heavily taxed. Passage taxes were levied along the way. When he left the Songhai Empire and returned to Leon, only 70 pounds of 100 pounds of gold sand were left. However, this profit still shocked Cotton, the governor of Leon. He immediately sent a speedboat back to his homeland and reported the situation to Marin. After all, exchanging salt for gold of almost the same weight was too fantastic. Chapter 1634, Umbrella. Not to mention that Governor Cotton of Leon thought it was fantasy, even Marin, a time traveler, felt it was incredible when he heard the report. You know, Timbuktu is far away on the edge of the desert deep in the interior of West Africa. But things are so dramatic. According to the report, Mozingen brought a small camel team, each wearing a white robe necessary for the desert, and under the guidance of the black slave Yahya, passed through small oases in the Sahara Desert one by one. Although it was very difficult, he was lucky not to die of thirst. After all, every time you go to an oasis, you can replenish fresh water. And wearing a white robe all over your body can reflect sunlight as much as possible and reduce the evaporation of sweat. As for Mozingen himself, the reason why he was able to come back alive from the desert, in addition to his strong physique and amazing will, he also brought an oil paper umbrella to shade the sun, which further reduced the burns of the scorching sun in the desert. It turned out that Mozingen returned to the country once at the beginning of the year and took a fancy to an oil paper umbrella he got from the Ming dynasty. Then, this guy took the oil paper umbrella to Leon. It hardly rains in Leon all year round, but the sun is very poisonous. By chance, Mozingen used an oil paper umbrella as a parasol to avoid the scorching sun. Unexpectedly, the effect was very good. Because he avoided direct exposure to the scorching sun, he felt much more comfortable when walking in the desert. This time across the desert, his Berber slaves and black slaves wore white robes and led camels. And he himself, holding an oil paper umbrella, followed the walk easily. Because the sun could not shine on him, he just felt stuffy, but could not feel the scorching sun. However, he couldn't do anything else with his umbrella. After all, you have to hold the umbrella with your hands. Moreover, you have to change hands after a long time. If you can hold a parasol without using your hands. Suddenly, the picture of Lin Qingxia wearing a wide hat and a white veil on her face in New Dragon Inn appeared in Marin's mind. Yes, a hat. Marin slapped the table excitedly. This is the standard for female knights walking in the desert. In order to protect themselves from the sun and not affect their ability to draw their swords and cut people, female knights walking in the desert often wear bamboo hats. Sometimes, white gauze hangs down from the edge of the bamboo hat to block the wind and sand. However, if the bamboo hat is too big, it seems a bit heavy. Then, Marin thought of an umbrella that can be worn on the head in later generations, a hat umbrella. This kind of umbrella is more labor-saving to wear on the head. Moreover, the coverage range is also large. However, it also has hidden dangers. If the wind is strong, the head wearing the hat umbrella will also be tilted by the strong wind. Therefore, this kind of hat umbrella is only suitable for places with low wind. And the Sahara Desert is a place where the wind is not very strong. Even if a strong wind blows, it is not a bad thing. Because it will be very cool when the wind blows. However, the hat umbrella is not strong enough and it is more troublesome to produce. Therefore, in order to be lazy, Marin directly combined the characteristics of the bamboo hat and the hat umbrella and designed a bamboo hat umbrella. What is a bamboo hat umbrella? It is to use the frame of the bamboo hat and then cover it with an umbrella cloth, which becomes the so-called bamboo hat umbrella. Because of the umbrella cloth, the bamboo hat can be cut corners. To what extent did Marin cut corners in the bamboo hat umbrella he designed? His bamboo hat umbrella only has a frame made of a few wooden strips. Moreover, the shape of the frame is very interesting. Why is it interesting? Because it looks like the logo of the Mercedes-Benz car in later generations. In other words, the frame of the so-called bamboo hat umbrella he made is a circle with a three-pointed star. Both the circle and the three-pointed star are made of wooden strips. In this way, the wood is saved, and the whole bamboo hat is naturally very light. Then, a piece of cloth is covered on the Mercedes-Benz logo, and it becomes a bamboo hat umbrella for sunshade. Of course, a round hat ring is also connected under the Mercedes-Benz logo for easy wearing on the head. Overall, this bamboo hat umbrella is lighter than an oil paper umbrella. Moreover, it does not hinder the work of the hands when worn on the head. In addition, the round brim of the bamboo hat is not as easy to poke the camel's eyes as the pointed ribs on the edge of the umbrella. Normally, when crossing the desert, members of the camel team can wear a conical umbrella on their heads to block the scorching sun. If there is a strong wind, take off the conical umbrella and tie it to the camel's back. After designing it, Marin ordered a batch of conical umbrellas to be made and shipped to Laon by express ship for the camel team. At the same time, Marin also issued a strict order: it is strictly forbidden to disclose any secrets of Timbuktu's trade routes, so as not to alarm the Portuguese. Now, the Portuguese have regarded Timbuktu as their possession. If they knew that the North Sea Kingdom had contacted Timbuktu, they would have to ask Marin for the route. Marin still wanted to make a few profits secretly, so how could he give it up easily? But if the Portuguese found out, he would have to give it up. Because if he didn't follow the rules, the Portuguese would also go to rob America. Historically, the Portuguese colonized Brazil in strict accordance with the Pope Meridian demarcated by the Treaty of Tordesillas. Of course, they had known about the existence of Brazil long ago, so they proposed this boundary that was deliberately moved 270 leagues to the west. Later, the Portuguese did not compete for the American regions outside Brazil. However, the Spanish did cheat. They later colonized the Philippines in the east, which was actually a breach of contract. But the problem is that when the pontifical meridian was drawn, people were not sure that the earth was round, so the eastern boundary was not determined. And Spain colonized the Philippines based on this loophole. According to the Spaniards, they came to the Philippines from America to the west, which was not a breach of contract. In other words, Spain and Portugal still respected the demarcation line drawn by the Holy See. Even if Spain cheated later, it found a loophole and did not dare to overturn it. Of course, they would definitely not overturn the resolution of the Holy See. Because if the regulations of the Holy See were overturned, other countries could ignore the rules and get involved in their territory. In fact, in the early days, other Western European countries were indeed jealous of Spain and Portugal, but they did not dare to cross the border. Just like Britain, it did not dare to rob America at the beginning, but only sent pirate ships to rob the Spanish gold ships. But after the 30 Years' War, the Vatican's prestige was swept away, and the two Western European powers, Britain and France, began to ignore the Vatican's regulations and went directly to North America to grab territory. Jamestown, Britain's first North American colony, was after all, the end of the 30 Years' War, was the defeat of Catholicism. As the head of the Catholic Church, the Roman Curia naturally lost its prestige at that time. In fact, after the religious wars in the mid-16th century, the prestige of the Vatican plummeted. However, the remaining prestige is still there. When the 30 Years' War ended, the Vatican became the Vatican of Italy, and big countries like Britain and France ignored Rome. However, before the outbreak of the religious war, neither Marin or Portugal could easily cross the border. Unless, they could get permission from the other party. Therefore, Marin's decision on the Timbuktu gold trade route was to quietly enter the village, and not shoot. When Portugal discovered Timbuktu after all the difficulties, Marin had already earned enough gold in Timbuktu. After all, the gold in Timbuktu can be exchanged for salt. Other things may be lacking in Marin, but salt is something that can be had in any quantity. He was only worried about whether there was enough gold in Timbuktu to exchange for it. Chapter 1635, Egyptian Legion gold is the standard hard currency in this era, because it can be circulated in the world after being cast into gold coins. Just like the 70 pounds of gold sand that Mosingen returned, it can be cast into 8,918 gold coins. A little more, 10,000 gold coins can be cast. According to Mosingen, in the Timbuktu market, as long as there is enough salt, thousands of pounds of gold sand can be easily exchanged. Thousands of pounds of gold sand. That's several tons of gold. Marin was very excited. This is something that is within his reach. After all, it is too easy to get salt at his Cape Breton Island salt boiling base. As long as there is coal, you can boil salt at will. Moreover, Marin can also expand the scale of salt boiling in Newcastle at any time. Marin has the most salt. Not only that, you can boil salt locally in Laon. Although there is no coal to boil salt in Laon, you can use solar cookers. In Laon, it basically does not rain, the sun is extremely abundant, and the temperature is high. As long as you set up a solar cooker on the beach, you can boil salt easily. Moreover, by adding a condenser system, salt can be boiled and distilled water can be produced at the same time. Then, salt and fresh water can be used to kill two birds with one stone. The only problem is that if the shipment volume is too large, it will offend the Arab merchants in North Africa. If those Arab bearded men get angry, they will definitely come with scimitars to kill the camel team of Laon. After all, exchanging salt for gold has always been the forbidden food of the North African bearded men. The last time Mosingen went there, he only traded 100 pounds of gold sand, which was not very impressive. If he brought thousands of pounds of salt and exchanged thousands of pounds of gold sand, it would definitely anger those North African bearded men. At that time, for the sake of gold, the two sides would definitely fight to the death. If they were to fight face to face, the North Sea Kingdom could abuse those North African bearded men 10,000 times. But the problem is that the other side would definitely cut people in the desert. And most of the soldiers of the North Sea Kingdom would definitely not be able to endure the harsh climate in the Sahara Desert. After thinking about it, Marin decided to spend money to buy Mamluk combat slaves from Egypt. Of course, what Marin wanted to buy was not the authentic Circassian Mamluk slave cavalry, which was the cornerstone of the Mamluk dynasty and could not be sold. What Marin wanted to buy were only the Egyptian slaves trained by the nobles of the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty using the training method of the Mamluk cavalry. At present, because the supply of Circassian slaves has been cut off for more than 40 years, there are very few authentic Mamluks in Egypt. There are only descendants of Mamluk slaves or pseudo-Mamluk slaves selected and trained from local slaves. However, the descendants of Mamluk cavalry may not be as brave as their fathers and grandfathers. The main reason is that the real Mamluk cavalry is extremely cruel in training and has a high elimination rate. Just like the killer training camps in later generations, being eliminated means death. The Mamluk cavalry who survived the pile of dead bodies are all top masters of cavalry warfare. But the training of their own children by the Mamluk nobles is definitely not that cruel. At least, they will not put their own children in danger of life. But this kind of training without the threat of death is actually not up to standard, and the real combat effectiveness is not as good as that of the genuine Mamluk. In particular, when facing death, they may collapse. The real Mamluk has long been accustomed to life and death, and has long been indifferent to this. But even so, when the Battle of Dabik Prairie broke out in 1517, the cavalry of both sides confronted each other, and the Egyptian pseudo-Mamluk cavalry beat the Turkish cavalry so hard that they could not take care of themselves. If it were not for the Turkish guns and the collapse of the local Egyptian and Syrian forces, the result of that war might be that Egypt won. Therefore, among the Middle Eastern cavalry, the combat effectiveness of the Mamluk cavalry is definitely at the forefront, even the pseudo-Mamluk who has not experienced life and death elimination. Marin plans to buy thousands of pseudo-Mamluk slaves trained by local Egyptian slaves from Egypt, and then let them become guards of the camel team. If there are North African bearded men who dare to come and chop people, let these pseudo-Mamluk cavalry take action and let those North African merchant guards have a taste of what the strongest scimitar cavalry is. In fact, these brutally trained Mamluk cavalry, individual horse fighting ability, is estimated to be the world's leading. Even Napoleon said, 2 Mamluk cavalry can definitely beat 3 French cavalry, 100 French cavalry and 100 Mamluk cavalry are evenly matched, 300 French cavalry can mostly defeat 300 Mamluk cavalry, 1,000 French cavalry can always defeat 1,500 Mamluk cavalry. This shows that the individual combat effectiveness of the Mamluk cavalry is super strong, even the top European cavalry of Napoleon cannot single out. But the discipline of the Mamluk cavalry is not as good as that of the modern French cavalry, and the disadvantages will appear when the number of people is large. Moreover, at that time, Europe already had a wall-style charge specifically to restrain the scimitar cavalry. Therefore, Napoleon said that if it is on a large scale, it will definitely be able to defeat the Mamluk cavalry. However, without modernized cavalry and wall-style charges, the Egyptian Mamluk cavalry would probably be the best among the classical cavalry. Marin planned to introduce some fake Mamluk cavalry trained by Egyptian slaves this time, in addition to protecting the gold trade camel team, to steal the Mamluk training method. If the German Cossacks also use the training method of the Mamluk cavalry in the future, even if it is a fake version of the immortal training method, it can also make the German Cossacks' combat effectiveness rise to a higher level. Moreover, the German Cossacks have good discipline. Once they are trained, with strong personal fighting ability, plus the modernized training and tactics of the North Sea Kingdom, they will surely be able to dominate the world. Marin suddenly remembered something. He took out the map of Africa and began to recall carefully. Then, he finally remembered. It seems that the trade route in the desert that Mozinjan took was exactly the route that the Saud dynasty of Morocco took to destroy the Songhai Empire 76 years later. It seems that the Saud dynasty of Morocco only dispatched 4,000 mercenaries to march south along the desert trade route to Timbuktu and defeated the 30,000-strong army of the Songhai Empire, claiming that there were only about 10,000 in reality. Moreover, of the 4,000-strong expeditionary force, 2,500 of them were European musketeers from Spain. They were all mercenaries, and in particular, the commander of these 4,000 people was a Spanish eunuch named Jutter. The tactics they used were also Spanish phalanxes. It is said that at that time, Songhai Sultan Ishaq II was so dizzy in the Battle of Tondabai that he drove 1,000 cows to the front of the two sides to block the enemy's guns. However, Ishaq II probably had never heard of the fire bull formation. As a result, these 1,000 cowboys, under the attack of 2,500 Spanish musketeers, not only failed to block the firepower, but were frightened and turned around to attack the army of the Songhai Empire, disrupting the formation of the Songhai Empire's army. It was really a self-inflicted blow. Marin calculated that his army also used the Spanish phalanx. Therefore, the Songhai Empire could be destroyed with the same 4,000 or 5,000 people. However, the harsh climate of the tropical desert in West Africa may become the biggest obstacle. After all, it may be difficult for native Europeans to adapt to the tropical desert climate in West Africa. But if you buy pseudo-Mamluk slaves from Egypt, those pseudo-Mamluk slaves who are Egyptian slaves will definitely be able to adapt to the tropical desert climate. Because Egypt also has a tropical desert climate, they are used to it. In addition, Marin will also buy a group of ordinary Egyptian slaves. For this group of people, Marin will send officers to train them into musketeers and spearmen. At that time, they may be used to attack Timbuktu. The price of those Mamluk slaves in Egypt was also very high, with each slave costing more than 100 gold coins. After all, these were combat cavalrymen who had been trained from childhood to adulthood. If 1,000 of them were purchased, it would cost 100,000 gold coins. Marin thought again and again and decided to buy 500 Egyptian Mamluk combat slaves first to form a Mamluk cavalry regiment. As for ordinary Egyptian slaves, they were relatively cheap, and some could be bought for 10 gold coins. It didn't cost much to buy a few thousand. Just like that, in Marin's mind, the Egyptian legion that later crisscrossed Africa was born. Chapter 1636, The Slave Trade in Timbuktu. In fact, it is not 1 or 2 days that Marin has been buying local slaves from Egypt. Before, in order to develop the saltpeter mine in Chile, Marin bought a lot of slaves from Egypt. At present, the saltpeter mine in Chile has been initially developed. In order to expand the scale, Marin originally planned to continue to buy Egyptian slaves. Speaking of which, the Mamluk dynasty of Egypt is a slave dynasty. Even the name Mamluk means slave. Most of the officers in the court were born as Circassian slaves. They were sold to Egypt and entered a cruel training camp. Only the strongest group of people could survive. Then, they entered the Egyptian army to serve. However, later, with the expansion of the scale of Mamluk slaves, many Mamluk slaves married and had children in Egypt, and had Mamluk descendants, that is, native Mamluks. Then, many civil servants in the Egyptian court were basically descendants of these native Mamluk slaves. However, the most powerful guards of the Mamluk dynasty still insisted on selecting from Circassian slaves in the Western Caucasus. However, because the Turks blocked the Turkish Straits 40 years ago, the source of Mamluk slaves was cut off, and Egypt can only rely on local Mamluks to fill the facade. The local Egyptians are more miserable. Because, whether it is civil officials or military generals, the Egyptian Mamluk dynasty is basically the descendants of Circassian slaves and has nothing to do with the locals. This is similar to India. The dark-skinned native Indians eventually became untouchables and were conquered and ruled by the descendants of the Aryans from Central Asia. Egyptians and Indians can be regarded as a pair of brothers in distress. They are both four ancient civilizations, but the locals eventually became slaves. The original foreign slave soldiers became Mamluk nobles. Originally, Marin planned to continue to buy thousands of Egyptian slaves from Egypt to dig saltpeter in the Atacama Desert in Chile. However, since Mozinjan opened up the trade route of the Songhai Empire, Marin changed his mind. He decided to buy local black slaves from the Songhai Empire to dig saltpeter in Chile. Why? Because the black slaves in the Songhai Empire are really cheap. How cheap were slaves in the Songhai Empire? According to Mozinjan, local black slaves, a sack of salt, 1 quintal, 112 pounds, could be exchanged for 10 strong and obedient black slaves. Can you believe it? According to the price of 2 pfennigs per pound of salt in the North Sea Kingdom, a sack of salt is only worth 224 pfennigs, which is 3.73 golden gold coins. 3.73 gold coins can buy 10 slaves, and each slave is only worth 0.373 gold coins on average. How cheap is this? The black slaves that Marin bought from the Duke of Coimbra in Portugal before were priced at 40 gold coins each. There is no harm without comparison, 40 gold coins and 0.373 gold coins. Egyptian slaves are cheaper than black slaves, but they also cost more than 10 or 20 gold coins each, which is much more expensive than the black slaves in the Songhai Empire. What moved Marin the most was that the black slaves bought from the Timbuktu market were also adapted to the harsh tropical desert climate. Because Timbuktu itself is a city on the southern edge of the Sahara Desert. In other words, the Songhai Empire slaves worth 0.373 gold coins purchased from Timbuktu can adapt to the climate of the northern Chilean desert just like Egyptian slaves, and they are dozens of times cheaper. In addition, the black slaves in Timbuktu can adapt not only to the desert climate, but also to the tropical rainforest climate. Because many black slaves in Timbuktu were captured by the Songhai Empire army from the tropical rainforest area of West Africa south of Timbuktu. Therefore, Marin quickly adjusted the direction of purchasing black slaves. As for the Egyptian slaves, he changed the way they were used, all trained as Mamluk cavalry to help him fight. The Egyptian slaves in the Chilean desert were also trained as supervisors to supervise the Songhai Empire black slaves who would be transported to Chile in the future to dig saltpeter. In this way, Marin can also save a lot of troops to control Chile, and only needs to send officers. Egyptians and blacks belong to different races, and they can't collude to rebel together. In this way, using Egyptians to manage blacks can also prevent the Chilean saltpeter mine from getting out of control. Of course, Marin can't just use salt to exchange for Timbuktu's black slaves. Because if he shipped too much salt, it might suppress the price of salt in Timbuktu, resulting in insufficient gold. Therefore, Marin planned to use other commodities to exchange slaves with salt in Timbuktu. According to Mozinjan, in addition to the expensive salt in the Timbuktu market, sugar from North Africa was also expensive. Mozinjan saw with his own eyes that a North African bearded man exchanged a small bag, about 5 pounds, of sugar for a strong black slave. In other words, exchanging sugar for black slaves is also a way. And the goods from North Africa in the Timbuktu market are mainly salt, weapons, horses, copper, glassware, sugar and North African handicrafts, such as shoes and wool fabrics, and European cloth. The merchants of the Songhai Empire exported gold, slaves, ivory, spices, cola nuts and cotton fabrics. Among them, the slave trade actually ranked before the ivory trade and was the second largest export commodity of the Songhai Empire. It's no wonder. It seems that the Arabs in North Africa have had the bad habit of selling black slaves hundreds of years ago. Without demand, where would the supply come from? The most cruel thing about the Arabs is that they castrated all the black slaves they bought back, castrated. Many of the Kunlun slaves in the Tang dynasty market were castrated black slaves brought by Arab merchants. They were strong and honest, how could they not be honest? They were all castrated. If they had not been castrated, with the openness of women in the Tang dynasty, perhaps there would be scandals of giving birth to Xiaohe in those wealthy families. But the Kunlun slaves of the Tang dynasty did not leave Xiaohe in the Central Plains. Therefore, they had been castrated by the ruthless Arab slave traders before they were sold. Of course, Marin would not be so cruel. However, in order to control the strong reproductive desire of the black uncles, he would send the black slaves to Granada first, where there was a special hospital for ligation, and perform ligation operations on the black uncles. In this way, it is not so cruel, and it also controls the desire of the black uncles. In addition to planning to exchange black slaves with sugar cane, Marin also plans to exchange weapons for black slaves. For example, the scimitars that Arabs like to use are still very simple to produce in the North Sea military factory. There are also muskets, which can also be sold. However, what Marin plans to sell to the Songhai Empire is a replica of the Turks' Rumi gun. Moreover, when trading, it will be in the name of Egyptian merchants, not in the name of the North Sea. Anyway, when the time comes, just find a few Egyptian slaves to pretend to be Egyptian merchants. The Arabic used by the Egyptians can communicate directly with the merchants of the Songhai Empire. Because the Songhai Empire is also a Muslim country, many people can speak Arabic. It is also sad to say that Egypt, once the world's first ancient civilization, has not even been able to keep its own language. After being conquered by the Arabs, they all switched to Arabic. The once ancient and glorious ancient Egyptian civilization was destroyed by a group of natives from the desert. Although Persia was also conquered by the Arab Empire, it at least retained the Persian language. Of course, Persian was also deeply influenced by Arabic, and even the letters were changed to Arabic letters. Of course, Marin didn't care about the tragedy of Egyptian civilization. Moreover, the Egyptians could speak Arabic, which saved Marin the trouble of hiring translators. As long as the Egyptian slaves were taught German, the trouble of hiring translators would be saved. In the future, Marin planned to use pseudo-Mamluk cavalry composed of thousands of Egyptians to open a trade route from Laon to the Songhai Empire to transport black slaves. After all, escorting slaves requires a large number of manpower. Then, these black slaves will board ships in Laon and be shipped to America. Chapter 1637 Steam Engine. Who would dare to believe that a few kilograms of salt or sugar could be exchanged for a strong living person in the future? But in Timbuktu of this era, it really happened. No wonder, although the Mali Empire and Songhai Empire of Uncle Haig seem to be flourishing, in fact, the technology of this country is extremely backward, and they don't even know how to make salt. They need Arabs to transport it from North Africa by camel. Moreover, these two so-called empires do not know how to smelt metals. Iron and copper are also transported by North African bearded men on camels. Such countries have a lower level of technology than the Shang dynasty of China. After all, the bronze technology of the Shang dynasty is already very advanced. And these two so-called empires rely on imports for metal weapons. Without the North African bearded merchants, they would probably have to play with stone weapons like the Aztec Empire in Mexico. However, God favors these two so-called empires too much. Although their technological level is far inferior to the slave dynasty Shang dynasty thousands of years ago, they have gold. Gold is too stable in nature. Most of the so-called gold mines are in metal state and do not need smelting and reduction. Therefore, the black uncles only need to wash the gold sand in the river to get it. Moreover, there seems to be a lot of gold in West Africa. Therefore, although the technology of these two West African empires is extremely backward, they can rely on rich gold resources. Some Arab bearded men in North Africa are willing to lead camels across the Sahara Desert to trade with them. Moreover, the harsh climate of the Sahara Desert also blocked the Arab countries in North Africa from conquering them. Because the conditions for the army to cross the Sahara Desert are too harsh. In addition, the most important thing is that the oases along the desert trade route cannot provide the fresh water needed by the army. Therefore, even when the Saud dynasty of Morocco conquered the Songhai Empire in 1590, it only sent 4,000 troops. Because if there are too many people, several small oases in the desert cannot provide enough fresh water. So, Marin is also worried. Because even if he exchanged enough black slaves in Timbuktu, he couldn't bring too many black slaves to Laon conveniently and safely. Even if he followed the camel team, he could only bring a few hundred people at a time. If there are more, the camel team will not be able to bring enough fresh water. Oh, Forget it, let's prepare a few more camel teams when the time comes. In fact, the straight-line distance from Leon to Timbuktu is only about 1,000 kilometers, which is equivalent to the distance from Paris to Madrid. If there is a train, even if the speed is only 30 to 40 kilometers per hour, it will take 2 or 3 days to get there. But the problem is that the current research progress of the train is a bit behind schedule. At present, the only scientific researcher that Marin can show off is Leonardo da Vinci. Others can only be considered good craftsmen, and their scientific research capabilities are seriously insufficient. However, Marin was afraid that there would be no one after Leonardo da Vinci's death, so he put too many teaching tasks on Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci had to teach students physics every day, and also study chemistry, which he didn't understand very well. Therefore, he didn't have much time to study trains. Leonardo da Vinci helped to develop the steam engine, but the problem was that its miniaturization had never been solved. In particular, the boiler problem of the steam engine has never been miniaturized. You know, the width of later trains is only 2 or 3 meters. If you want to put the steam engine on the train, you must miniaturize the boiler. Otherwise, the several meter wide boiler that Leonardo da Vinci has made now cannot be put on the train. Unfortunately, Leonardo da Vinci is busy with students every day. Marin asked him to teach physics and chemistry alone, and he also taught a group of apprentices in the mechanical major. He has no time to concentrate on studying steam engines. So, for now, trains and other things can only be postponed. But Marin also knows that this is worth it. Because if Leonardo da Vinci brings out a group of qualified mechanics, many people will work together in the future, and they will definitely be able to make a train. In fact, the North Sea Kingdom now has steamships. However, similar to the earliest steamships in history, the current steamships of the North Sea Kingdom are extremely inefficient and slow. Relying solely on steam engines, the speed is only 2 or 3 knots. You know, relying solely on sailboats, if there is a tailwind, it can also run at a speed of 10 knots. The speed of 2 or 3 knots has no practical value. At present, the only practical use of steam engines is probably to drive water pumps to pump water. Although the current single-cylinder steam engine is not efficient and has a slow speed, it can pump water non-stop. So, in general, the efficiency is higher than that of windmill pumping water. Because, if there is no wind or the wind is weak, the pumping capacity of the windmill will be greatly reduced. The steam engine is different. As long as the machine is not broken, it can continue to pump water. In fact, the world's earliest Newcomen steam engine was used to pump water from mines, and it was invented at the end of the 17th century. But for the next few decades, the steam engine has been limited to the field of pumping water. It was not until what improved the steam engine that it was used in the textile industry. And it was not until the beginning of the 19th century that it was truly used in transportation to drive trains and ships. Are Newcomen and Watt smarter than Leonardo da Vinci? Obviously not. Newcomen and Watt are at most the best among craftsmen. And Leonardo da Vinci is at the level of a great scientist. However, Newcomen and Watt are luckier than Leonardo da Vinci. They stand on the shoulders of many giants. Before them, many people were working on steam engines. Even Newcomen, who invented the steam engine, had a working model of the steam engine before him, the French. They stand on the shoulders of giants, so they can do well. Leonardo da Vinci is more miserable. He has to hide secretly when doing scientific research, for fear of being discovered by the Vatican. Fortunately, Marin gave him space to play freely, otherwise, Leonardo da Vinci could only do scientific research in the basement. Moreover, although Marin provided the theory, there was no ready-made experience available. Therefore, how to do it depends on Leonardo da Vinci to explore it himself. But Marin was worried that Leonardo da Vinci was old and might die at any time. Therefore, he found a lot of students for him to teach. In this way, even if Leonardo da Vinci died in the future, it would be better to have a group of students to study together than for Leonardo da Vinci to study alone. After all, the old saying goes, 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang. Therefore, Marin can't force Leonardo da Vinci to put down teaching and study steam engines at the moment. In this way, he can only rely on the craftsmen who once helped Leonardo da Vinci to continue to study the miniaturization of steam engines. But people are different, and their wisdom is far from that of Leonardo da Vinci. Even if there were dozens of craftsmen, their progress would not be as good as that of Leonardo da Vinci alone. After all, the gap between scientists and ordinary technicians is not small. Therefore, it is estimated that the trains and ships of the North Sea Kingdom will have to wait for many years. At least, it will take several years for Leonardo da Vinci's first batch of mechanical students to graduate and hone their skills before they can make any progress. At present, everyone can only make do with the bulky and primary version of the Watt steam engine to pump water. However, it seems that the spinning jenny and the flying shuttle can be launched. Chapter 1638 Forging Drilling Pipe. The copycat version of Watt steam engine made by Leonardo da Vinci was okay in the body part, and the functions were similar, but the boiler was a bit large and inefficient. This was also Marin's fault, because Marin had only seen the model of Watt steam engine in his previous life, but had never seen what the boiler looked like. In this way, under the command of Marin, a half-baked man, even though Leonardo da Vinci was extremely smart, he didn't have such a brain hole to improve the boiler. Moreover, later he was busy teaching and had no time to improve the boiler. However, although the boiler was crude benzene and the efficiency was a bit low, the effect was basically achieved. It may not be used on trains and ships, but it is enough for industry. At present, the speed of Leonardo da Vinci's version of Watt steam engine is also 50 revolutions per minute. This speed may be far less than the small table fan of later generations, but it can barely be used for industrial production. At least, it is faster than manual and durable enough. The only problem is that the stability is relatively poor, and it always stops and needs maintenance. Obviously, this is due to imperfect design and backward processing technology. Therefore, for the current Da Vinci version of Watt steam engine, each machine must be equipped with 10 craftsmen who are dedicated to watching the machine and ready to repair it at any time. This is a bit like the drivers in China after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Why was the driver a high-level profession in China before the 1990s? Because people not only have to be able to drive, but also have to be able to repair cars. At that time, the quality of domestic cars was very poor, and it was common for them to break down halfway. If a driver who can't repair a car drives, it is easy to be stranded halfway. Therefore, the drivers at that time were all masters of car maintenance, and they would solve any problems by themselves. Fortunately, there were few cars at that time, and it was not easy to hit a car that broke down halfway. Otherwise, it would be easy to die if it broke down on the highway. Of course, there was no highway at that time, only bumpy ordinary roads. A master who can drive and repair cars is naturally a high-level talent and a high-paid talent in that era. It is a very popular profession. The same is true for the steam engine that Marin has just made. It is common for it to break down after running for a few hours. Therefore, he equipped each steam engine with 10 craftsmen, who would take a wrench and go to solve any problem. Speaking of which, a full set of tools such as wrenches, vices, screwdrivers, etc. were all copied by the copycat King Marin. Now, every craftsman in the North Sea Kingdom basically has a toolbox, which can be used to repair various machines at any time. However, there are not many varieties of machines these days, only a copycat version of Watt steam engine, which is very crude. Therefore, there are not many wrenches and screwdrivers of various sizes in the toolbox of the North Sea engineers. Because there is only one type of steam engine, it is enough for everyone to prepare one type of tool. Although this kind of machine often breaks down, with the machine, Marin can do a lot of things. For example, Marin's obsession with drilling gun barrels and gun barrels. As long as the guide rails are set and a drill bit that meets the quality standards is found, you can start drilling gun barrels. Although the speed of the steam engine is so slow that it cannot be compared with the impact drill of later generations. However, as long as you have patience, it is no problem to drill a few gun barrels a day. As for the gun barrel, Marin is a little uncertain. Because drilling a gun barrel requires a very thick drill bit, which is difficult to do. The barrel is small in diameter, so the drill bit is easy to get. If it doesn't work, just go to Africa to get some diamonds as drill bits. As for the gun barrel, where can I get such a big diamond? But it's not impossible. Marin can use wear-resistant high manganese steel to make an extra-large drill bit. Then, drill the low-carbon steel column. However, high manganese steel will become soft when preheated. Therefore, you have to stop and cool it down after using it for a while, so as not to be unable to use it after being softened at high temperature. In this way, the speed of drilling the gun barrel may be very slow. However, the quality of the artillery processed in this way is absolutely excellent. Marin remembered that during the Franco-Prussian War, the Krupp artillery was a steel column repeatedly forged with a high-pressure hydraulic press, which made the internal structure of the steel column very tight. Then, drilling was carried out, and finally a very high-quality Krupp steel cannon was obtained, which beat the French army so hard that they could not take care of themselves. However, it seems that it is not very useful at present. It is enough to make some bronze cannons using the iron mold casting method. It is a waste to make such a good forged cannon. Because there are no high-powered cannonballs with high chamber pressure like in later generations. With the current needs of black powder and iron ball cannonballs, cast cannons are enough. As for the barrels, you can consider drilling a batch. After all, the quality of forged and rolled barrels is really average. In order to ensure safety, the wall of the forged and rolled barrels often needs to be made very thick. In this way, the weight is greatly increased invisibly. Soldiers carrying heavy rifles are also very physically demanding. If you switch to a barrel with holes drilled in a forged steel rod, you don't need to make such a thick barrel, and you can save a lot of weight. For example, the musket weighs about 10 kilograms, which is 20 pounds. The .76-inch caliber imitation brown base rifle made by Marin weighs more than 5 kilograms, which is more than 10 pounds. The modern rifles with drilled barrels in later generations, such as the Hanyang rifle, have a total weight of only 316 kilograms because of the use of drilled barrels, which is about 2 kilograms lighter than the imitation brown bess currently used in the North Sea Kingdom. Of course, the caliber of the Hanyang rifle is also much smaller. After all, it uses smokeless gunpowder. However, if a drilled barrel is used, it is definitely possible to reduce the weight of the gun body by more than 1 kilogram. Moreover, Marin is now able to manufacture single-base smokeless gunpowder gunpowder. Although the output is not large, it is also possible to drill out a few small-caliber barrels for use. For example, it can be used to make mini rifles. In the era of black powder, the biggest trouble with rifled guns is that there are too many gunpowder residues and it is difficult to clean. If it is a smoothbore gun, it doesn't matter. After shooting a bullet made of a pound of lead, just poke it with a cleaning rod, or even clean it with water. For rifled guns, many gunpowder residues are directly stuck in the rifling, which is difficult to clean. Moreover, there is the danger of hanging lead. Marin remembered that during the American Civil War, the rifled guns of the U.S. military had to be cleaned after firing an average of 100 rounds. Otherwise, the rifling would be blocked and it would easily cause the barrel to explode. Even if the black powder with the least impurities in the mid-19th century was used as the propellant for the bullets, the barrel had to be cleaned after every 250 rounds of bullets were fired. Otherwise, if the barrel exploded, it might be crippled, and the medical level during the Civil War. If the leg was shot, the leg was sawed off, and if the arm was shot, the arm was sawed off, and it was done by a barber. The early Maxim machine gun also had this problem, so it could not be promoted. The Maxim machine gun can fire an average of 600 rounds per minute, but in the black powder era, the barrel had to be cleaned every 250 rounds. In other words, the Maxim machine gun can only fire for 25 seconds, and it needs to stop firing and clean the barrel. Isn't this nonsense? Therefore, although Maxim designed the machine gun in 1883, it was not until the popularization of smokeless gunpowder that it was truly practical. What? You said that the Gatling gun appeared during the Civil War. Please, that was a multi-barreled machine gun, with 7 or 8 barrels, and the initial rate of fire was only 200 rounds per minute. Even if it was fired for 1 minute, each barrel only fired an average of 20 to 30 rounds of bullets, which was enough to clean the barrel. Therefore, high-rate machine guns were not practical until smokeless gunpowder was popularized. But the chamber pressure of smokeless gunpowder is much greater than that of black gunpowder, so a stronger forged and drilled barrel is needed. Therefore, Marin planned to use the not-so-stable steam engine to drill a batch of forged and drilled barrels for him, specifically for the sharpshooter troops using smokeless gunpowder. As for ordinary musketeers, it is better to use ordinary heavy barrels that are forged and rolled. Anyway, the chamber pressure of black gunpowder is low, and forged and rolled barrels are enough. Chapter 1639, Planning to Develop Wool Textile Industry. It's sad to say that, as a country boy in his previous life, Marin had never seen a steam engine, but he was very familiar with a hand tractor. In his previous life, the Ma family had a second-hand 12-horsepower hand tractor, which Marin's father treasured like a treasure. But because it was second-hand, it had many problems and often needed to be repaired. It was very expensive to give it to professionals, so unless important parts needed to be replaced, it was usually repaired by Lao Ma himself. And Marin often helped. Therefore, as long as there were things like rubber oil pipes, transmission belts and tires, Marin could completely copy the hand tractor. As for the steam engine, Marin said that he had only seen the teaching model shown by the middle school physics teacher, and had never seen the real thing, let alone a boiler. At that time, the steam used by the physics teacher came from the beaker and alcohol lamp borrowed from the chemistry teacher. The steam was transmitted using a rubber hose. At present, Cuban rubber has begun to be produced and vulcanization has begun. As long as you give it some time, you can make oil pipes, transmission belts and tires. Moreover, the transmission belt can be replaced by sisal rope, which is stronger than rubber transmission belt. However, even if a handheld tractor is copied, it is useless. Because there is no sufficient supply of diesel in this year. Even if a handheld tractor is made, the current oil production is so touching. The diesel that can be refined is probably enough for a handheld tractor. In other words, Marin can only make a handheld tractor at most. As for promotion, first dig a mass-produced oil well. The steam engine is different. This thing burns coal, and Marin, who occupies the Ruhr area, is least lacking in coal. However, Marin has never seen a real steam engine. He has never disassembled a steam engine. Even when the teacher showed the steam engine model, he was not allowed to touch it. Only allowed to look, not allowed to touch. It is more difficult to get started than girls. Therefore, Marin only has a theoretical impression of the steam engine. Without the help of Leonardo da Vinci, he could not make a steam engine. Therefore, Marin is disgusted with the stupid, clumsy, and often broken steam engines currently made by the North Sea. However, he has to rely on this thing for now. In fact, this stupid and clumsy steam engine is still very useful for pumping water. The water pump made by Marin using the Archimedean screw principle can exert great power to irrigate the crops under the drive of the steam engine. Of course, rye fields require less water. Therefore, there is no need for steam engines to pump water at present. After all, rye is as tenacious as weeds. What needs water the most is wheat. Therefore, steam engines are more useful in the American colonies. After all, there are large wheat fields there. However, on the mainland, other applications can be developed, such as the textile industry. The so-called textile industry application is naturally the legendary First Industrial Revolution. As a history graduate, Marin is naturally familiar with this industrial revolution that changed the world. The earliest industry in the world is the textile industry. The symbol of the beginning of the Industrial Revolution is the emergence of the spinning jenny. Of course, the weaving shuttle is also an important power. It was the emergence of the spinning jenny, which increased efficiency by 8 times, and the flying shuttle, which increased efficiency by 2 times, that stimulated the development of the British textile industry and made the world's first industrial power. Without the Industrial Revolution, Britain would not have become the world's strongest empire on which the sun never sets in the Victorian era. After all, industrial countries and agricultural countries are completely two different concepts. The tax revenue generated by industrial production is much more than that of agricultural countries. In fact, Marin had long wanted to carry out the Industrial Revolution. However, the previous reality was not mature. Why? Because there was not enough labor before. What were the conditions for the British Industrial Revolution? Because in addition to the abundant wool in Britain, there were enough landless poor people. These are all labor, the labor most needed by textile factories. Only when there are enough labor as workers can there be conditions for the Industrial Revolution. Otherwise, without enough workers, it would be a joke to engage in industry. Before, the North Sea Kingdom was seriously short of farmers who farmed, so naturally there was no condition to engage in industry. After all, there was not enough labor to develop the North Sea Kingdom itself. But now it's different. The prisoners of war bought from Württemberg and Hungary made Marin have enough labor all of a sudden. So many farmers can farm. Then, Marin has the conditions to engage in the textile industry. Moreover, Marin is forced to engage in the textile industry because clothes are too expensive now. At present, the North Sea has a population of more than 2 million, but every year, it needs to spend a lot of money to import cloth. Because the North Sea does not produce cloth. At present, the cheapest linen cloth worn by ordinary people costs 8 pfennigs per yard, which is 192 pfennigs per piece. A piece of cloth in ancient Europe was 24 yards long and 2 yards wide. It takes about 2.5 yards of cloth to make a loose coat, which means that the fabric cost of the cheapest piece of clothing is 20 pfennigs, which is 1 shilling and 8 pfennigs. This is just the cost of the cloth, and the labor of the tailor must also be calculated. The tailor's daily wages are at least 3 or 4 pfennigs. If you take it into account, the cost of the cheapest piece of clothing will be more than 2 shillings. In fact, tailors need to pay taxes and make profits. Therefore, the price of the cheapest ordinary loose coat is more than 3 shillings. And woolen clothes are more expensive. At present, the North Sea Kingdom mainly imports woolen cloth from Flanders. The reason for importing from Flanders is that it is the property of Maximilian I's family. Although the person in charge is the emperor's son, it is also an industry under the rule of the Habsburg family. Marin gave face, so the North Sea Kingdom generally imports imported cloth from Flanders under the rule of Prince Philip. Flemish wool is not cheap. The high-end woolen cloth processed with British wool here is priced at 80 shillings per piece. The worst quality woolen cloth also costs about 45 shillings. And making a piece of clothing requires 9.6 of a piece of cloth, that is, the cheapest woolen cloth clothes, the cloth alone is worth 4.68 shillings, which is about 56.25 pfennigs. Including workmanship, profit and tax, ordinary woolen clothes cost 5 or 6 shillings. At this time, the wages of ordinary people in Germany were only 2 pfennigs a day. In other words, even the cheapest linen clothes cost 3 shillings, equivalent to 36 pfennigs, which required 18 days' wages of ordinary people to afford. As for woolen clothes, it doubled directly. Every year, the North Sea Kingdom has to spend a lot of money to purchase clothes and fabrics for 2 million citizens. Fortunately, the cloth sellers are willing to accept food in exchange. Otherwise, Marin can't afford so much cloth. After taking away the Ravensburg County last year, the cloth shortage in the North Sea Kingdom was greatly alleviated. Because the Ravensburg County is a famous flax-producing area in Germany. And Bielefeld, the capital of the Ravensburg County, is a famous linen textile center and a famous linen distribution center in Germany. But in this era, linen is worn by the poor. In today's Europe, nobles wear silk, and the rich and middle class generally wear woolen clothes that look more decent. Therefore, the wool textile industry is a very promising business. If it is done well, it can bring a lot of tax revenue. Marin will naturally not complain about too much tax revenue, so he plans to start the wool textile industry. Chapter 1640, Rebuilding the Handicraft Guild. Marin actually wanted to develop the wool textile industry a long time ago, but there was no steam engine before, and there was no river with a large drop in the North Sea Kingdom, so there were no conditions for hydraulic machinery. Although Marin built an artificial reservoir near the city of Leer in the North Sea, artificially raised the water level, and then impacted the hydraulic forging hammer to make weapons and armor. However, the cost of artificial reservoirs is too high, and Marin gritted his teeth and built one to make weapons and armor. This kind of industry that concerns national security is worth investing in no matter how much. However, if you build another artificial reservoir for the wool textile industry, it is not worth it. The main reason is that it is not economically cost-effective. Nowadays, the main wool textile companies are Ghent and Bruges in Flanders, as well as England. However, it seems that the English wool textile industry has more advantages in this regard. Because the purchased wool needs to be bleached and combed. Among them, the bleaching process in Flanders mainly relies on workers stepping on the basin, which consumes manpower. The wool textile center in England is concentrated near reservoirs and waterfalls with rich water resources in the mountainous areas, and hydraulic machinery has been realized to replace labor. Therefore, the cost is even lower. Including the bleaching of woolen cloth after weaving, hydraulic bleaching machines can be used to replace manual labor. However, the higher labor wages in the UK offset a lot of cost advantages. For example, the daily wages of textile workers in Flanders are only 2 or 3 pfennigs. The wages of British textile workers are as high as 4 or 5 pence. Pfennig is equal to pfennig, which is more than 1.5 times that of Flanders. The reason for this is that the price of grain in Britain is about 1.5 times that of Germany. In this era, the money earned by textile workers is mainly used to buy food. Therefore, wages in various places mainly follow the price of grain. Of course, British woolen cloth is still cheaper, about 66 shillings per piece, and most of them are high-end woolen cloth. Because British wool is high-end wool. The woven woolen cloth is naturally high-end woolen cloth. The Flanders region is more miserable, because for more than a century, England has implemented a policy of imposing high tariffs on exported wool since Edward III, which is a disguised encouragement for the development of England's wool textile industry. Therefore, the cost of importing wool from England to Flanders is very high. Because England raised the tax rate on wool exports to more than 1/3. In this era when the pound tax was only 1 or 2 pennies, it was definitely an extremely high tariff and the earliest trade protection tariff. In England, when buyers purchased wool from noble manors or monasteries that raised sheep, the cost of purchasing a bag of wool, £364, was only about £4 or 80 shillings. But wool buyers needed to pay taxes to the king and at the same time, they needed to make a high enough profit. Therefore, in the English market, mainly in the port market, the price of a bag of wool was about £8. However, after the royal family levied a high wool export tariff of more than 1/3, plus the cost of ship transportation and the management tax levied locally in the port of Calais, the price was already as high as £12 or even £13. Its cost accounted for 3/4 of the price of woolen cloth in Flanders. In other words, the profits that textile factories in Flanders could make were already very meager after deducting the wages of textile workers, depreciation of machines, and taxes. Therefore, a large number of textile factories in Flanders have closed down at present. In particular, small textile factories with few looms were forced to close because of low profits. Only large-scale textile factories could barely survive by relying on large quantities. Fortunately, because of the marriage with Spain, the Habsburg family relied on this relationship to find a new source of wool for textile factories in Flemish regions, Spanish merino wool. Spanish merino wool is of better quality, exceeding the quality of British wool. However, the price is also more expensive. Moreover, Florence, the wool spinning center of Italy, is also competing for Spanish merino wool as raw material. Therefore, the price of Spanish merino wool remains high, and because of the competition in Florence, the amount that can be obtained is not much. But because the quality of merino wool is top-notch, some textile factories that rely on the quality of merino wool to produce and sell high-end woolen fabrics are also living a comfortable life. These textile factories that can get merino wool are generally owned by powerful Dutch nobles. And textile factories run by other civilian merchants are still struggling to survive. Of course, how difficult the lives of these Flemish textile factory owners have nothing to do with Marin. On the contrary, Marin planned to take this opportunity to poach a group of skilled craftsmen and textile workers in the wool spinning industry from Flanders. After all, Flanders is a famous wool spinning center in Europe, and there are still many skilled craftsmen, which can be regarded as talents. This problem was naturally handed over to Kohler to arrange his men to poach people. At this time, many textile factories in Flanders closed down, and naturally there were many skilled craftsmen and skilled textile workers in the wool spinning industry who were unemployed at home. Sure enough, when Kohler sent people to Flanders, many wool spinning craftsmen and textile workers who had not worked for a long time expressed their strong willingness to come to the North Sea Kingdom. After all, the most important thing for them is to make money to support their families. However, when Kohler's men recruited craftsmen and skilled textile workers in the wool spinning industry in Ghent, they attracted the attention of Prince Philip who lived in Ghent and caused his dissatisfaction. Then, Prince Philip actually ran to the North Sea Kingdom angrily and accused Marin of poaching him. You know, these days, craftsmen and textile workers have to pay taxes. Unlike farmers, both craftsmen and textile workers need to pay taxes every year. Therefore, the kings of England prefer to develop the local wool textile industry rather than export wool directly. Because vigorously developing the wool textile industry can not only solve the livelihoods of many unemployed vagrants, but also contribute tax revenue to the country. Needless to say, unemployed vagrants have the hidden danger of becoming rioters and are factors of social instability. The taxes on textile craftsmen and textile workers are mainly collected by the handicraft guilds popular in the Middle Ages. In England, handicraft guilds are responsible for levying taxes on all craftsmen and workers in the industry. And all craftsmen and textile workers must also be forced to join the handicraft guilds. Generally speaking, handicraft guilds adopt a tax farming system. The king gives the handicraft guild a tax target, and then the handicraft guilds of various industries are responsible for collecting it. Moreover, the handicraft guilds also have the function of unifying the pricing of products in the industry and allocating raw materials, and their power is very large. Generally speaking, when the handicraft guilds set prices for their products, they will reserve profit margins so that practitioners in the industry can afford to pay taxes. The king asked the handicraft guilds to collect taxes on his behalf, which saved a lot of trouble. Because in this era, the king did not have so many professional tax talents under his command. It is trouble-free and labor-saving to let the handicraft guilds to package taxes. However, if the handicraft guilds are in the hands of evil people with bad intentions, they will become a disaster. Moreover, in addition to packaging taxes, the handicraft guilds are almost not under official control, a bit like independent social organizations. The most important thing is that if the leaders of the handicraft guilds incite, the workers in this industry may rise up in rebellion. This is a big security risk. Therefore, Marin did not allow the North Sea Kingdom to establish a handicraft guild from the beginning. The captured vassal states also banned the handicraft guilds to avoid becoming a hidden danger to social stability. However, after banning those old handicraft guilds, Marin found that his control over those handicraftsmen was a little weak. The areas originally controlled by the North Sea Kingdom were okay, and the craftsmen were basically controlled by Marin himself. But after those vassal states that were captured later, after disbanding the handicraft guilds, Marin found that he could not control those handicraftsmen. How to solve this problem? After much thought, Marin finally came up with the solution of establishing a new handicraft guild, or in other words, establishing a new type of handicraft guild similar to the later Chinese trade union.